Tell It All, The Story of a Life's Experience in Mormonism by Fanny Stenhouse. This contains a publisher's notice, a preface by Harriet Beecher Stowe, and a preface by Fanny Stenhouse. Publisher's notice. By the merest accident a few months ago in New York City, the publishers became personally acquainted with Mr. T.B.H. Stenhouse of Salt Lake City, the husband of the author of the present volume, and before they separated, preliminary steps were taken for its publication. Almost a year before that time, Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, the talented author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, had addressed a kind note to Mrs. Stenhouse, congratulating her upon the appeal which she had made on behalf of the women of Utah in a little work which she had then just published. Some correspondence subsequently ensued between the two ladies who had so successfully attacked the twin relics of barbarism, polygamy, and slavery. They afterwards became personally acquainted, and when Mrs. Stenhouse requested Mrs. Stowe to write the preface for her new work, that gifted author unhesitatingly replied, "I am happy to be able to do the least thing which can show how heartily I sympathize with the effort you are making. May God bless both it and you. It is the prayer of yours, ever truly, H. B. Stowe." Preface by Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe. In these pages a woman, a wife, and mother speaks the sorrows and oppressions of which she has been the witness and the victim. It is because her sorrows and her oppressions are those of thousands who, suffering like her, cannot or dare not speak for themselves, that she thus gives this history to the public. It is no sensational story, but a plain, unvarnished tale of truth, stranger and sadder than fiction. Our day has seen a glorious breaking of fetters. The slave pens of the South have become a nightmare of the past. The auction block and whipping post have given place to the church and the schoolhouse, and the songs of emancipated millions are heard through our land. Shall we not then hope that the hour is come to loose the bonds of a cruel slavery whose chains have cut into the very hearts of thousands of our sisters, a slavery which debases and degrades womanhood, motherhood, and the family? Let every happy wife and mother who reads these lines give her sympathy, prayers, and efforts to free her sisters from this degrading bondage. Let all the womanhood of the country stand united for them. There is a power in combined enlightened sentiment and sympathy, before which every form of injustice and cruelty must finally go down. May He who came to break every yoke hasten this deliverance. Harriet Beecher Stowe. Author's Preface. In the fall of the year 1869, a few earnest, thinking men, members of the Mormon Church, and living in Salt Lake City, inaugurated what was regarded at the time as a grand schism. Those who had watched with anxiety the progress of Mormonism hailed the new movement as the harbinger of the work of disintegration so long anticipated by thoughtful-minded saints, and believed that the opposition to theocracy then begun would continue until the extraordinary assumptions of the Mormon priesthood were exploded, and Mormonism itself should lose its political status and find its place only among the singular sects of the day. It was freely predicted that woman, in her turn, would accept her part in the work of reformation, take up the marriage question among the saints, and make an end of polygamy. Little did I imagine that at that period that any such mission as that which I have since realized as mine was in the providence of time awaiting me, or that I should ever have the boldness, either with tongue or pen, to plead the cause of the women of Utah. But impelled by those unseen influences which shape our destinies, I took my stand with the heretics, and as it happened, my own was the first woman's name enrolled in their cause. The circumstances which wrought a change in my own life produced a corresponding revolution in the life of my husband. In withdrawing from the Mormon Church, we laid ourselves, our associations, and the labors of over 20 years upon the altar, and took up the burden of life anew. We had sacrificed everything in obedience to the counsel of Brigham Young, and my husband, to give a new direction to his mind, and also to form some plan for our future life, thought it advisable that he should visit New York. He did so, and shortly after employed himself in writing a history of the Mormon Church, which has since been published. In the course of time, the burden of providing for a large family, and the anxiety and care of conducting successfully a business among a people who make it a religious duty to sternly set their faces against those who dissent from their faith, exhausted my physical and mental strength. Considering, therefore, that change might be beneficial to me, and my own personal affairs urgently calling me to New York City, I followed my husband thither. On my way east, I met a highly valued friend of my family, who in the course of our journey together over the Pacific Railroad enthusiastically urged me to tell the story of my life and to give to the world what I knew about polygamy. I had been repeatedly advised to do so by friends at home, but up to that time no plan had been arranged for me carrying out the suggestion. I had hardly arrived in New York before the electric messenger announced that a severe snowstorm was raging on the vast plains between the Rocky Mountains and the Missouri River, and for several weeks all traffic over the Union Pacific Railroad was interrupted, and I could not return to my home in the distant West. That unlooked-for snow blockade became seriously annoying, for not only was I most anxious to return to my children, but also, never having known an idle hour, I could not live without something to do. At that moment of unsettled feeling, a lady friend with whom I was visiting suggested again the book, and she would not permit me to leave her house until she had extracted from me a promise that it should be written. Next morning I began my task in earnest. I faithfully kept my room and labored unremittingly, and in 3 weeks the manuscript of my little work on polygamy in Utah was completed. It was issued in pamphlet form and was very kindly welcomed by the press, both secular and religious, and for this I was sincerely grateful. I had not up to that time thought of much else than its effect upon the people of Utah, but the voluminous notices which that little book received showed the deep interest which the people of the United States had taken in the Mormon question, and how ardently they desired to see the extinction of the polygamic institution among the saints. In Salt Lake City I was so situated that I was daily, I might almost say hourly, brought in contact with the visitors to the modern Zion, for during the summer thousands of travelers pass over the Pacific Railroad. Not a few of these called to see me, and I received from ladies and gentlemen, whose kind interest in my welfare I felt very deeply, many personal attentions, many words of sympathy and encouragement, and many intelligent and useful suggestions in respect to my future life. Indeed, I saw myself quite unexpectedly, and I may truthfully say, without my own desire, become an object of interest. By the earnest suggestions of friends and strangers, and by the widely published opinions of the press, I was made to feel that I had but begun my work, that I had but partly drawn aside the veil that covered the worst oppression and degradation of woman ever known in a civilized country. Nearly all who spoke to me expressed their surprise that intelligent men and women should be found in communion with the Mormon Church, in which it was so clearly evident that the teachings of Christianity had been supplanted by an attempt to imitate the barbarism of Oriental nations in a long past age, and the sweet influences of the religion of Jesus were superseded by the most objectionable practices of the ancient Jews. How persons of education and refinement could ever have embraced a faith that prostrated them at the feet of the Mormon prophet and his successor Brigham Young was to the inquiring mind a perfect mystery. The numerous questions which I had to answer, and the explanations which I had to give, shewed me that my little book had only whetted the appetite of the intelligent investigator, and that there was a general call for a woman's book on Mormonism, a book that should reveal the inner life of the saints, exhibit the influences which had contributed to draw Christian people away from Christian churches to the standard of the American prophet Joseph Smith, and subject them to the power of that organization which has, since his death, subjugated the mass of the Mormon people in Utah to the will and wickedness of the priesthood under the leadership of Brother Brigham. There have from time to time appeared many works on Mormonism which professed to give an insight into the inner life of the saints. Some of those books were written by women, some by visitors to Utah or persons who had resided for a longer or shorter period in the territory, and more than one at least was published under the name of women who claimed to be members of the Mormon Church. How untrustworthy the accounts of visitors and Gentiles are, and the reason why such should be the case, I shall hereafter in the course of this volume have occasion to explain, and that the autobiographies of supposed Mormon women were equally unreliable, the following facts will clearly demonstrate. A French lady, a countess and a woman of the world, Madame Olympe Edouard, came to see me in Salt Lake City. She was a woman of intelligence and quick perception, with whom to spend an hour was a perfect pleasure. After her return to France, she of course wrote a book entitled Le Far West. And in that book, page 335, she said, some of my readers may perhaps have forgotten their French lessons, I therefore translate. There are two principal journals in Salt Lake City, the New Deseret and the New Telegraph. Mr. Stenhouse is the editor-in-chief of the first. He is a well-taught man of German origin, and speaks the French language with greatest purity. His wife, a French lady, is a woman of the world, good-looking, charming, well-educated, a good musician, and the mother of 13 fine children. She is an ex-sister of Charity, and the only French Catholic who has joined the Mormon Church. Now here is an example in type. Let us judge of its truthfulness. In the first place, there never was such a paper as the New Deseret or the New Telegraph. The Deseret News has been in existence for some years. My husband assisted on its staff, but he was never editor-in-chief. The Daily Telegraph was my husband's own paper, but it never appeared under any other name. Little items may seem of small importance, but in a case where truthfulness is called in question, they are worth mentioning. Mr. Stenhouse is a Scotchman by birth, and I am an Englishwoman. His acquaintance with the French tongue is, of course, limited, while I, for my part, never was or will be either a Roman Catholic or a Sister of Charity. 10 and not 13 fine children are all who call me mother, and at the time when Madame Olympe wrote, there were only 8. Here I state the whole case briefly. Let the reader judge of the truthfulness of travelers' stories. That comprehensive and truthful works on this subject have appeared, I readily admit, but most of them are mere sketches, such, for example, as that by Secretary Ferris, a Gentile, but a fair and impartial author, or else were published as that, for instance, by John Hyde, a good man and a vigorous writer, so many years ago that they are now, to a great extent, out of date. Mrs. Waite is the best Gentile lady writer, but for obvious reasons, although she was a woman of intelligence and penetration, her knowledge of the inner life of Mormonism was necessarily circumscribed. 2 books appeared, each claiming to be written by genuine Mormon women. They were, however, originally published 15 or 20 years ago, and although they are still on sale, they are, as a matter of course, silent concerning recent events. The first of these 2 volumes was really written by a gentleman who was himself neither a Mormon nor had any intimate acquaintance with the system and doctrines of that people. He obtained from the lady, the supposed author, all the information which she was capable of imparting, and then worked it up in a startling and sensational manner, mingling facts and fiction in such a way that the Mormons have always declared that the whole volume was a scandalous libel. The other volume was first published nearly 20 years ago. It was professedly written by the wife of a Mormon elder, but it was really the production of an old lady in New Jersey who had never even been out to Utah, and who drew entirely upon her own imagination for all that she could not adapt from other sensational writers on Mormonism. This book was first published by a New York firm, and being supposed by the innocent public to be genuine, it had an extraordinary circulation, 40 or 50,000 being sold. The publishers, however, failed, and the stereotype plates passed into other hands. Subsequently, the work having come under the notice of a subscription firm at Hartford, they negotiated for the use of the plates. One word of the heading of each page was cut out, a new title was selected, some old illustrations and a few new ones were added, and an ancient steel plate portrait, which had once done duty in some book of poetry or illustrated volume of fashionable beauties of years ago, was vamped up, and the supposed signature of the fictitious author was engraved beneath it. This book, now rechristened and apparently a new volume, was launched upon the market. It is at the present moment advertised in many local newspapers, and the confiding public cheerfully buy it under the impression that it is the genuine production of a Mormon woman. Such is the history of some of the so-called autobiographies which have appeared. I mention these facts to show that the demand for a true history by a real Mormon woman has never yet been supplied. It is this knowledge which induced me to publish my former little work, and encourages me to hope that the present volume may meet with acceptance. A few months after the publication of my first book, I was invited to lecture upon polygamy in Utah, and wherever I spoke I observed the same spirit of enquiry, and met with a renewed demand for more of circumstance and narrative, which I had from a sense of personal delicacy withheld in my former work. I saw no way of satisfying myself and others than by accepting the rather spiteful invitation of a certain Mormon paper to tell it all, and this in a narrative of my own personal experience, which I now present to the reader. I have endeavored to do. Myself not in any sense a literary woman, or making any pretensions as a writer, I hope to escape severe criticism from the public and the press. I had a simple story to tell, the story of my life and of the wrongs of women in Utah. Startling and terrible facts have fallen under my observation. These also I have related, but my constant effort has been to tell my story in the plainest, simplest way and to avoid exaggeration, but never shrink from a straightforward statement of facts. I have disguised nothing and palliated nothing, and I feel assured that those who from their actual and intimate acquaintance with Mormonism in Utah, as it really is, are capable of passing a just and impartial judgment upon my story, will pronounce without hesitation that I have told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Fanny Stenhouse, Salt Lake City. End of prefaces. The story which I propose to tell in these pages is a plain, unexaggerated record of facts which have come immediately under my own notice, or which I have myself personally experienced. Much that to the reader may seem altogether incredible would to a Mormon mind appear simply a matter of ordinary everyday occurrence with which everyone in Utah is supposed to be perfectly familiar. The reader must please remember that I am not telling, as so many writers have told in newspaper correspondence and sensational stories, the hasty and incorrect statements and opinions gleaned during a short visit to Salt Lake City, but my own experience, the story of a faith, strange, wild, and terrible it may be, but which was once so intimately enwoven with all my associations that it became a part of my very existence itself, and facts, the too true reality of which there are living witnesses by hundreds and even thousands who could attest if only they would. With the reader's permission, I shall briefly sketch my experience from the very beginning. I was born in the year 1829 in St. Heliers, Jersey, one of the islands of the English Channel. From my earliest recollection, I was favorably disposed to religious influences, and when only 14 years of age, I became a member of the Baptist Church, of which my father and mother were also members. With the simplicity and enthusiasm of youth, I was devoted to the religious faith of the denomination to which I had attached myself, and sought to live in a manner which should be acceptable to God. My childhood passed away without the occurrence of any events which would be worthy of mention, although of course my mind was even then receiving the religious bias which afterwards led me to adopt the faith of the Latter-day Saints. Like most girls in their teens, I had a natural love of dress, a weakness, if such it be, of the sex generally. I was not extravagant, for that I could not be, but 30 years ago members of dissenting churches were more staid in their dress and demeanor, and were less of the world, I think, than they are today. In plainness of dress, the Methodists and Baptists much resembled the Quakers. My girlish weakness caused me to be the subject of many a reprimand from older church members, who were rather strict in their views. I well remember one smooth-faced, pious, corpulent brother who was old enough to be my father, saying to me one day, "My dear young sister, were it not for your love of dress, I have seriously thought that I would some day make you my wife." I wickedly resolved that if a few bright-colored ribbons would disgust my pious admirer, it should not be my fault if he still continued to think of me. But many of our other church members were more lenient. Our good minister, in particular, bore with my childish imperfections, as he said, on account of my youth and inexperience, and later still, when I was ready to leave my native island, an extra ribbon or a fashionable dress had not affected my standing in the Baptist denomination. I mention these trifles not because I attach any importance to them in themselves, but because similar religious tendencies and a devotional feeling were almost universally found to be the causes which induced men and women to join the Mormon Church. From among Roman Catholics who place unquestioning confidence in their priesthood, and also from among persons predisposed to infidelity, came few, if any, converts to Mormonism. But it was from among the religiously inclined, the evangelical Protestants of the Old World, that the greater number of proselytes came. But to return to my story. I was one of the younger members of a large family, and when I thought of the future, I readily saw that if I desired a position in life, I should have to make it for myself, and this I resolved to do. I began by consulting all my friends, who I thought would be able to counsel or assist me in carrying out my determination, and before long I found the opportunity which I sought. An English lady, the wife of a captain in the British Army, to whom I had confided my aspirations, proposed, although I was not yet 15 years of age, to take me with her to France in the temporary capacity of governess to her children, assuring me at the same time that she would advance my interests in every possible way after our arrival. This lady and her husband were as kind to me as my own parents could have been, and soon after our arrival in France, they procured for me a situation in one of the best schools in Saint-Brieuc, called the Maison Martin, where, young as I was, I engaged myself to teach the young ladies fancy needlework and embroidery, as well as to give lessons in English. Some of the elder girls, I soon found, were further advanced in fancy needlework and some other matters than I was myself. This, of course, I did not tell them, but to supply my deficiency, I spent many a midnight hour in study and in preparing myself to give the advanced instructions which would be required by my pupils on the following day. For some time after I began my work as a teacher in that school, I spent the whole of my salary in paying for private lessons to keep me in advance of my pupils. It was for a while a severe task and a strain upon my youthful energies, but I have never since regretted it, as it gave an impulse to my mind that has remained with me through life. I had not been more than 6 months in my situation when the parents of one of the pupils objected to the school retaining a Protestant teacher, and I was consequently given to understand that unless I consented to be instructed, if nothing more, in the Roman Catholic faith, I could not remain in my present position. This was my first experience of that religious intolerance of which I afterwards saw so much. The principal of the establishment, however, being very kindly disposed towards me, advised me to submit, and it was finally agreed that I should be allowed 12 months for instruction and consideration. During this probationary year, I attended Mass every morning from 7 to 8 o'clock, and was present at Vespers at least 3 times a week. Every Saturday morning I accompanied my pupils to the confessional, where I had to remain from 7 o'clock till noon, after which we returned to breakfast. On Sundays there was the usual morning Mass, and after that High Mass, and in the afternoon from 2 to 4 we listened to a sermon. In addition to all these services at which I was expected to assist, a very good-looking, interesting young priest was appointed to attend to the spiritual instruction of the young Protestant, as they called me, after school hours. He saw me frequently, but he was ill qualified to instruct me in the Catholic faith, or to remove my doubts, for he was not himself too happy in the sacerdotal robe. At first he aimed at convincing me that the apostolic priesthood vested in the fishermen of Galilee had descended in unbroken succession in the Church of Rome, but he seemed to me much more inclined for a flirtation than for argument. I thought I could at times discover something of regret on his own part at having taken holy orders, and in after years I heard that he had abandoned his profession. To the numerous stories of Catholic oppression and artifice in undermining Protestants and seducing them from their faith, I cannot add my own testimony. Those among whom I lived very naturally desired that I should be instructed in their religion and join the church to which they belonged, but their bearing towards me was ever kind and respectful, although when the 12 months of probation had expired, I found myself as much attached to the religion of my childhood as ever, and had in consequence to resign my situation. I had made many warm friends in the school, and none were kinder to me than the principal, who proved her attachment by finding for me a lucrative situation in a wealthy private family. My new position was a decided advance in social life. The family consisted of a husband and wife, 2 children, the husband's brother, and an elderly uncle. The husband was a wealthy commoner. The lady by birth was of the noblesse, but poor. The guardians of the titled lady had formed a matrimonial alliance for her by advertisement, and fortunately for them, when the husband and wife first saw each other, they loved, an experience not too common in France. The fruits of this marriage were happiness and 2 sweet little girls, who were, when I first knew them, of the ages of 5 and 7 years respectively. The young gentleman alluded to, the husband's brother, had been educated for the church, but when the proper time came had refused to take orders. The uncle was a fine old gentleman, a retired general in the French army, and a bachelor. Altogether they formed as happy a domestic circle as I have ever known. The position which I occupied among them was that of governess and English teacher for the two little girls. My young charges during the first year made rapid progress, which was very gratifying to the family and secured for me their good will and interest. Had I been their nearest relative, I could not have received more respect and consideration from them. One member of the circle alone seemed to be entirely indifferent to my presence. This was the brother of Monsieur de Bosque. Although I had lived in the same house with him a whole year, and had sat at the same table every day, scarcely a word ever passed between us beyond a formal salutation. The young gentleman was very handsome, and when conversing with others his manner was extremely fascinating. I did not believe that I particularly desired his attentions, but his indifference annoyed me, for I had never before been treated with such coldness, and I determined to become as frigid and formal as he could possibly be himself. This formal acquaintanceship continued for 2 years, and I persuaded myself that I had become altogether indifferent to the presence of my icicle, while at the same time all the other members of the family increased in their manifestations of attachment to me. But trifles often possess a great significance. It was the custom of the family to get up a little lottery once a week for the children, if my report of their deportment and progress was favorable. In this lottery were presents of books, toys, gloves, and a variety of fancy articles, and among them there was sure to be a bouquet of choice flowers for Mademoiselle Miss, as they familiarly called me. I knew not positively whom to thank, although I instinctively felt from whom they came, for the other members of the family always made me more useful presents. In time, one little attention led to another, until at the end of 3 years I found myself the fiancé of the wealthy Constant de Bosque. Then, or rather shortly before, he avowed that he had been silently watching me all those years. Madame de Bosque was opposed to my marriage with her brother-in-law, as she desired that he should marry one of her own wealthy cousins of the old noblesse of France. She treated me, notwithstanding, with great kindness, and confined her opposition to persuading me not to listen to her brother's suit, but finding opposition to his wishes ineffectual, she finally consented to our engagement, which took place in the following winter. From what I observed of the relations which existed between husbands and wives in France, I did not feel perfectly happy in the thought of becoming the wife of a Frenchman, although I dearly loved the French people. Several of my young lady acquaintances I knew had married because it was fashionable, and especially because it was an emancipation from what ladies in the higher ranks of society regarded as a severe social restraint. It was considered shocking for any young lady to be seen talking to a young gentleman in the street. Indeed, it was hardly proper for any unmarried girl to be seen in the street at all without a bonne or some married lady to accompany her. But immediately she was married, she was at liberty to flirt and promenade with all the gentlemen of her acquaintance, while her husband enjoyed the same liberty among the ladies. This state of affairs did not at all coincide with my English ideas, for to me the very thought of marriage was invested with the most sacred obligations, and I knew I should never be able to bring my mind to accept less from my husband than I should feel it my duty to render to him. I loved the French people, and was pleased with their polite mannerism, but I was not French in character, and though the prospect before me of an alliance with a wealthy and noble family was certainly pleasant, and I was greatly attached to my fiancé, my mind was considerably agitated upon the subject of marriage, as it had before been occupied with religion. During my sojourn in France, I had frequently questioned myself whether I had not done wrong in remaining absent for so many years from my home, and from communion with the church of my childhood, and I had always looked forward to the time when I should return to them again. To this occasional self-examination was now added another cause of anxiety, produced by the thought of marriage with a person of a different faith. Marriage to me was the all-important event in a woman's life, and some mysterious presentiment seemed to forewarn me that marriage in my life was to be more than an ordinary episode, though little did I then dream that it would have a polygamic shaping. My young ambition alone had led me to France. I had aspired to an honorable social position, and had found both it and also devoted friends. Sometimes I felt that I could not relinquish what I had gained. At other times I yearned for the associations of my childhood and the guiding hand of earlier friends. The conflict in my mind was often painful. My early prejudices and the teachings of those around me induced me to believe that the Roman Catholic religion was entirely wrong, yet notwithstanding, while living among Catholics, I saw nothing to condemn in their personal lives, but much to the contrary. In fact, Romanism fascinated me, while it failed to convince my judgment. While laboring under these conflicting sentiments, I resolved to visit my native land, to consult with my parents about my contemplated marriage, and for that purpose I asked and obtained 2 months' vacation. Surely some mysterious destiny must have been drawing me to England at that particular crisis, and before the fulfilling of my engagement, which would have changed so entirely the whole current of my existence. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. My first introduction to Mormonism. During my residence in France, my parents had left St. Helier and returned to Southampton, England. To visit them now, I had to take a sailing vessel from Port Trieux to the Isle of Jersey, and thence I could take the steamer to Southampton. Monsieur and Madame de Bosque, together with the 2 little girls, accompanied me in their private carriage to Port Trieux, a distance of 40 miles, in order to confide me safely to the captain's care. As they wished me bon voyage and embraced me affectionately, Monsieur and Madame de Bosque handed me a valuable purse for pocket money during my absence, and they all exhibited great anxiety for my welfare, saying over and over again, "Au revoir," as they entered their carriage to return to their happy home, thereby implying that this was not a final adieu, but that we should soon meet again. I cannot tell why it was, but I experienced at that moment a painful feeling of mental indecision about the future. I had no real reason to doubt my return to France and the certainty of a warm welcome when I should again greet those dear ones who were now leaving me in tears. But my mind was troubled by a vague feeling of uncertainty, which made me anything but happy. Filial affection and a sense of duty drew me towards my parents in England, while a feeling of gratitude, and I think another, more tender sentiment, turned the current of my thoughts towards the happy home at St. Brieuc. It was not necessary for me to stop in Jersey for more than a few hours, but I wanted to revisit the scenes of my childhood's happy days, and to speak again with those whom I had known and loved in early life. In later years the scenes and memories of childhood seem like the imaginings of a pleasant dream. A sweet charm is thrown around all that we then said and did, and the men and women who then were known to us are pictured in our recollection as beings possessing charms and graces such as never belonged to the commonplace children of earth. The glamour of a fairy wand is over all the past history of mankind, but upon nothing does it cast so potent a spell as upon the personal reminiscences of our own infant years. To me that little island had charms which no stranger could ever have discovered, and even now, after the lapse of so many long, eventful years, I often feel an earnest wish to visit again those rock-bound shores, to listen to the everlasting murmur of the wild, wild waves, to watch the distant speck-like vessels far away upon the swelling ocean, and to drink in the invigorating breezes which seem to give life and energy to every pulsation of the living soul. But I must not theorize. Life has been to me too earnest and too painful to admit of much sentiment or fancy as I recall the past. Little as I thought it, during the short visit which I paid to my birthplace, the web of destiny was being woven for me in a way which I could not then have conjectured even in a dream. At St. Helier I heard for the first time of the Latter-day Saints, or Mormonites as they were more familiarly called. But I cannot express how perfectly astonished I was when I learned that my father, mother, sisters, and one of my brothers had been converted to the new faith. It was my own brother-in-law who told me this. He himself, with my sister, were apostate Mormons. They had been baptized into the Mormon Church, but became dissatisfied and abandoned it. The St. Helier's branch of the Latter-day Saints had had a turbulent experience. Their first teachings had been a mixture of Bible texts about the last days and arguments about the millennium, the return of the Jews to Palestine, the resurrection of the dead, and a new revelation and a new prophet. But the improper conduct of some of the elders had disgusted the people with their doctrines, and the tales of wickedness which I heard were, if true, certainly sufficient to justify them in rejecting such instructors. The more I heard of this strange religion, the more I was troubled. Yet, as I knew my parents were devoted Christians, I could hardly believe that Mormonism was such a vile delusion and imposture as it had been represented to me, or they would never have accepted it. Still, it was possible that they had been led astray by the fascinations of a new religion. In this state of mind, I met in the street the wife of the Baptist minister whom I have already mentioned. She greeted me affectionately, and then began at once to warn me against the Latter-day Saints. I inquired what she knew of them, and she replied that personally she knew nothing, but she believed them to be the servants of the evil one, adding, "There is a strange power with them that fascinates the people and draws them into their meshes in spite of themselves. Let me entreat you not to go near them. Do not trust yourself at one of their meetings, or the delusion will take hold of you too." "I cannot ignore Mormonism in this way," I said, "or pass it by with indifference, for my parents, whom I tenderly love, have been blinded by this delusion. And I can do no less than investigate its teachings thoroughly and expose its errors, and if possible, save my father's family from ruin." She was not convinced that this was the wisest course for me to pursue, but I resolved at once to attend a meeting of the Saints and judge for myself. My brother-in-law, when he heard of my intentions, tried to dissuade me, but finding me determined, finally offered to escort me to the meeting place. What I heard on this occasion made a great impression on my mind, and set me to thinking as I had never thought before. On returning to my sister's house, she asked me what opinion I had now formed of the Latter-day Saints. I replied that I had not yet formed any conclusion, but that what I had heard had given me serious cause for reflection. "Oh," she said, "you have caught the Mormon fever, I see." I felt a disposition to resent this implication, but I was half afraid that, after all, my sister was right. Much that I had heard could, I knew, be proved from Scripture, and the rest seemed to me to be capable of demonstration from the same authority. I resolved, however, to fortify myself against a too easy credulity, and thought that probably if I heard more of these doctrines I might be able to discover their falsity. On the following day, the elder who had preached at the meeting, and who, by the way, is one of the present proprietors of the Salt Lake Herald, called to see me, as he had been intimate with my parents before they left the island. I hardly knew how to be civil to him, though he had done nothing to offend me, nor had he been the cause of my parents entering the Mormon Church. But I disliked him solely on account of the stories which I had heard about the Mormons. Intending only to be kind to me, he told me that on the following day he proposed to take the steamer for Southampton, as he was going to attend a conference of the Saints in London, and that he should be pleased to shew me any attentions while crossing the Channel, and would see me safe home in England. I confess I really felt insulted at a Mormon elder offering to be my escort, and although my trunks were ready packed for my departure by the same steamer, and Mr. Dunbar knew it, I thanked him politely, but said I would not go by that boat. He tried to persuade me to change my mind, and said that I should have to wait a whole week for another vessel, and at last I frankly told him the abhorrence I felt at the things I had heard about the Mormons, and that I should be afraid to travel in the same steamer with him or any of the Mormon elders who I regarded as no better than so many whited sepulchres. He, however, very kindly took no offence, for he knew that I had been listening to those who disliked the Saints. I felt ashamed at having been betrayed into such unladylike rudeness, but notwithstanding tried to persuade myself that his civility was, after all, an insult, for I had conceived a detestation of every Mormon on account of the deception which I felt sure had been practiced upon my family. This feeling was not lessened by the consciousness that an impression had been made upon my own mind. The more in accordance with Scripture the teaching of the elders appeared, the more firmly I believed it must be a powerful delusion. Here, I said, Satan has indeed taken the form of an angel of light to deceive, if possible, the very elect. Elder Dunbar, finding me unyielding, left by the next steamer and had a pleasant passage across the Channel, and I remained on the island another week. During that interval my mind was haunted with what I had heard of this new gospel dispensation, as it was called. That angels had again descended from heaven to teach men upon earth, that a prophet had been raised up to speak again the mind of the Lord to the children of men, that the saints were partakers of the gifts of the Spirit, as in the early Christian church. All these assumed facts took the form of reality and came back into my mind, with a greater force every time I strove to drive them away, just as our thoughts do when we desire to sleep and cannot. Our very efforts to dismiss them bring them back with greater force to torment us. We had an unusually bad passage across the Channel, which annoyed me all the more when I remembered my scornful refusal to go in the same boat with Elder Dunbar. On my arrival in Southampton, I soon discovered that my father, mother, and sisters were full of the spirit of Mormonism. They were rejoicing in it, ardently believing that it was the fullness of the everlasting gospel, as the elders styled it, and whatever I might think of the new religion, I was forced to confess that it brought into my father's house peace, love, kindness, and charity such as were seldom seen in many households of religious people. My sisters were completely changed in their manner of life. They cared nothing for the amusements which girls of their age usually crave and enjoy. Their whole thoughts seemed to be occupied with the church, attending the meetings of the saints, and employing every leisure hour in preparing comforts for the elders who were traveling and preaching without purse and scrip. And in all this they were as happy as children. Of my parents I might say the same. My dear mother rejoiced in the belief that she had been peculiarly blessed in being privileged to live at a time when the last dispensation was revealed, and my father, though an invalid, rejoiced that he had entered into the kingdom by baptism. Such was the condition of my father's house, And who can wonder that, accustomed as I was to listen with respect to the opinions of my parents, I was more than ever troubled about the new religion which they had adopted. The first Sunday morning that I was in England, my parents asked me to accompany them to meeting, and I readily complied, as I wanted to hear more of the strange doctrines which in some mysterious way had made our family so happy, but which in other quarters had provoked such bitter hostility. I know now that this joyousness of heart is not peculiar to new converts to Mormonism, but may be found among the newly converted of every sect which allows the emotional feelings to come into play. To me, at the time, however, it was a mystery, but I must confess that the change which had taken place in those nearest and dearest to me, affecting me personally, and being so evidently in accordance with the teachings of the Savior, led me to regard Mormonism with less antipathy. The bright side alone of the new faith was presented to the world abroad. We had yet to go to Utah and witness the effects of Brigham Young's teachings at home before we could know what Mormonism really was. I shall never forget the trial it was to my pride to enter the dirty, mean-looking room where the saints assembled at that time. No one would rent a respectable hall to them, and they were glad to obtain the use of any place which was large enough for their meetings. On the present occasion there was a very fair gathering of people who had come together influenced by the most varied motives. The presiding elder — I should here remark that the word elder has among the Mormons no reference whatever to age, but is simply a rank in the priesthood — called the meeting to order and read the following hymn: The morning breaks, the shadows flee. Lo, Zion's standard is unfurled. The dawning of a brighter day majestic rises on the world. The clouds of error disappear before the rays of truth divine. The glory bursting from afar, wide o'er the nations, soon will shine. The Gentile fullness now comes in, and Israel's blessings are at hand. Lo, Judah's remnant, cleansed from sin, shall in the promised Canaan stand. Angels from heaven and truth from earth have met and both have record borne. Thus Zion's light is bursting forth to bring her ransomed children home. Every word of this hymn had a meaning peculiar to itself, relating to the distinctive doctrines of the saints. The congregation sang with an energy and enthusiasm which made the room shake again. Self and the outer world were alike forgotten, and an ecstasy of rapture seemed to possess the souls of all present. Then all kneeled down, and prayer was offered for the prophet, the apostles, high priests, 70s, elders, priests, teachers, and deacons. Blessings were invoked upon the saints and power to convert the Gentiles, and as the earnest words of supplication left the speaker's lips, the congregation shouted a loud Amen. There was no prepared sermon. There never is at a Mormon meeting. The people are taught that the Holy Ghost is mouth, matter, and wisdom. Whatever the preaching elder may say is supposed to come directly by inspiration from heaven, and the saints, listening as they believe not to his utterances, but to the words of God himself, have nothing to do but to hear and obey. The first speaker on this occasion was a young gentleman of respectable family who had been recently baptized and ordained. He too was from St. Helier, and I had known him from childhood. His address impressed me very much. He had been a member of the Baptist Church, and he related his experience, told how often he had wondered why there were not inspired men to teach the glad tidings of salvation to the world today, as there were 18 centuries ago. He spoke of the joy which he experienced in being baptized into the Mormon Church, and realizing that he had received the gift of the Holy Ghost. The simplicity with which he spoke, his evident honesty, and the sacrifice he made in leaving the respectable Baptists and joining the despised Mormons were, I thought, so many evidences of his sincerity. Alas, how little could that young preacher conjecture how different the practical Mormonism in Utah was from the theoretical Mormonism which he had learned to believe in Europe, before polygamy was known among the Saints. A short time afterwards he gave up his business, married an accomplished young lady, and went with her to Salt Lake City. There they were soon utterly disgusted with what they witnessed, apostatized, and set out for England. When they had gone 3/4 of their way back to the Missouri River, the young man, his wife, child, and another apostate and his wife were killed by Indians. Such at least was the report. But dissenting Mormons have always charged their taking off to the order of the leaders of the Mormon Church. But to return to the meeting. The reader must please forgive me if I dwell a little upon the events of that particular morning, for naturally they made a deep impression upon my own mind. It was there that I saw for the first time my husband who was to be. I had heard a good deal about a certain elder from my family and from the Saints who visited at our house. They spoke with great enthusiasm of the earnestness with which he preached, of the influence which his addresses produced, and of his confidence in the final triumph of the kingdom. At that time, the summer of 1849, although the branch of the Mormon Church in Britain was in a most flourishing condition, there were not in England more than 2 or 3 American elders preaching the faith, for when, 2 years before the period of which I speak, the Saints left Nauvoo and undertook that most extraordinary exodus across the plains to the Rocky Mountains, the missionary elders were all called home, and the work of proselytizing in Europe was left entirely to the native elders. To direct their labors there was placed over them an American elder named Orson Spencer, a graduate of Dartmouth University, a scholar and a gentleman, a man well calculated from his previous Christian education to give an elevated tone to the teachings of the young English missionaries. Mormonism in England then had no resemblance to the Mormonism of Utah today. The Mormons were then simply an earnest religious people, in many respects like the Methodists, especially in their missionary zeal and fervor of spirit. The Mormon Church abroad was purely a religious institution, and Mormonism was preached by the elders as the gospel of Christianity restored. The Church had no political shaping, nor the remotest antagonism to the civil power. The name of Joseph Smith was seldom spoken, and still more seldom was heard the name of Brigham Young, and then only so far as they had reference to the Church of the Saints. About 18 months before I visited Southampton, one of these missionaries had come into that town without purse or scrip. He was quite a young man and almost penniless, but he was rich in faith and overflowing with zeal. He knew no one there, and homeless and frequently hungry, he continued his labors. Of fasting he knew much, of feasting nothing. He first preached under the branches of a spreading beech tree in a public park, and when more favored, he held forth in a schoolroom or public hall. He had come to convert the people to Mormonism, or he was going to die among them, and before such zeal and determination, discouragements, of course, soon vanished away. He troubled the ministers of other dissenting churches when they found him distributing tracts and talking to their people. He was sowing broadcast dissatisfaction and discontent wherever he could get anyone to listen to him, and he thus drew down upon himself the eloquence of the dissenting pulpits and the derision of the local press. But the more they attacked him, the more zealously did he labor, and defied his opponents to public discussion. Mormonism was bold then in Europe. It had no American history to meet in those days. This and a great deal more I had heard discussed in glowing language by my relatives and friends, and thus the young missionary, Elder Stenhouse, was by name no stranger to me. It was Elder Stenhouse who now addressed the meeting, and I listened to him with attention. The reader must remember that at that time polygamy was unheard of as a doctrine of the saints, and the blood atonement, the doctrine that Adam is God, together with the polytheism and priestly theocracy of after years, were things undreamed of. The saving love of Christ, the glory and fullness of the everlasting gospel, the gifts and graces of the Spirit, together with repentance, baptism, and faith, were the points upon which the Mormon teachers touched. And who can wonder that with such topics as these, and fortifying every statement with powerful and numerous texts of Scripture, they should captivate the minds of religiously inclined people? However this may be, I can only confess that as I listened to Elder Stenhouse's earnest discourse, I felt my antipathy to Mormonism rapidly melting away. At the close of the service, when he left the platform, he was warmly received by the brethren and sisters, for so the saints speak of one another, and they came about him to shake hands, or it might be to seize the opportunity of slipping a trifle into his hand to help him in his work. Young and old, the poor and their more wealthy neighbors mingled together like one happy family. It was altogether a most pleasing scene, and whatever explanation may yet be given to Mormonism in America, one thing I know: the facts of its early history in Europe are among the most pleasant reminiscences of my life. Elder Stenhouse came up in a familiar and open-hearted way to my mother and sisters, and I was introduced to him as the other daughter from France. He kindly welcomed me, and when I frankly told him the state of my mind, he made, I must admit, a successful attempt to solve my doubts, and when I left the meeting it was with sentiments towards the saints and their religion far different from those which I entertained when I entered. This meeting was a memorable era in my life. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. The labor of my life begun. How the Mormon missionaries made converts. In the afternoon I attended a meeting of a still more interesting character. These Sunday afternoon meetings were held for the purpose of receiving the sacrament and the confirmation of those who had been baptized during the week. They were intended exclusively for the saints, but for certain reasons I was permitted to be present. The meeting was opened with singing and prayer, and then the presiding elder, Brother Cowdy, arose and invited all those who had been baptized during the week to come to the front seats. Several ladies and gentlemen came forward, and also 3 little children. Upon inquiry, I found that children of 8 years of age were admitted members of the church by baptism, which is administered by immersion. At that age they are supposed to understand what they are doing, but before that, if of Mormon parents, they are considered members of the church by virtue of the blessing which they received in infancy. Brother Cowdy, the presiding elder, then called upon 2 other elders to assist him in the confirmation. One of the ladies took off her bonnet, but retained her seat, when all 3 of the elders placed their hands upon her head, and one of them said, "Martha, by virtue of the authority vested in us, we confirm you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And as you have been obedient to the teachings of the elders, and have gone down into the waters of baptism for the remission of your sins, we confer upon you the gift of the Holy Ghost, that it may abide with you forever, and be a lamp unto your feet, and a light upon your pathway, leading and guiding you into all truth. This blessing we confirm upon your head in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Then, before they took their hands off her head, the presiding elder asked the other two if they wished to say anything, whereupon one of them began to invoke a blessing upon the newly confirmed sister. He spoke for some time with extreme earnestness, when suddenly he was seized with a nervous trembling which was quite perceptible, and which evidently betokened intense mental or physical excitement. He began to prophesy great things for this sister in the future, and in solemn and mysterious language proclaimed the wonders which God would perform for her sake. When we consider the excited state of her mind, if the statements of psychologists be true, the magnetic currents which were being transmitted from the sensitive nature of the man into the excited brain of the new convert, together with the pressure of half a dozen human hands upon her head, it is not at all astonishing that when the hands were lifted off, she should firmly believe that she had been blessed indeed. She had been told that she should receive the gift of the Holy Ghost, and she did not for an instant doubt that her expectations had been realized. Each of the newly baptized went through the same ceremony, and then they all partook of the sacrament, when after another hymn the meeting was closed with prayer. In the evening I returned to listen to a lecture upon the character, spirit, and genius of the new church, delivered by Elder Stenhouse, and I was captivated by the picture which he drew of the marvelous latter-day work which he affirmed had already begun. The visions of bygone ages were again vouchsafed to men. Angels had visibly descended to earth. God had raised up in a mighty way a prophet, as of old, to preach the dispensation of the last days. Gifts of prophecy, healing, and the working of miracles were now, as in the days of the apostles, witnesses to the power of God. The long-lost tribes of Israel were about to be gathered into the one great fold of Christ, and the fullness of the Gentiles being come, they too were to be taken under the care of the Good Shepherd. All were freely invited to come and cast away their sins ere it was too late, and the fullest offers of pardon, grace, sanctification, and blessing in this world and in the next were presented to every repentant soul. Surely, I thought, these are the self-same doctrines which my mother taught me when I knelt beside her in childhood, and which I have so often heard, only in colder and less persuasive language, urged from the pulpits of those whom I have ever regarded in the light of the true disciples of Jesus. Who can wonder that I listened with rapt attention, and that my heart was even then half won to the new faith? The days passed, and as I pondered over these things it appeared to me that I had at last found that which I had so long earnestly desired and prayed for, a knowledge of that true religion for which the Saviour presented himself a holy sacrifice, and which the apostles preached at peril of their lives, the only faith in which I might find joy and peace in believing. But why should I dwell upon those moments, soul-absorbing as was their interest to me then, sadly pleasing as is their memory now? The reader can see the drift of my thoughts at that time, and I feel sure, although I have but hastily sketched the causes which brought about these great changes in my religious belief and in my life, that he will not hastily accuse me of fickleness and love of change if he himself has fought the battles of the soul, and has learned even in a slight measure to realize the mystery of his inner being. Each day the finger of destiny drew me nearer to the final step. The young elder, whose words I had listened to with such strange and, to me, momentous results, was intimate with my father's family, and called frequently to see us, and before long he convinced me that it was my duty to test for myself whether the work was of God or not. In the agitated state of my mind at that time, I could not withstand the earnest appeals which were made to my affections and hopes, and within 2 weeks after my arrival in England, I became formally a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or in more popular language, I became a Mormon. The day was fixed for my baptism. Several others were to be baptized at the same time, for scarcely a week passed without quite a number of persons joining the church. For this purpose we all repaired to a bathhouse on the banks of the Southampton River. This place was not perhaps the most convenient, and it certainly was devoid of the slightest tinge of romance, but it was the only one available to the saints at that time. When we were all assembled and had united in singing and prayer, Elder Stenhouse went down into the water first, and then 2 men went down and were baptized, and came up again. Now came my turn. I was greatly agitated, for I felt all the solemnity of the occasion. I had dressed myself very neatly and purely, for I believed that angel eyes were upon me. I wished to give myself a perfect and acceptable offering to my God, and I was filled with the determination henceforth to devote my whole life to His service. As I went down into the waters of baptism, how thankful I felt that it had been my privilege to hear the gospel in my youth, for now I could give my heart in all its freshness to the Lord before it had been chilled by the cold, hard experience of life. I descended the steps, and Elder Stenhouse came forward and led me out into the water. Then, taking both my hands in one of his, he raised his other hand towards heaven, and in a solemn and impressive voice he said, "Fanny, by virtue of the authority vested in me, I baptize you for the remission of your sins, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." Then he immersed me in the water, and as I reascended the steps, I really felt like another being. All my past was buried in the deep. The waters of baptism had washed away my sins, and a new life lay open before me, in which my footsteps would be guided by the inspired servants of God. All now would be peace and joy within me, for I had obeyed the commands of God, and I doubted not that I should receive the promised blessing, and that now I could indeed go on my way rejoicing. My baptism took place one Saturday afternoon, and the afternoon following I was confirmed a member of the church. Elder Stenhouse presided at the meeting, and he, with Elder Cowdy and 2 other elders, confirmed me. As the blessing which I then myself received differs somewhat from the one which I have already given, and as it is a very fair specimen of those effusions, I present it to the reader in full. Elder Stenhouse, Elder Cowdy, and the 2 other elders placed their hands solemnly upon my head, and Elder Stenhouse said, "Fanny, by virtue of the authority vested in me, I confirm you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and inasmuch as you have been obedient to the command of God through His servants, and have been baptized for the remission of your sins, I say unto you that those sins are remitted. And in the name of God I bless you, and say unto you that inasmuch as you are faithful and obedient to the teachings of the priesthood, and seek the advancement of the kingdom, there is no good thing that your heart can desire that the Lord will not give unto you. You shall have visions and dreams, and angels shall visit you by day and by night. You shall stand in the temple of Zion, and administer to the saints of the Most High God. You shall speak in tongues and prophesy, and the Lord shall bless you abundantly both temporally and spiritually. These blessings I seal upon your head, inasmuch as you shall be faithful, and I pray heaven to bless you, and say unto you, Be thou blessed, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. After the meeting, I received the congratulations of all the saints present, and more particularly those of my own family. My dear mother and father were overjoyed, and I now learned how anxious they had been, and how they had feared that I should return to France and reject the faith of the new dispensation. Altogether we were very happy. Elder Stenhouse and Elder Cowdy returned home with us to tea, and afterwards we all attended the usual evening lecture. In this way was passed one of the happiest days of my life, one which I shall ever remember. And yet that memory will always be mingled with regret that so much love and devotion as I then felt were not enlisted in a better cause. Thus began a new era in my life. All my former friends and associations were now to be remembered no more. My lot was cast among the saints, and in the state of my mind at that time, I believed that I should be happy in my new position, and resolved to give evidence of my sincerity of my faith. The untiring energy and restless activity of Elder Stenhouse was ever before our eyes, and inspired all who associated with him with a similar enthusiasm. There were no drones in that hive. The brethren, at a word from him, would roam the country, teaching and preaching in the open air, while the sisters would go from house to house in the city, distributing tracts about the new faith. I caught the enthusiasm of the rest, and was soon in the ranks of the other sisters, as devoted in my endeavors as a young, ambitious heart could be. I was indeed like one born again from an old existence into a new life. I felt grateful and happy. I began to dream of the eternal honor which crowns a faithful missionary life, and I soon found an ample field for testing my fitness for that vocation. At the time of which I speak, the primitive Methodists in England were doing a great deal of work in the way of converting sinners. Their missionaries were zealous and devoted men, though generally poor and uneducated. They resembled very closely the Mormon elders in their labors, and in fact a very large number of the leading Mormons had been Methodist local preachers and exhorters, and the greater number of the newborn saints had come from that denomination with their former teachers, or else had followed them soon after. The change from Methodist to Mormon was, in course of time, very strongly marked, but for a considerable period the same, or what seemed the same, influences were at work among the people. Remarkable scenes of excitement were often witnessed at the love feasts, and from the anxious seats, as they were called, might be heard the entreaties of self-accusing souls, frightened by a multitude of sins, crying earnestly, nay wildly, for grace, mercy, and the Holy Ghost, while many of the supplicants would fall upon the ground, completely overcome by nervous excitement. Then they would have visions, and beheld great and unutterable things, received the forgiveness of their sins, and coming back to consciousness, believed themselves now to be the children of God and new creatures, doubting not that they would ever after be happy in the Lord. The experience of the saints at their meetings when Mormonism was first preached was exactly similar to this. Into the psychological, moral, or religious causes of these scenes of excitement I cannot here enter. I simply mention facts as they came under my own observation. The Mormon missionary often came upon whole communities in the rural districts of England where this good time was in full operation, and being a man of text, he would follow up the revival, preaching that the spirit of the prophet was subject to the prophet, and not the prophet subject to the spirit. Controversy would arise, and his appeal to Scripture, literally interpreted, was almost invariably triumphant. Even in this country, especially in New York and Ohio, the same causes produced the same effects. It was after his mind was excited by a general revival near his native place that Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, received his first religious impression, and saw, as he asserted, his first angelic vision. His followers, even in the early days of the church, had revival meetings, and meetings at which the most extraordinary excitement was manifested, when the saints fell into ecstatic trances, saw heaven opened, and spake with tongues. But Joseph, a shrewd man as he was, albeit a prophet, when he found too many rival seers were coming into the field, announced by special revelation that these two gifted persons were possessed by devils, and that their visions and prophesyings must be at once suppressed. And he did suppress them. Not long after my own baptism, I was present at a meeting of this description in Southampton. It was called a testimony meeting, and was held in a large upper room situated, if I rightly remember, in Chandos Street. No one from the outside would have supposed that it was the place of assembly of the saints, for it was generally used for ordinary secular meetings, and I have heard that great objections were at first raised as to the propriety of letting it to the Mormons. As we entered the door, we were saluted by Brother Williams, who expressed great pleasure at seeing us. There was a full attendance of the saints, and every face wore an expression of peaceful earnestness. A person who has never attended a Mormon meeting can form no idea of the joyous spirit which seemed to animate everyone present. I am not, of course, speaking of modern meetings, but of meetings as they used to be, whence and whatever that spirit might be which moved the sisters and brethren when they met in early times, I cannot tell, but I, and with me 10,000 Mormons and succeeding Mormons in Utah, can, from our own experience, testify that that spirit no longer visits the tabernacle services over which Brigham Young presides, or the meetings of the saints, since they adopted the accursed doctrine of polygamy, and forsook the gentle leadings of their first love. Often have I heard Mormons of good standing and high position in the church lament the good old times, as they called them, when the outpouring of the Spirit was so abundant, and mourn over the cold, barren services of the present day. But the elders explain this away. It is, they say, the fault of the people themselves, and because their own hearts have become cold. At the meeting of which I speak, that happy spirit was peculiarly marked. An encouraging smile or a kind word greeted me on every side, and as a newly converted sister, I received the most cordial welcome. The brethren were seated on forms and chairs and any other convenient article which came to hand, while at the further end of the room was Brother Bench, who was to preside, and with him several other leading elders. Brother Bench gave out a suitable hymn. The whole congregation joined in the singing, and every heart seemed lifted up with devotion. Then another elder rose and offered a spirit-moving prayer, and then the brother who presided stated that for the time he withdrew his control of the proceedings, and as the phrase was, he put the meeting in the hands of the saints, exhorting them not to let the time pass by unimproved. There was at first a momentary hesitation, but Brother Burton got up and fixed the hearts of the saints by relating what the Lord had done for him. He told us of his zeal for the faith, and how, during the week, he had had a terrible discussion with an unbeliever, a clever and learned man too, and well skilled in dialectics. How he trembled at first at the idea of contesting with such an antagonist, but that the Lord had helped him until argument after argument had been overthrown, and he had come off victor in the fight. Then, appealing to everyone present, he exhorted them to similar zeal, and promised them abundant help from on high to achieve a like result. Then arose Brother Edwards, a well-tried champion of the faith, and to him everyone listened with profound attention, eagerly drinking in his every utterance. I could almost even now imagine that he was really inspired. Then I firmly believed he was. His voice thrilled with an earnestness which seemed to us something more than the mere excitement of the soul. A burning fire seemed to flash from his large expressive eyes. His features were lighted up with that animation which gives a saint-like glow to the earnest face when fired with indignation or pleading soul-felt truths, while his whole frame seemed to glow with the glory of a land beyond this earth, as in the most impressive and convincing language he reminded us that our sins had been washed away by the waters of baptism, that upon us had been poured the gifts and graces of the Spirit, and that it was our sacred privilege to testify of these things. The effect of this exhortation was magical. We forgot all our outward surroundings in the realization that the great work of the Lord was so gloriously begun, and that it would surely go on, conquering and to conquer. One sister, an elderly woman, who was present, unable to control her emotion, burst out with that Mormon hymn which I have heard some old Nauvoo saints declare produced upon the people in those days an enthusiasm similar to that which moves the heart of every true Frenchman when he listens to the soul-stirring notes of the Marseillaise. The Spirit of God like a fire is burning. The latter-day glory begins to come forth. The visions and blessings of old are returning. The angels are coming to visit the earth. We'll sing and we'll shout with the armies of heaven, Hosanna, Hosanna to God and the Lamb. All glory to them in the highest be given, henceforth and forever. Amen and amen. I have often heard in magnificent cathedrals, hoary with the dust of time, and in vast places of amusement dedicated specially to music and to song, the outpouring of that glorious vocal flood which a chorus of 1,000 well-trained singers can alone send forth. I have felt sometimes that entrancing state of ecstasy which thrilled the soul of the seer in Patmos as he listened to the melody of the angelic throng, the voice of many waters and the peal of mighty thunders, and the notes of harpers harping upon their harps. But never, even when surrounded by all that was best calculated to produce a sentiment of devotion in my mind, never did I experience so rapt a feeling of communion with the armies of heaven as I felt in that unadorned meeting room, surrounded by those plain but earnest and united people. Nor was I alone in this. The feeling was contagious. There was not one present who did not sympathize, and thus, I suppose, melody has always played a prominent part in all religious revivals, whether of divine or human origin. The apostles had their psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, the martyrs their Te Deum. The Waldenses made the hills and vales of Piedmont vocal with their singing. The Lollards and Hussites had their melodies, and in more modern days the followers of Luther, Wesley, and, may I add, Joseph Smith, have poured out the fullness of their souls after the same fashion. The last notes of the hymn had scarcely died away when another and then another brother arose and bore testimony to the great work, told what the Lord had done for them personally, told of their zeal for the faith, and fervently exhorted all present to persevere unto the end. Again prayer was offered, another hymn sung, and the saints were dismissed with a solemn benediction. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. Life among the Saints, my new engagements. I was now a Mormon in every sense of the word, although entirely ignorant of Utah politics and polygamy. My dreams were of a life of happiness spent in seeking to convert the whole world to the religion of Jesus, which I believed had been restored again to earth by the ministry of holy angels. It is easy to say that such an ambition was ill-directed when associated with Mormonism, but no one can deny that in itself it was the noblest and purest that could inspire the heart of man. There was no sacrifice too great for me to make. There was no object too dear for me to resign if it stood in the way of my sacred calling. The whole current of my thoughts and plans were now changed. It was henceforth my duty to be entirely forgetful of self and to devote my energies, my all, to the advancement of the kingdom of God. My life was to be identified with the saints. My faith required it, and I was willing that it should be so. But what of my beloved France, all this time, and my betrothed husband? This reflection aroused within me a most painful train of thought. How many fond and endearing memories entwined themselves around my heart at that moment when I most needed to banish them forever. With what lingering love did I look back to those dear ones from whom I had parted but a few short weeks before, and who I might perhaps never see again. To return would be to desert my newly adopted friends and faith, to violate the covenant which I had made at baptism, to be ever afterwards governed by the servants of God. No, it was too late. I could not now return. I tried to persuade myself that I did not even wish to. In a word, affection and what I thought duty were at war together in my heart. All my former ties and associations must now be severed, however terrible the cost might be, and I was bound not only to submit, but even to glory in this sacrifice. Thus I argued away the regrets which would at times agitate my very soul itself, and caused me so much painful thought. The trial of my profession in the new faith came swiftly to my door. My marriage engagement must be broken off, though I knew not how that could honorably and conscientiously be done. Of myself I had no wish to draw back from anything that I had promised of my own free will, and much less did I desire to be faithless to my solemnly plighted word. I now first realized the all-absorbing influence of an earnest religious faith. I was brought face to face with the fact that I could not marry out of the Mormon Church. The teaching of the elders was against it, and I saw that in this they were consistent. Great as was the trial, and painful as was the sacrifice, I resolved to be true to my religion. How very earnestly the elders insisted upon such sacrifices may be seen from an appeal made at a later date by the Apostle Orson Pratt. Brother Orson was in Europe, and speaking authoritatively, he set forth the duties of mothers and daughters in Babylon, as he graciously styled the rest of the world, in the following terms which unmistakably show the purposes of the leaders relative to marriage. Many of you have daughters, some of whom are grown to womanhood, others are now young. Would you have them gather with you to a land where virtue and peace dwell, where God has promised to protect and bless the righteous? If so, teach them as they love their parents and the saints and the truth, not to throw themselves away by marrying Gentiles. Teach them to keep themselves entirely aloof from Gentile courtships and associations. Scores of women who once were counseled as you are now are mourning in wretchedness in bondage to Gentile husbands, cut off from all privilege of gathering with their fathers, mothers, brethren, and sisters, and in some instances cut off from even attending the saints' meetings. But this is not all. They are raising up children in these lands to perish with themselves in the general desolations coming upon Babylon. But what is still more aggravating and heartrending, They are raising up children not only destined for temporal judgments, but who must forever be cut off from the presence of God and the glory of the celestial kingdom. What fearful responsibility for any young sister to voluntarily take upon herself, after all the warnings she has received. See to it, then, parents, that you not only do not give your consent, but actually forbid all such marriages. Let them marry according to the holy order of God, and begin to lay the foundation of a little family kingdom, which shall no more be scattered upon the face of the earth, but dwell in one country, keeping their genealogies from generation to generation, until each man's house shall be multiplied as the stars of heaven. These were the influences which were brought to bear upon my mind at a time when it was peculiarly sensitive and open to impressions from without. Well, in this uncertain state, a little incident occurred which, though in itself of the most trifling nature, assisted in forming my ultimate decision. It was a beautiful evening in early summer, and my mother and sister asked me to accompany them to one of the testimony meetings which I have already described. This meeting was very similar to the others, with one notable exception. It was here that I saw and heard for the first time in my own experience the gift of tongues exercised. I had, of course, heard a great deal about this gift, much of which was anything but satisfactory, as I think the reader will agree with me when I explain myself. I had read in Scripture that the apostles of Jesus Christ tarried in Jerusalem until the day of Pentecost, when power was given them from on high. Being all together in one place, engaged in earnest supplication and the praise of God, suddenly the building in which they were shook to its very foundation, and the sound of a mighty rushing wind was heard, and the Spirit of the Eternal One, who, ere the dawning of creation, moved upon the waters of chaos, descended in visible shape, palpable to their eyes, in the form of a cloven tongue, an emblem of the gift of eloquence and diversity of speech, which was henceforth to be theirs. Then arose Peter, that disciple so full of zeal. Henceforth he was no longer to be called a disciple, but an apostle, which by interpretation is one sent forth. For now he had received his commission, and in the power of the highest he and the other ambassadors of Jesus could go forth upon their glorious work. But newly pardoned for his great transgression, and still remembering the Saviour's pitying look, and the thrice repeated question, "Lovest thou me more than these?" burning also with zeal to give evidence of his love, the leader of the apostles addressed the multitude gathered from every clime to keep the feast. Lo, then a miracle! The Jew of Jerusalem wondered at the wisdom of the unlettered fishermen. The Magi from the still more distant Orient were amazed to hear so strange a story. The Greek paused at the utterances of this new philosophy. But the strangest of all was the fact that, though utterly unable to comprehend each other's speech, they all, listening at the same time, could understand the words of the untaught fisherman. Long before I had even heard of Mormonism, I had frequently thought how wonderfully useful this gift must have been to the apostles. One of the great difficulties encountered by the missionary is learning the language of the people among whom he works and lives. To be able to dispense with all this labor, and to be understood wherever he went, must have lightened the mind of the holy man of half its load. And naturally, when I heard that the Mormons had the gift of tongues, I supposed it was the selfsame power of diverse speech as that exercised by apostles. And I presume the reader will conjecture with me that it was the same gift, or, at least, some imitation of it. How surprised I was when I first discovered the meaning of the term "speaking in tongues" among the Mormons may perhaps be imagined when I explain what happened at that testimony meeting. After prayer and singing, and listening to several very fervent addresses from some of the elders, Brother Seeley had delivered a most impassioned speech, and had hardly concluded when Sister Ellis, who was sitting near me, gave evidence of being in an abnormal condition of mind, which to me was painful in the extreme. Her hands were clenched, and her eyes had that wild and supernatural glare which is never seen, save in cases of lunacy or intense feverish excitement. Everyone waited breathlessly, listening to catch what she might say. You might have heard a pin drop. Then, in oracular language, and with all the impassioned dignity of one inspired of heaven, she began to speak. I say speak, as that term is generally applied to the utterances of the human voice, but she did not speak in the sense in which we always employ that word. She simply emitted a series of sounds. They seemed to me chiefly the repetition of the same syllables, something like a child repeating la 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 li lo, ma 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 mi ma, deely 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 he la, followed perhaps by a number of sounds strung together which could not be rendered in any shape by the pen. Sometimes in the far West, in later years, I have heard old Indian women crooning weirdly monotonous and outlandish ditties in their native tongue. These wild dirges, more nearly than anything else I ever heard, resembled the prophetic utterances of Sister Ellis, save only that the appearance of the latter was far too solemn to admit of even a smile at what she said. Ridiculous as this appears when I now write it down on paper, and strange as even then it was to me, there was something so commanding, so earnest, so inspirational, if I may be allowed the term, in Sister Ellis's manner, that I could not wonder at the attention which the brethren and sisters paid to this gifted speaker in tongues. I now know that these extraordinary displays are by no means confined to Mormonism. People of a certain temperament, excited to frenzy, generally by religious enthusiasm, have in all ages given painful illustrations of this mental disease. As the student who remembers the convulsionares of the Middle Ages, the Munster Anabaptists of Luther's time, and the various emotional sects of more modern days, will abundantly bear me witness. But at that time, new in the faith, and believing as I did that, as the elders said, it was the manifestation of the power of God, as foretold by the prophet Joel, though I secretly felt a sense of repugnance, I tried to combat my better sentiments. Overcome by the excitement of the moment, Sister Ellis suddenly paused, not so much intentionally as from sheer inability to proceed, and the leading elders looked round from one to another to see if anyone was present who could interpret. The gift of interpretation is very rarely possessed by the same person who has the gift of tongues, and you may often hear one after another arise and speak, but there is no one to interpret, and the saints go away unedified. Even when an interpreter is present, there is no authority to determine whether he gives the proper rendering of the sounds uttered, and I have over and over again heard the most ludicrous stories of the comical interpretation placed by some half-witty or half-witted expounder upon these oracles. When Brother Brigham, then a man who was lowly in his own eyes, first met the prophet Joseph Smith at Kirtland, Ohio, there was a scene somewhat like the one I have described, and the future leader of this people, as he calls the saints, himself spake with tongues and uttered wonderful things. But even supposing his words at that time to have been of the wisest, we all know from the example of Balaam's reprover that it does not require a very high order of intellect to speak in unaccustomed language, and that, too, to some purpose. In latter days the exercise of this gift has been discouraged by the elders, and especially by Brigham Young. Going one day, some years after, to the Lion House to see a certain member of the prophet's little family, concerning a subject which lay very near to my heart at that time, we prayed together earnestly and anxiously, when suddenly the lady's face was lighted up with a supernatural glow, and placing her hand on my head, she Sibyl-like poured forth a flood of eloquence which, although I did not understand a single word that was uttered, I confess sent through me a magnetic thrill as if I had been listening to an inspired seeress. Another of Brigham's wives who was present interpreted the words of blessing to me, but added, "Do not speak of this, Sister Stenhouse, for Brother Young does not like to hear of these things." Thus we see that one inspired prophet in the presence of another prophet, seer, and revelator could himself take part at one time in a miraculous manifestation, which in later years he would not like to hear of. if it was only one of his many wives who enacted the prophet's role. But my meeting. I have wandered far away from that. Let me proceed. After more testimony, more speaking, and much enthusiasm, the saints separated. My sister was talking with a young lady friend, and regretting that no one present had been able to interpret, and I stood by, but did not join in the conversation. Suddenly the young lady turned to me and said, "Sister Fanny, do you not see in all this more and more the convincing power of God?" Rather hesitatingly I replied, "Yes, I think I do." "Think, sister?" she said with warmth. "Oh yes, I see by your looks that you are only half convinced. Your faith is not strong enough yet. But remember, whatsoever is of doubt is sin." "But," I answered, "I do not clearly see what good we receive from these manifestations when no one can understand them." "That is your want of faith, nothing else. You have the evidence of the truth before you, and you see how these miraculous powers build up the belief of God's people, and yet you doubt. To doubt is sin. Whatsoever is not of faith is sin. You must pray and strive, sister, to be strengthened against temptation." All this was not very logical, and it certainly did not help to dispel my doubts. But twice in the course of a few short sentences she had used a certain expression which, though trifling in itself, was recalled to my mind very forcibly before many days had passed. This was my first experience of speaking in tongues. But there were everyday matters of much more real importance to me than those strange speculations, which had recently employed so much of my time and attention. It was now necessary that I should either return to France and fulfill my engagement with Monsieur de Bosque, or else resolve, once and for ever, to renounce all those ties which had become so dear to me. Meanwhile, religious theories were not the only influences brought to bear upon my mind. While day by day I began to be still more doubtful whether it would not, after all, be sinful in God's sight for me to leave my friends in the new faith and go back to France and my betrothed, who I knew neither was nor ever could become a saint, other thoughts began to intrude themselves and to shake my determination. Elder Stenhouse's visits to my father's house began to be more frequent than ever, but as he desired to become familiar with the French language, and would bring his French grammar with him to get a lesson, as he said, no particular notice was taken of his frequent coming. He was always welcomed with pleasure by the whole family, and of course by myself, who was his teacher. After a while he took so much delight in his studies that he could not endure to let an evening pass without a lesson, and somehow or other, I must confess it was the first time since I had been a teacher that I felt such a peculiar pleasure in imparting instruction. I suppose it was the interest which all teachers experience when their pupils are studiously inclined. My pupil was particularly studious, so much so that he told my father and mother that he could not study very well in the parlor, where everyone was conversing, and begged the privilege of having the folding doors thrown partly open, that we might sit in the back parlor and be more quiet. This was granted. But after a few evenings my pupil took a notion to partly close the folding doors after him, and as my mother's eyes are ever watchful, one of my sisters was sent in with her sewing to keep us company. But my pupil by this time had made rapid progress in the French language, and while my sister was innocently sewing, he was repeating his lesson to me. And it was not our fault if in those French phrase books there were passages expressive of love and devotion. Unconsciously to us both, he formed the habit of repeating those phrases to me at all times, and I formed the equally bad habit of blushing whenever he made use of them. This my sister observed and communicated the fact to my mother, who immediately said that we had better discontinue our French for a while, as it was monopolizing too much of our time, and keeping both of us from attending to other and more important duties. But the discontinuation of the French lessons did not put an end to the visits of Elder Stenhouse. He was a persevering young man, but the secret of the great interest taking in French lessons was soon discovered. Then it was that arguments of all kinds and strong reasons were brought forward to shake my purpose of returning to France. I was in doubt, when one day discussing the point, Elder Stenhouse made use of the very same expression which had fallen from the sisters' lips at the testimony meeting. "Whatsoever is not of faith is sin." My mind unsettled, with all the strength of argument and religion on the one side, and on the other no one to plead for reason and for my return to France, who can wonder that I, at best only a weak and inexperienced girl, listened to the entreaties of my friends and resolved to stay. In the course of a few months I was engaged to be married to Elder Stenhouse. It may perhaps seem strange that I could so soon forget the past, with all its pleasant memories, and, renouncing my betrothed husband, accept the attentions of another, but it should be remembered that I now firmly believed that it was my duty, a duty which I dared not neglect, to blot out forever all past associations, however dear to my heart they might be. Besides which, I, in common with all around me, had learned to look upon Elder Stenhouse as almost an angel on account of what he had endured for the gospel's sake, and I thought that any girl might consider herself honored by an offer of marriage from a man in his position in the church. My marriage in France would, I feared, have been but doubtful happiness in this world, and certain ruin in the next, but heaven itself would bless my union with one of its own ordained and tried servants. Thus it came to pass that on the 6th of February, 1850, 8 months after my arrival in Southampton, I was married to the young Mormon missionary, Elder Stenhouse. I entered upon my new sphere as a missionary's wife, feeling that there were no obstacles so great that I could not overcome them for the gospel's sake. How little could I then imagine the life that was before me. I wrote to my friends in France. I told them frankly all. In return they wrote to me, especially Monsieur de Bosque, entreating me to alter my determination. Kind and very gentle were those letters. Dear, very dear has been the memory of them and their writers in later days. But at the time I felt that the influence which they still retained over me was in itself a sin. I told all my friends at home, showed them the letters and everything, and both before and after my marriage with Elder Stenhouse, I never hid from myself and from him the fact that until my dying day I should cherish with an unchanging affection the memory of those friends whose tender love was the charm of my early life. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. Mormon Wonders, Anointings, and Miracles. Not long after my marriage, I saw a miracle performed, a real, true miracle. Let not the reader smile, or think that I am only jesting, for I am quite in earnest, and mean what I say. I saw a sick person who for years had been confined to her bed, her limbs distorted and her back bent. I was present when, after her conversion, the elders visited her. I saw them anoint her and lay hands upon her and pray most fervently, and I saw the same decrepit old woman walking and singing and praising God. If that was not a miracle, I should like to know what is. The Mormon leaders preached everywhere that their religion was not really a new one. It was only the fullness of the gospel, the dispensation of the last days. Just, they said, as Jesus Christ fulfilled and completed the old Jewish law, so the modern prophet preached the perfection of Christ's gospel. Nothing new, only the perfection of the old. This it was that made them so very successful when arguing with people who were well taught in the letter of the Bible, but otherwise had received very little educational training. The following attempt at an argument, which was once carried on between a Mormon missionary and a Methodist local preacher in my presence, will serve to explain what I mean. Local preacher: But, sir, I deny in toto that your elders ever do work miracles. The age of miracles is past. Mormon missionary: Statement is not proof. You say, sir, that the age of miracles is past. Do you believe in the Bible? Local preacher: Certainly. Missionary: Well then, sir, do you consider that the Bible asserts that miracles can be and have been worked? Do you believe that or not? Preacher: Certainly I do. Christ and his apostles worked miracles, and the Bible speaks of many others besides. Missionary: We agree on that point. But did Christ anywhere say that miracles should ever cease? Did his apostles? Yes. No. Yes. That is to say, I don't remember. Let me try to refresh your memory. Have not all the sacred writers foretold that ultimately this globe should be destroyed by fire, that the heavens should pass away, and the earth melt, and the sun and the stars and the moon be blotted out? Yes, of course we all know that. Then let me ask you, is such a terrible convulsion a common matter of fact? Is it not out of all calculation, out of all order of nature? Is it not a miracle, and a miracle yet to be performed? Have then miracles ceased? Oh yes, but that's not a personal matter like healing the sick. Tell me then, does the Bible teach, or does it not teach, that bone shall come to bone, and sinew to sinew, and earth and sea shall give up their dead at the last trump? Is not that a miracle? And don't you think it's a little personal to you and to me? Well, of course I admit that. But I have not done yet. Did or did not Christ say, "These signs shall follow them that believe. In my name they shall cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover"? Now tell me, are not miracles promised there, and nothing said about when they should cease? Is it not just as fair for the infidel to say that one of Christ's promises was of no avail, as for you to say that he has broken his word? Solemnly he makes a promise to be with them to the end of the world, and to confirm their miracles. You, because of your want of faith, see and work no miracles, and so you virtually say Christ broke his word on that point. The rest of the promise you don't deny because you can say it is fulfilled without bringing forth any visible proofs. Well, I hardly know what to say to all this. Let me ask you one more question, sir. Have you ever seen a miracle of any kind performed? No, sir, certainly not. And are you a teacher in Israel, and know not these things? Have you been preaching the gospel, as I think you said you had, for over 18 years, and never yet saw a miracle performed? Been preaching Christ, and yet never saw him discover his power in proof of what you taught? I'm afraid not, sir. You trouble me. No, sir, it is not I who trouble you. It is he troubles you, whose word you have doubted. Only last week Mr. Stern, a minister of your own persuasion, but not far, I trust, from the kingdom of God, visited Bill Wright, the murderer, in prison. Bill had lived a life of infamy, the vilest of the vile, and he wound up his horrible crimes by cutting the throat of his wife. That brute in human form refused at first to speak with anyone. Day after day and night after night the good man went to see him, but long in vain. At length one day he chanced to mention the words of Jesus, "Him that cometh unto me I will in no wise cast out." A little boy by his mother's knee, the murderer had listened to those words which have brought peace to so many broken hearts. The appeals of the good minister had fallen dead upon his ears. But now was the time of the Spirit's influence, and the strong man wept. I have seen that fiendish man, whose very face betrays the depths of degradation to which his nature has fallen. I have seen him listening meekly and humbly to the word of God, without hope for earth, but with a changed soul within, Tell me, was not that a miracle, if ever there was one? Sir, I admit that what you say is very forcible. I admit that these things are miraculous, but what I deny is that in these days men, whether Catholic priests or Mormon missionaries, can, like St. Paul or St. Peter, go about with power to heal the sick or raise the dead. And what I assert, sir, is that God in these last days has raised up a holy priesthood to preach the fullness of the everlasting gospel. Peter quoted the prophecy of Joel and said that it was now fulfilled, and that your young men should see visions, and your old men dream dreams. And I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh, saith the Lord. Now if those were the last days, what are these? That was the beginning of the end. This is the end. I do not deny that much imposture has been practiced, but the existence of a counterfeit only proves that the real thing must be somewhere. In many instances, too, some of our holiest men have failed, and the world has scoffed at what it called their imposture. But even the disciples of Christ, you remember, once tried to work a miracle and were not able to do so. What did Christ say? But that it was their want of faith, and bade them fast and pray more. Well, sir, I am willing to allow this, but if you yourself could perform a miracle before my eyes, if, for instance, you'd cure some man or woman who I knew really and truly was a confirmed invalid, then, sir, I'd accept all you say. I'd become a Mormon at once. But you'd decline that test, I suppose? No, sir, I would not decline. Brother Sturgis, a new convert of ours, has been ill for years. You know him well, for he used to go to your meeting years ago before he fell from a ladder, and the doctors pronounced him incurably deaf. Your religion didn't help him, and the doctors didn't. But if that man has only faith, faith as a little child, he shall hear as well as you or I today. We are going to pray over him. Will you go with me? Yes, I'll go, but I hardly know what to think of it. So saying, the two disputants walked off together. What ocular demonstration of miracle working was presented to the Methodist minister, I do not know. I can only say that a fortnight after, I was present at a meeting of the saints when he was admitted into the church by immersion. He was followed by a goodly number of his flock. He became a very earnest missionary, and years after died in the full odor of sanctity, and was buried in Zion, clothed in the full canonicals of a high priest. At the time of which I speak, such arguments as those I have briefly sketched from memory, and many which were much more forcibly put, had great weight with me. The Holy Scriptures I implicitly believed, and taking them quite literally, I found that the reasoning employed by the Mormons was, at least to me, altogether unanswerable. But for all that, I always liked my believing to be mixed with a little seeing and judging for myself, and on this account it was that I went with a good deal of pleasure to the house of Sister Armstrong, upon whom the elders were going to lay hands and pray. St. James had said, "Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he had committed sins, they shall be forgiven him." I wanted to see this command obeyed in these days, and to note results. Sister Armstrong lived in a by-street not very far from the place where our meetings were held. She had lived in Southampton nearly all her life, and probably even now, although in the course of nature she must long since have gone to her rest. There must be many persons living who could remember her and her sudden recovery from illness, for at the time, as might be expected, it produced no small sensation in the immediate locality in which she resided. She had been the wife of a master builder who, meeting with an accident while engaged in business, was for a long time confined helplessly to the house, and then to his bed, from which he never arose. His wife was a faithful and good woman. She nursed him tenderly, and by dint of great exertions on her part was able to provide all the necessaries and decencies of life for her afflicted husband, herself, and their 2 little girls, besides paying for suitable medical attendance. In course of time the girls were sent to school. It was the mother's pride that they should not go to a free school, or as schools of that class are called in England, a charity school, and night and day she would toil with her needle in order to carry out this praiseworthy determination. When their father died, the girls were a great comfort to their mother. They were now almost grown up to womanhood, and were able by their own exertions to add very considerably to the family income. Thus happily and contentedly they lived together for several years, until one of the girls married very suitably a good, hard-working mechanic who had known her from childhood, but the other remained at home with her mother. Not long after the marriage of her elder daughter, Mrs. Armstrong was troubled with a severe cold which confined her for some weeks to the house. She grew alarmingly worse and finally took to her bed. One morning her daughter found her speechless, and a doctor being called in, he pronounced her condition desperate. She was subject to convulsive fits, which were at first of very frequent occurrence. After a time they came only at intervals, but their effect upon her was terrible. Her limbs were drawn up towards her body, and her spine was completely curved, while all one side of her face was permanently distorted, and this continued for over 5 years. Sarah, the younger daughter, watched her mother tenderly, earning meanwhile a modest living by her needle and from the proceeds of a little miscellaneous shop which she was able to tend without leaving the invalid for more than a few minutes at a time. Thus they lived together contentedly and happy until the arrival of the Mormon missionaries in Southampton. The married daughter and her husband, being rather better in education and position than people of that class usually are in England, had made it a rule to go regularly every Sunday to their own parish church, and their children were baptized by the regular clergyman. This latter gentleman, however, died, and his successor, who, of course, was appointed without consulting the wishes of the people, was, although a scholar and a gentleman, utterly without the slightest tinge of religious enthusiasm. The Methodists at that time had a grand revival, and the young couple, being induced to attend one of their meetings, liked what they heard, and not long after left off their attendance at the Anglican Church and joined the denomination to which they had become attached. This change, as might be expected, somewhat unsettled them, and when the Mormon missionaries came, Bible in hand, and quoting chapter and verse for everything they said, they found ready listeners, and in a very short time the whole family was admitted into the Mormon Church by baptism. The affliction of the old lady was naturally the subject of conversation among those newly made saints and their neighbors. As we have seen, the Mormon missionaries not only asserted their power to work miracles, but appealed to them as proofs of their mission. People suggested that if this was really true, here was an opportunity of the best kind for putting these pretensions to the test, for everyone knew that there was no deception about the malady of Sister Armstrong. Themselves firmly believing in what they taught, the elders desired nothing more than to be able to prove the truth of their assertions, and declared their readiness to do what was required of them. A proper time was appointed when the relations and friends of the sick person should meet together to intercede for her in solemn prayer, after which they would anoint her with oil, as the Apostle James had directed, and lay their hands upon her, that the prayer of faith might save the sick, and God should raise her up. The room was full of people. There were several of the leading elders present, and also a goodly number of the saints, who naturally felt a deep interest in the result of these proceedings. Besides these, the neighbors, who, of course, had heard what was going on, came and filled up the room quite inconveniently. A stranger would at once have been struck with the prevalence of that peculiar magnetic feeling which evidently influenced all present. Even those who, as the poet says, came to scoff, felt the same influence, as many afterwards acknowledged. The elders surrounded the bed, and after a brief but most earnest address from one of them, we all engaged in prayer. The subject of the prayer can readily be supposed, but the earnestness, the intense, anxious pleading of the supplicants No one could comprehend who had never been present at such a scene. A bottle of oil was now brought out by the eldest daughter of the invalid, and 3 of the elders took it in their hands. It was an Italian flask of very thin glass, covered with wicker, and holding somewhat more than a pint. In taking hold of it, the elders placed their fingers quite round it, though where many assist in the consecration I have seen them simply touch it with their fingers. Then one of the elders said, "By virtue of the holy priesthood, and in the name of Jesus Christ, we consecrate this oil to the healing of all those who are sick and afflicted, that it may remove all infirmities and impurities of the system. And may this oil, which we dedicate especially to the healing of our afflicted sister, penetrate her to the afflicted parts, and give them new life and vigor, that she may be strengthened and healed by the power of faith, and the laying on of hands, as commanded by the servants in the last days. For this especial purpose do we bless and consecrate this oil. In the name of Jesus Christ, Amen." After this, a large tablespoon was brought forth and filled with the consecrated oil, which latter was poured down the throat of the patient. She was then thoroughly anointed, the oil not being applied by the tip of the finger as in extreme unction, but poured upon her, much after the fashion described by King David, when he says the precious fluid ran down the beard of Aaron and saturated all his clothing. The patient, however, was patient indeed. To her it was no idle form. She was newly converted, and her heart was burning with zeal and faith. Perhaps the reader may think that this had much to do with the success of the operation, as probably it had. However this might be, the elders who, while they anointed her, had mingled prayers and benedictions above her head, now once more united in fervent supplication, and then laid their hands upon her according to the letter of the Scripture. There was something peculiar about this laying on of hands. It was not a mere gentle touching, but a thorough manipulation. The 2 hands were placed firmly on the top of the head and then drawn energetically down the body, while vigorous passes, as magnetizers call the action, were made repeatedly over the affected parts. These prayers and manipulations were made for very nearly 3 hours, when the elders engaged in the work, for work it was, were thoroughly exhausted. One of them, then placing his right hand on the head of the sufferer, suddenly blessed her in the name of the Lord, told her that her sins were forgiven her, that the evil spirits who had afflicted her were cast out, that the infirmity and disease which for 5 long years had kept her bound upon the bed of sickness was rebuked, and would torment her no more, and bade her be strong in the faith and be of good cheer, for God would raise her up. Watching all this as I was, believing all this as I did, my heart filled with joy at the manifestation of heavenly power which I expected to witness. I must, nevertheless, acknowledge that a feeling of wonder pervaded my mind when I saw Sister Armstrong, who for so many years had been unable even to turn in the bed by herself, stretch forth her poor bony arm, all unassisted, and say to one of the elders, "Give me your hand, brother." One of the brethren put forth his hand and took hers, saying as he did so, have faith, Sister Armstrong," while the brother who had recently blessed her repeated, "The prayer of faith shall save the sick, and God shall raise him up." Sister Armstrong, who an hour before could not unaided have changed her position, now grasping the elder's hand, raised herself up in the bed. She looked upon us with a smile of triumph. For a moment faith was triumphant. But nature asserted her immutable laws, and the next instant the poor sister sank gently back upon the pillows and closed her eyes. We thought that she was dead. The room was cleared of all but those immediately connected with the sufferer, and I, on account of my new position as Elder Stenhouse's wife, was allowed to remain. Sarah and her younger sister applied such simple restoratives as came conveniently to hand, and we were soon satisfied that Sister Armstrong had only fainted, and who could wonder at it? I sat there not far from the bed, lost in astonishment at what I had seen, and wondering whether what Elder Bronson had said was true, that in a day or two, at furthest, she would be quite well. To me it was all a mystery. I knew then nothing of the miraculous power of faith, not religious faith, but often just the reverse, which has so often relieved and cured diseases and infirmities which have baffled the power of the most skillful physicians. Moreover, I knew nothing then of that peculiar magnetic power which scientific men now have proved belongs to certain constitutions and can be used for curative purposes. So, in the childlike simplicity of my heart, I knelt down and thankfully poured forth my gratitude to God that He had permitted me to witness this wonderful manifestation of His power and love. As I rose from my knees, I saw standing just by me and intently watching my movements a young girl, little more than a child, who was destined in after years to cross my path more than once, and whose sisterly affection I shall ever cherish among the treasures of my heart. She wore a light summer dress with little or no ornament, and indeed she needed none, while on her head was a little coquettish hat of the prettiest and most becoming style. Her hair was bright and golden, such hair as I have never seen except in pictures and on one or two extremely rare occasions. And her eyes, I could not tell the deep, deep love, charming, engaging beauty which beamed from them. The reader may think perhaps I am romancing a little, but I do assure him that when I first saw that young girl, in all the heavenly beauty of budding maidenhood, I could hardly persuade myself for a moment that I was not dreaming after the fashion of some fairy story. Years passed away, years of anxious, cruel trial to us both, and now how changed we are. She then a pretty, gentle fairy queen, I a new-made bride hardly out of my teens. What are we both now? She came right up to me and said, "Sister Stenhouse, you don't know me, but I have seen you often, and I like you very much. Yes, and I want to talk to you." "Yes, dear," I said, and I kissed her on both cheeks, and she looked pleased. In her simplicity, she thought it was a great honor to be noticed by a missionary's wife. Then we sat down together, and she told me all about herself, how her father was a wealthy man, a doctor in good practice, and with property beside, how he had accidentally met with a Mormon gentleman, a man of education and position, for many such joined the church before the blighting doctrine of polygamy was promulgated, how that his arguments and Bible proofs had been so convincing that her father had been baptized, and had cast in his lot among the saints, how that he, being called away on business, had left her with a maiden aunt who did not belong to the Mormon church, and who would not let her come to see Sister Armstrong anointed, and how she had quietly crept out unnoticed, and would now have to return quite alone. "No," I said, "I will go out with you and see you safe home, but you must not come out all by yourself in this way again." She kissed me with a little comical smile dancing on her lips, as much as to intimate that whatever I might sagely suggest, she would, after all, be pretty certain to have her own way. I saw my young friend safely to her father's house, and then I went home myself, thinking of her childish beauty and winning ways, and pondering over what I had witnessed. The next morning Sarah called in to see us. She told us that her mother had had a calm and peaceful night, and had been much refreshed, that when she awoke she insisted upon being washed and dressed, and was now sitting up, with my new acquaintance, Mary Burton, talking to her. I could hardly believe this could be true, so I put on my bonnet and went to see. There, sure enough, was Sister Armstrong, very pale and evidently very weak, but quite another woman. No one could have recognized her. The muscles of her face were no longer contracted, and she sat there straight enough for a woman of her age. I could scarcely believe my eyes. The poor old lady seemed glad to see me, and it did my heart good to hear her talk of the mercies of God. As we talked, Mary came near and put her hand in mine. I stooped down and touched her cheek gently and kissed her. "You did not even tell me what your other name was, dear," I asked. "No, Sister Stenhouse, but I told you everything else. My name is Mary Burton," she replied, "but you must call me only Mary." I stooped down and kissed her again. That was my only answer. Then she arose from the stool on which she was sitting and said, "I must leave you for a few minutes, please. I promised to go back directly when I'd seen how Mrs. Armstrong was, but I'll return soon." And with a little whimsical nod and an imperative wave of the hand, she tripped away. After this I saw plenty of the gift of healing and the working of miracles. Some cases were not quite so successful as that which I have described. Then we were told the fault was in our want of faith. That cures were really effected, no one who has been present on such occasions could possibly doubt. That they were miracles in the sense in which we generally use that term, I do not for a moment believe. But I think that in cases where the efforts of the elders were successful, scientific inquiry would readily show that the effects were only natural results of natural causes. One brother, a deacon in the church, was suddenly attacked with cholera. He sent immediately for Elder Stenhouse. It matters not what the disease may be, the same means are employed. Young and old of both sexes are treated alike. From measles to cholera morbus, from toothache to blindness, from whooping cough to deafness, and from headache to possession by devils, the same prescription serves for every one. And so satisfied are the saints that this is the only right way to effect a cure, that until very recently to send for a physician would have been accounted a sin, doubting the promises of God, want of faith. In the case of the deacon to whom I have just alluded, the experiment was successful. Another missionary happened to be in Southampton at that time, and he was with Elder Stenhouse when the messenger arrived. They were both much surprised, for they had seen the sick man only an hour and a half before, but they set off at once and found him in such a state that he could hardly be recognized. They immediately anointed him with oil, administering a good dose internally, then laid hands on him and prayed for him. But the cholera maintained its hold. The two missionaries were full of zeal and were determined not to yield to the terrible disease. From early evening to the following morning at daybreak they continued to anoint the brother and to lay hands on him, praying for his recovery, probably 30 times during the night. In their rough but expressive language, they had a regular battle. Victory at length crowned their efforts. The disease was mastered, but they themselves were utterly prostrated by the physical and mental exertions of the night. The saints regarded this as a great miracle, but unbelievers would doubtless wonder why, if it was done by the power of God, as the elders asserted, it had cost so much exertion on the part of man. I, however, simply state the facts as they fell under my own observation, and I may add that during that same night, in the same block of low tenement buildings, 5 persons died of that dreadful scourge. On the following day, an enthusiastic sister came running to Elder Stenhouse for him to come and lay hands upon her husband, who had also been attacked by the cholera. She was a woman of great faith, or thought she was, and she had no doubt what a wonderful miracle would be wrought. Even in the midst of the affliction at home, she was perfectly jubilant over the idea that the power of the priesthood would be demonstrated. She had called in several of her neighbors before the elders arrived, and they stood round the bed of the sick man. When the elders reached the house, the livid countenance of the sufferer told plainly that he was very far gone. Elder Stenhouse laid his hands upon him in the usual way, but instead of commanding the disease to depart, as it was expected he would, he prayed that the afflicted brother himself might pass away in peace. The head of the dying man instantly fell back upon his pillow, and all was over. The bereaved woman was almost petrified with surprise and disappointment, and the unexpected change which had made her a widow. Elder Stenhouse could only answer that there was no virtue in him. He had no faith at that moment to heal anyone. The former exercise of the gift had exhausted him. There was perhaps more truth in his answer than he himself imagined. The poor woman of whom I have spoken must have been greatly distressed when she saw the promise of miraculous assistance upon which she had so confidently relied fail her in such an unexpected manner. But she was not alone in her disappointment. Many a man and woman who believed that the laws of nature would be reversed and the decrees of the Almighty set aside because their faith was strong, and they expected God to act in such and such a way, made shipwreck of their hopes as this poor woman did upon the quicksands of a false expectation. My husband and myself were invited to take tea at the house of a brother in Southampton. The brother's name was Isles, and he and his wife had a child who had been very seriously ill for nearly 3 weeks. Mr. Stenhouse had frequently administered to him by the laying on of hands. On the evening to which I allude, the child appeared to be much better, and he even sat up to the tea table, perched childlike upon his high chair, and in accordance with his own earnest request. We all thought that he was doing very nicely after tea, and just when we were about to leave, Sister Isles said, "Brother Stenhouse, please lay your hands upon my babe and ask the Lord to bless him, that he may have a refreshing sleep tonight." My husband complied and began by praying that the child might rest well, when suddenly, as if by an irresistible impulse, he implored that the child might die easily and without pain. I instinctively glanced at the mother, and our eyes met. She looked as if frozen to the heart, and in a moment we knew that the child was dying, not painfully, but calmly and peacefully, as if he were going to sleep. The poor mother wept piteously, but my husband bade her not trouble the last moments of the dying child. In a few moments all was over, and I, and probably the mother too, asked mentally, if this also is the age of miracles, is the Lord's hand shortened that he cannot save, or his ear heavy that he will not hear? We had yet to learn that the thoughts of God are beyond the comprehension of man. Since those times when the spirit of enthusiasm and religious zeal animated the Mormon missionaries and teachers, and stirred up the saints who listened to them to emulate in faithfulness the Christians of the early church, a great change has come over everything connected with the doctrines which were then taught and practiced. Several years after the occurrence of the events which I have just narrated, when we had been for a considerable time resident in Salt Lake City, our faith in the miraculous gift of healing was still so strong that we suffered one of our children to lie almost at the door of death before we would dare to call in medical assistance. And when at length love for our suffering child overcame to a certain extent our scruples, it was under protest and with many an effort to silence the voice of a falsely accusing conscience that my husband reluctantly went for the physician. Now so great are the changes which the influx of Gentiles and more intimate contact with the advanced civilization of the age have produced, there is not one of the most pious leaders of the church, including Brother Brigham, who but a very little while ago denounced such a course as the first step towards rank apostasy, who would not call in, if it appeared needful, the very best medical assistance, whether Mormon or Gentile, which could be procured. And yet Brigham, despite his notorious inconsistencies, lays claim to an infallible priesthood. The saints, in theory, still cling to the first teachings of the church. But if the truth must be told, not only does iniquity abound, but the love of many has waxed cold. End of chapter 5. The first whisperings of polygamy. About 3 months after our marriage, it was rumored that 4 of the 12 apostles had been appointed to foreign missions, and were then on their way to England. The saints in Britain had been for several years without any missionaries direct from the body of the church, and the announcement of this foreign mission was hailed with joy. I confess to experiencing much pleasure at the thought of becoming acquainted with a living apostle. How often in my girlhood had I wished that I had lived when men inspired of God walked the earth. What a joy I thought it would have been to have listened to the wisdom of such teachers. Now the time was near when I should realize all the happiness of my daydreams, when I should really have the privilege of conversing with those chosen men of God. The invitation, therefore, to meet at the conference in London on the 1st of June was very welcome intelligence. It must not, however, be supposed that I expected to find in them anything which would place them out of the ordinary pale of humanity. I knew that the apostles of our Lord were very ordinary men, who in their day pursued the common avocations of life. Their charm and glory consisted only in the fact that the Spirit of God rested upon them, guiding them in all their ways. These men who now were coming to England were, I firmly believed, as true apostles as anyone who ever saw Christ in the flesh, but they, like the chosen ones of old, also had the gift of inspiration, and were consecrated and set apart, specially, by direct revelation from on high, to perform a great and glorious work. But though I did not expect to find them differ either in appearance or in ordinary conversation much from their brethren, I expected to find in them grave and very earnest men, and I certainly did experience a sense of disappointment when in all their conversation and in all their doings I found that American prophets and apostles were, after all, very much like other men. We went to the London conference, my husband and I, and there for the first time I met with apostles who were also prophets and priests and high priests and teachers and elders and deacons, all assembled in solemn convocation. The 4 apostles whom I met at that time were John Taylor, Lorenzo Snow, Erastus Snow, and Franklin D. Richards. Pleasant and agreeable men, and withal very fair specimens of Mormon missionaries who had found favor in the eyes of Brigham Young and of the leaders in Zion, and who had been promoted accordingly. They lived comfortably, wore the finest broadcloth fashionably cut, and were not averse to gold chains and charms and signet rings and other personal adornments. They put on no particular airs, were as polite and attentive to ladies as gentlemen always are, and could go to a theatre or any other place of amusement without hesitation. I afterwards discovered that in one particular, at least, if not in all, they resembled the early apostles, for they too could, like St. Paul, lead about a sister without any compunctions of conscience. At that time I had not become acquainted with the Mormon mystery of godliness, and was far from suspecting these pleasant American apostles of having even the slightest inclination to imitate King Solomon or the patriarchs in their domestic habits. That was to be a discovery of later date. I do not care to describe this London conference, as it was very much like any other meeting of the same kind. It had been specially called for the purpose of welcoming the 4 newly arrived apostles. Saints from every part of Britain were assembled, and a good deal of enthusiasm was manifested. Hymns and prayers were interspersed with speeches, and business details of all kinds were fully entered into. The Southampton Saints had hitherto formed only a branch of the London Conference, but it did not form a conference of their own. It was now resolved that since so large a number had recently been baptized in Hampshire, the several branches of the church there should be organized into a special conference at Southampton, with Elder Stenhouse as its president, and the Sunday following was appointed for that purpose, when the Apostle Snow, en route to Italy, to which country he had just been appointed missionary, would honor the occasion with his presence. As we returned, some gentlemen in the same railway carriage, to while away the time I suppose, entered into a religious discussion. What the subject was I do not now remember, but I can recollect that a good deal was said as to which of the numerous Christian sects really possessed divine authority. Elder Stenhouse took an active part in the argument, and being, like all the Mormon missionaries at that time, very well posted in scriptural discussions, he attracted considerable attention and was much complimented by several persons present. The Apostle Lorenzo Snow was silent all the time, but he took note of all that passed. Elder Stenhouse was a man of great zeal and untiring energy, qualities in which perhaps Brother Snow felt himself a little deficient, and he was going on a mission which required unflagging devotion and perseverance. We had not been an hour at home before he told my husband that the Lord had thrice revealed to him that he should accompany him to Italy. How often, even while I still clung to Mormonism, did it appear strange to me that the revelations of distinguished saints should so frequently coincide with their own personal wishes, and come at such convenient times. I had laid aside my travelling dress and was hastening to provide some refreshment for the Apostle, when my husband came and told me of the revelation which had been so opportunely received. I was at that time as much an enthusiast as Elder Stenhouse himself, and I felt honored that my husband should be the first English elder appointed to a foreign mission. Here was the fulfillment of my ambition that we should be in the forefront of the battle, and should obtain distinction as zealous servants of God. But at what cost was this ambition purchased? My poor, weak heart sickened at the thought. I had been but 4 months married. When the Apostle asked me if I were willing that Elder Stenhouse should go to Italy, I answered yes, though I felt that my heart would break. I remembered that in my first transport of joy and gratitude after being baptized, I had made a covenant with the Lord that I would do anything which he might require of me, and I dared not rebel or break that vow. Oh, the agony that fell upon my young heart! It seemed that the weight of a mountain rested upon it when I was told that my husband might be 5 years absent. He had already been 5 years a travelling elder without a home, trusting for daily bread to the voluntary kindness of the saints. He had labored faithfully and looked forward to the day when his conference should be established, and he could count upon an improvement in his temporal position and an early call to emigrate to Zion. In the few months that I had been his wife, it was only natural that I should share his hopes. But just at the moment when they were about to be realized, hopes and expectations were scattered to the winds. On the following day the saints assembled, the Southampton Conference was organized, and Elder Stenhouse elected its president. 10 minutes later he was publicly appointed by the Apostle on a mission to Italy. In 1 short year what changes I had seen! I had relinquished a happy home in France and forsaken the friends of my youth. I had set aside an alliance that promised wealth and honor to embrace a faith that was everywhere ridiculed, and to cast in my lot among a people universally regarded as dupes and fools. I had married a missionary elder who could offer me nothing but toil and privation. And now, to complete the changes of an eventful year, my husband was about to leave me, probably for 5 years, and in fact it was very possible that I might never see him again. All this for faith, a faith no doubt mistaken, but certainly sincere. During the few days which intervened between the time when Elder Stenhouse received his appointment to the hour of his departure, I enjoyed but little of his society. Arranging the affairs of the conference which he was leaving, and preparation for his mission fully occupied his attention. I do not think we either of us uttered a word when alone together respecting the future that was before us. It was probably better that we did not. There are moments of our life when silence is better than speech, and it is safer to trust in the mercy of God than to try to shape our own destiny. The saints are noted for the fraternal spirit which exists among them. There are, of course, exceptions, but as a rule every Mormon is willing to help his brother in the faith, acting upon the principle, "One is your master, even Christ, and ye are all brethren." The Southampton saints were no exception to this rule, but showed their kindness both to my husband and myself in 1,000 little ways. I have spoken of my unhappiness during that week of preparation, but I must not forget that there were gleams of hope in the darkness. One occasion I shall never forget, a picnic which our friends held as a kind of valedictory feast in honor of the missionaries, of Elder Stenhouse in particular. Right up the Southampton River, not far from Netley Abbey, is a pleasant and picturesque spot named Bittern, which I need not too particularly describe, although the memory of its beauty recalls recollections of mingled sadness and pleasure to my mind. There my parents now lived, and thither it was proposed our friends should go. They could obtain all they needed for the picnic at my father's house, and we could take our good things into the woods and enjoy ourselves as we pleased. We had a very happy time. For the moment, even I forgot the cloud that was hanging over me, and our dear friends not only enjoyed themselves to the utmost, but seemed bent upon making the time pass pleasantly to everyone else. I had been talking to Sister White about the recent doings of the saints, the establishment of the conference, and the sending away of Elder Stenhouse. I wanted Sister White, as in fact I wanted everyone else, to think that I was perfectly happy in the separation, and that I counted my feelings as a wife as nothing when placed in the balance against my duty as a missionary. And I tried to impress upon her how proud I was that my husband should be the first English elder entrusted with a foreign mission. We talked together a great deal. She was still quite a young woman, though married, and the mother of 4 darling little children. But probably she had a better experience than I had, and could see through my attempts to stifle my natural feelings, while at the same time she sympathized with me. She spoke very kindly to me, and as we talked we wandered inadvertently away from the rest of the party. Suddenly she thought of her little boy, and mother-like, thinking he might be in danger, ran off to find where he was, promising to come back immediately. I sat down upon the grass to await her return. I was somewhat excited by the conversation which had passed between us, but as I sat musing, my agitation began to cool down, and I was soon lost in thought, and did not notice that I was not alone. I did not hear the light footsteps near me, and did not see my fairy friend, as I called her, pass between me and the sun. But a tiny hand was laid gently on my shoulder, and looking up I saw the loving eyes of Mary Burton looking straight down into mine. "Where have you been, dear?" I asked. "Why, I have hardly seen you all day." "But I knew you were here," she said, "and I thought you were alone, and I wanted to see you and talk with you." "Come and sit down beside me, Mary," I said, "and let us have a little chat together." Then I drew her gently towards me, and she sat down by my side. For a few moments we said nothing, but I was watching her and waiting to hear what she would say. She seemed such a pretty, such a sweet and gentle girl, more like one of those little birds of glorious plumage and thrilling song that we see glittering among the dewdrops and the dancing leaves, than a child of earth. And I pitied her for her beauty, for such beauty is a snare. And I wondered whether her innocent soul was as fair and glorious before God as her face was sweet to me. And I asked whether, in years to come, when the glory of her childish radiance had passed away, the brightness of a soul pure and serene would lend a new beauty to her features, the beauty not of childish innocence but of noble womanhood. I took her hand in mine and asked her some trifling question, but she did not answer. Suddenly she looked up full into my face and said, "Sister Stenhouse, I'm very, very sorry for you." "Sorry for me, dear?" I asked. "Why should you be sorry? I am not sad." "You shouldn't say so," she replied. "You know in your heart you are sad, even though you don't say so. It's a fine thing, no doubt, for Elder Stenhouse to go away, though for my part I'd rather stop at home if I loved any one there. And at any rate you must feel sorry that he's going away so far, if you love him." "But Mary," I said, "you know it is his duty to go, and he has been called to it by the Apostle, and it is a great honor." "Oh yes, I know that," she replied, "I know that." Then we relapsed into silence for some few moments. Presently, drawing nearer to me, she said again, quite suddenly, "Sister Stenhouse, do you know the meaning of the word polygamy?" "Why, what a funny question to ask me, child," I exclaimed. "Child, you call me Sister Stenhouse, but I'm not a child. At least, not quite a child. I shall be 15 next birthday." "Well, dear," I said, "I did not mean to offend you, and I call you child because I love you. But you asked me such a strange question, and used such a strange word." This was quite true, for at the time the word polygamy was as seldom used as the word polyandry, or any other word signifying a state of things with which we have nothing to do. "I am not offended," she said, "only people have a way of treating me as if I were only such a very little girl. I suppose I look so." She certainly did look so, and I suppose she read my thoughts. Womanhood by and by brought her more of reality both in face and figure as well as in the terrible facts of life, but at that time the term "little fairy," which I have so often used respecting her, seemed the most appropriate. The meaning of that terrible word polygamy she understood in later years fully as well as I did. "Well, dear," I said, "why did you ask me that strange question?" "You must promise not to be angry with me if I tell you," she answered. "And yet I think you ought to know." I readily promised. What could I have refused her? And she said, "The other day 2 of the sisters were at our house — I may not tell you their names for fear of making mischief — and they were talking together between themselves and did not notice that I was present, or else they didn't care. And I heard one of them tell the other one that she had heard secretly that in Zion men were allowed to have many wives. And she used that word polygamy very often and said that was what the people of the world called it." "Well, Mary dear," I replied, "that is no great secret. We have all heard that said before. Wicked people who hate the gospel say that, and a great deal more in order to bring scandal upon the church." "Ah, but I haven't told you all," she said. "The sisters had a long talk about it, and they explained who they heard it from, and it was from no one outside the church. And then one of them said that Elder Stenhouse had heard all about it and knew it was true, only of course he did not talk about such things yet, but that the time would come when every one would acknowledge it and all the saints would have many wives. I was frightened when I heard this and very angry, for I thought of you, and I spoke to her and said it was all untrue and I'd ask Elder Stenhouse. And they scolded me very much for saying so and said it was very wicked for a child to listen, and that was why I did not like you to call me child." "Well, darling," I said, "I'll not offend you any more in that way. And it was very good of you to tell me anything you thought I ought to know." Then I kissed her and continued, "But after all, I don't think it's of any consequence. It's the old scandal, just as in the early days they said wicked things of Christ and his apostles. Elder Stenhouse knows all that people say, and he has told me time and again that there is not a word of truth in it, and I believe him." "You think so, Sister Stenhouse?" she replied. "And I suppose I ought to think so too, but if it's all false, how did people first begin to think of it? People don't say that the Mormons are murderers or thieves. because we have given them no reason to think so. Then why should they think of such an unheard of thing as polygamy? Surely there must have been some reason. Don't you think so?" "No, dear," I answered. "Elder Stenhouse says that some very wicked men have sometimes joined the church, and have done all manner of shocking things, so that they had to be cut off. And then they went about trying to make other people believe that the Mormons were as wicked as they were. There was John C. Bennett, who lived a frightful life at Nauvoo, and then tried to make out that Joseph Smith was as bad as he was. And Marsh, the president of the 12 Apostles, and Orson Hyde, whom they apostatized, not only said bad things of Joseph, but took affidavit and swore solemnly before the magistrates that the prophet had been guilty of the most fearful crimes." I kissed her again, and she said, "Well, perhaps you are right." But I could see that in her heart she was not convinced. Then we talked of ourselves and all that interested us, and she told me all her childish hopes and ambitions, and to me, young as I was myself, it was pleasant to listen to her innocent prattle. She promised to come and see me when Elder Stenhouse had gone and I should be left alone. And when we got back to the rest of the party, we were as firm friends as if we had known each other a lifetime. At midnight, Saturday, June 15th, 1850, the steamer left Southampton for Havre de Grace, bearing on board the first 2 Mormon missionaries to Italy. One of them was my husband. The Saints had called in the evening to bid Elder Stenhouse good-bye, and as he was, of course, to travel without purse or scrip, they vied with each other in showing their appreciation of his position and his devotion to the faith. The poorest among them would not be denied the privilege of contributing their mites to aid in the conversion of the Italians, and none of the brethren felt that they could show too much kindness to the departing missionary. Just in this way have all the foreign missions of the Mormon Church been projected and sustained. The elements of success were always present — devotion and self-abnegation on the part of the missionaries, and an earnest, self-sacrificing disposition on the part of the people commanding respect, however erroneous or foolish the foundation of their faith. In the bustle of departure, Mr. Stenhouse seemed never to have a thought about himself, and certainly he made no preparation for me. I had full confidence in him, however, and loved him devotedly, and knew that my love was returned. But men who look for miracles and count upon special providences for daily bread are not generally very prudent or far-seeing in their domestic arrangements. Elder Stenhouse had been told that the Lord would provide, and it therefore seemed to him superfluous that he should interfere. It would have been a lack of faith to have shown too much interest in what might become of me. He left me with only £1. I now realized the loneliness of my position. There was no earthly friend to whom I could turn for sympathy at a time like this. Before my Heavenly Father alone I could pour out the bitterness of my soul and all my griefs, and in His presence weep and pray. End of chapter 6. My husband's mission, I am left alone. When the Apostle Snow called upon Mr. Stenhouse to go to Italy, the Saints willingly accepted the responsibility of providing for me during his absence. They thought it was more an honor than a burden to have this charge committed to them, but it was very humiliating for me to be placed in such a position, however anxious they might be to assist me and to serve the general cause. To face opposition or to give my all for my religion I was willing indeed, but to depend upon others for my daily bread was utterly repugnant to my feelings, although, of course, if the Church sent away my husband, whose proper place and duty it was to support his family, it was only right that the members of the Church should undertake the responsibility. But then, and at many other times during my life, I have learned the truth of Christ's precept, It is more blessed to give than to receive. The American apostle was not without worldly wisdom when he proposed that an unmarried man should be appointed to preside over the Southampton Conference, as his wants would be few. But if Mr. Stenhouse had been solicited by a friend who had a wife and children to secure his appointment, and with ready confidence in that friend, he overlooked his own interests and my welfare, and I was left to pass through trials and privations which I can never forget. The saints were very kind and took pleasure in doing all they could for me, but the mistake which my husband committed in leaving his friend to succeed him as president of the conference was soon apparent. The friend thought of his own family first, and the family required all that the saints could reasonably be expected to contribute. And even then they had not enough. I therefore received only such little sums as could be withheld from them, and to make the matter worse, those who had any property or estate were counseled to sell all and gather to Zion. The more wealthy saints were soon gone, and the current expenses of the church fell heavily upon those who were hardly able to support their own families. They tried to send me something every week, and I have no doubt they did send me all they could. When their contributions reached 4 or 5 shillings, about $1, I thought myself fortunate. More often I did not receive the value of 50 cents in the whole week, at times less, and sometimes nothing at all. That unfailing comfort to respectable English poverty, a cup of tea, was my greatest luxury, but at times for weeks together I had not even that. I had nothing but bread. But I never complained. Whenever it was possible, I concealed my true situation from everyone, and in my almost daily letters to my husband not a shadow of a hint was ever dropped relative to my own privations. I wanted him to be successful in his mission, and I feared that his energy would desert him if he knew of my difficulties. I was in extreme poverty, certainly, but for myself I was not in trouble. God would provide for me, I felt, and it was glorious to suffer in a sacred cause. But darker days, days of severer trial, were creeping slowly near me. Up to this time I had worshipped God and loved my husband with a perfect heart. Now the dark shadow of an accursed thing was looming in the distance, but approaching surely, if slowly. The strange suggestions made by darling little Mary Burton at the picnic were not the first whisperings that I had heard of a probable change in our faith and practice respecting marriage, though I did not care to tell her so. Others had spoken in my presence of the same subject, but I had not believed them. I had questioned my husband, and his answers had reassured me. Although polygamy was utterly denied by the missionaries in Europe, yet long before it was openly avowed a great deal was written and said on the subject. Joseph Smith, whatever he said and did in private, always denied it in public, and after his death the leaders of the church followed his example. In some way, however, an idea had got abroad that the Mormons were somewhat unsound respecting the marriage question. Still the elders stoutly denied the charge, and the more they were accused, the more strenuous became their denials. At a public discussion at Boulogne-sur-Mer in France, the Apostle John Taylor, in reply to the accusations of polygamy which were brought against him, said, "We are accused here of actions the most indelicate and disgusting, such as none but a corrupt and depraved heart could have contrived. These things were too outrageous to admit of belief. I shall content myself with quoting our views of chastity and marriage from a work published by us, containing some of our articles of faith, doctrine, and covenants." He then proceeded to quote from the Book of Doctrine and Covenants such passages as the following: "Marriage is ordained by God unto man, wherefore it is lawful that he should have one wife, and they twain should be one flesh." He quoted many other things also, among which might be enumerated the following: "Thou shalt love thy wife with all thy heart, and shalt cleave unto her and none else." He quoted also many other passages of Scripture which had reference to the subject, each powerful to put aside even the idea of polygamy, and each equally powerful as an argument against polygamy itself. Let the reader here note the value of what Mormons say when their faith is called in question. See and judge. Brother Taylor, who spoke at that meeting and utterly denied polygamy, had himself at that very moment when he so atrociously perjured himself, and when he swore that no Mormon had more than one wife, 5 wives living in Salt Lake City. One of his friends there present had 2 wives, and the other was married to a mother and her own daughter. Any conclusion, any expression of disgust at these abominations and deliberate perjuries, I leave to the reader. Among those who came to see Mr. Stenhouse before he left for Italy was Elder Margetts, an English elder of some prominence in the British mission. At the picnic of which I have already spoken, I noticed that this elder was more than usually attentive to a pretty young sister who was also present. There was always an affectionate familiarity among the saints, as I previously mentioned. They were like brothers and sisters, and addressed each other as such. But the attentions of the elder I speak of pointed a little beyond all this. He could not perhaps be accused of any open impropriety, but he certainly looked much more like the girl's lover than an ordinary friend or her spiritual adviser. I knew this elder's family in London, and his conduct pained me a good deal. So I drew the attention of my husband to the circumstance, and he said the elder was foolish, but he would speak to them both, and this he did. After the departure of the missionaries, this elder remained for several days. He then returned to London, but it was not long before he was again in Southampton, and he still paid marked attention to the same young sister. This caused unpleasant remarks among the saints, who at this time certainly did not believe that polygamy was practiced in Utah. At a later date this elder, with some others, was again in Southampton, and I was invited to take tea with them at the house of one of the saints. In the course of the evening there was a general conversation on the work of the Lord, in which I of course was greatly interested. Whenever any of the missionaries were visiting, the saints would seek their society just like children who were glad to meet again their parents after a long absence, and at such times they were at liberty to ask what questions they pleased. On the evening I speak of, I well remember that the general subject of conversation was the apostasy of the Christian Church from the true order of God's salvation. Prominence was given to the history of Abraham and his descendants, and occasional allusion was made to their marital relations, but nothing directly was spoken. It was very evident that these elders only wanted to drop a word or two here and there to suit those who wanted it, but nevertheless they spoke so obscurely and mysteriously that they could easily have retracted what was said if anyone had accused them of teaching a doctrine which they were unwilling openly to avow. When I returned home that night, I was fully satisfied that the elder I have spoken of had a reason for his frequent visits to Southampton, and shortly after the young sister went to London. Whether polygamy was ever to be a doctrine of the Church or not, it was very clear to me that the London elder was a polygamist at heart. The more my mind dwelt on these things, the more sick at heart I did become, and faint and weary. I had, however, personal cares and trials enough to engage my attention. I found that I could not depend upon the saints to provide me with even the barest necessities of life, so I looked about me and made enquiries for some light employment by which I might support myself. My health at that time would not have allowed me to do much, but for a long time I could not get anything at all to do. I had of course been used to teaching, but employment of that kind it was just then impossible for me to take even if I could have got it. The only resource which seemed left to me was to find occupation for my needle, and it was a long and weary time before I could obtain even this. At length I got a little plain sewing to do, and out of the miserable pittance thus earned I contrived to pay my rent and provide a few necessaries. But at times that too was beyond my power, and I have gone a fortnight at a time with nothing to eat but dry bread. Still my faith never failed, and thus the weary days passed by. Now, however, a new interest began to gather round my life, for I expected before the end of the year the arrival of a little stranger to share my affections and my care. This certainly was a sad beginning of domestic bliss, but still the thought was pleasant to me. I had at that time no one to aid me or comfort me. The saints were very kind, but they could not supply the place of an absent husband. My dearest friend, Mary Burton, used to come as often as she could to see me, and her presence was like a gleam of sunshine. But she was so young and innocent and happy that I had not the heart to trouble her with my sorrows. All my jewelry and trinkets and the greater part of my wardrobe had gone in providing for my daily wants and in preparing those necessary trifles upon which a young mother bestows so much loving care. My health was daily failing, and sometimes I doubted if I should ever be well and strong again. But all that I suffered was for the church, and that thought sustained me. Often I would sit alone and think of the past and all my early daydreams of love and hope and bliss. Think of my husband in a far-off land, devoting his life and all his energies to the preaching of the latter-day glory. Think of those whisperings of that accursed doctrine which has since brought desolation and anguish to the hearts of so many weary women. Think of my future life, dark as its promise even then appeared. Sometimes I heard from Italy, heard how my husband was progressing with his work, and with wifely love I sympathized with him in all his difficulties, for he told me how arduous the task was in which he was engaged. It was not the expectation of the Mormon apostles that the missionaries would do much in Catholic Italy. The same causes were in operation there as affected the work in France. Few, if any, really good Roman Catholics have ever joined the saints. The Irish mission was never successful, and the same may be said of the French and Italian missions. In France and Italy by far the greater part of the people might be classed under two heads, Roman Catholics and infidels. The first already had an infallible guide in which they trusted, and as for the infidels, they ridiculed the idea of any guide at all. Both classes were utterly devoid of that acquaintance with Scripture of which Mormon missionaries understood so well how to take advantage, and rendered them so susceptible to religious influences which took the Bible as their basis. The missionaries in Italy soon experienced the difficulties presented by these facts. After their arrival in Genoa, Mr. Stenhouse was directed to carry the gospel to the Waldenses, those brave old Protestants of the Dark Ages, who so manfully suffered even unto death for conscience' sake. And some time after he had begun his labors among them, the Apostle Snow joined him. Whatever they might believe or teach theoretically, there can be no doubt that the American apostles were largely endowed with the organ of caution. Preaching without purse or scrip among people who either detest you as a heretic or else regard you with profound indifference is not a pleasant task, and the Mormon apostles very prudently took up liberal collections in England before they started. Had it not been for this common-sense proceeding, I am at a loss to say what would have become of the missionaries in Italy, and as it was, their lot was not a very enviable one. Besides the scarcity of money, the other great difficulty experienced by the missionaries was learning the language of their destined converts. For many years it was supposed among the saints that the gift of tongues would be all sufficient for this purpose. The two distinguished apostles, Orson and Parley P. Pratt, whose writings did so much for Mormonism, had both of them eloquently discussed the subject in print. But the missionaries soon discovered that for practical purposes the gift was not of much service, and the two Pratts themselves afterwards experienced, the one in South America and the other in Austria, the fallacy of their theories. Without the gift, in any shape, the work in Italy was necessarily very slow, and an elder who could speak a little French was sent out from London to assist them. They had at last come to the conclusion that if the Lord would not bestow the gift upon them, they must try to acquire it themselves. The Apostle Snow now thought of sending the gospel to the Swiss, and Mr. Stenhouse was selected for the work. But before he went, it was determined that the church in Italy should be organized, and about a week later I received a long account of how this was done. I heard how one pleasant November morning the Apostle Snow, Elders Stenhouse and Woodward, together with several Waldenses whom they had converted, ascended the mountain side contiguous to La Tour, Penarello. There they sang praises and prayed. They christened the place Mount Brigham, and the stone upon which the three elders stood and offered up a written prayer they named the Rock of Prophecy. And there they organized the church, dedicating the soil of Italy to the Lord. Moreover, then and there, my husband was solemnly consecrated a high priest after the order of the Son of God. All this I heard, and much more, and in confiding faith that this was indeed a great and glorious work, I rejoiced that I had been accounted worthy to suffer patiently at home, if only my husband might successfully fulfill his task abroad. After that I heard that he had left Italy, and had arrived in Geneva, believing that he would be more successful among the Swiss than the Italians. A few days after the arrival of the missionary in Geneva, an event occurred which interested my own self personally. My little Clara was born. Very happy was I when I looked upon her tiny little face for the first time, and kissed her for being the prettiest baby in the world. Very happy was I when I folded her in my arms and talked to her as if she could understand all that I said. Very happy indeed as I looked at her again and again, and marveled whether she really could be, indeed and certainly, my own baby girl. It seemed as if baby's papa would never come back again, but I had a companion now in my child, and weak and weary as I was, with new responsibilities and less power to help myself, I found comfort in my new care, and realized the truth of the old Scotch song, "Moukly lichter is the load when you vie bears up the creel." I was not now alone. Then too came round to see me Mary Burton. She was as fond and tender to me as ever, and tripped quietly about the room, and tried to wait upon me, and sat by the bed playing with the baby, calling her all the pretty things she could think of, and I felt that her presence brought new light and life to my room. She brought me another letter from my husband, and I found that he was now acquiring for himself the gift of the French tongue, unable to do much else, as he and everybody didn't understand each other. He could not yet talk to the French-speaking Genevese, and the English-speaking residents would not listen to him. They had only heard of Mormonism as a clumsy fraud, and looked upon the prophet Joseph Smith as an impostor. So for a whole winter he sat shut up in his own room, poring over a French grammar, and deploring his hard fate in being denied the gift of tongues. In the spring of the new year, I received a distinguished visitor who kindly interested himself in my welfare. The Apostle Lorenzo Snow left Piedmont for England and passed through Geneva en route. On his way to England, he called upon me at Southampton and expressed much sympathy for me. He noticed the change in my appearance and immediately sent for Mr. Stenhouse to return to England. He acted very kindly by me at that time, did all that he could to assist me, and said that he never again would ask any man to make such a sacrifice. I fully appreciated his kindness, but much as I wanted to, I did not venture to ask him about the truth or falsity of those terrible suggestions which I had heard whispered of late. My husband hastened home, coming by way of Calais, in order to meet his president and receive his instructions. The Apostle showed much sympathy for him, and very early in the morning accompanied him some miles to the railway station. But he never once mentioned how I had been situated in Southampton until he left him, and then he exacted from him a promise not to open his lips whatever he might learn. I need not say that I was happy to see my husband once again, and to present to him his little daughter, who was now 5 months old. He was, of course, soon busy in visiting the Saints, and he received from them many tokens of attachment. In the beginning of June, a general conference of the branches of the church in Britain was held in London. The apostles and foreign missionaries were present, and my husband and I were also there. We had speeches and prayers. The business of the conference occupied but very few minutes, for no measure was questioned. Among the Mormons there are no opinions, no discussion. The presiding head has made out his program before he comes to the conference. He knows what he wants to do, and no one ever questions him. He may perhaps, for form's sake, invite the brethren to speak on any point he introduces. But when he has furnished the clue to his wishes, the elders who speak only spend their time in arguments in favor of his measures. At the conference of which I speak, the reports of the native elders were very cheering to us. Throughout England and Wales, they had been most successful in adding members to the church. Mormonism was then most successfully preached in Britain. There were more Mormons there than in all Utah Territory. There were 50 conferences with over 700 organized branches, and more than 6,000 men ordained to the priesthood. That peculiar influence which the Mormons call the Spirit, of which I have spoken, elsewhere was spoken of by the elders as being a common experience everywhere. During all that conference I listened carefully for a word from the lips of any of the speakers which might indicate in any way that polygamy was part of the Mormon faith, but not a whisper, not a hint was uttered. I naturally concluded that the elders, whose doubtful expressions at Southampton had so troubled my mind, were misinformed or unsafe men. Still I could not altogether banish my apprehension of coming evil, but so bound to secrecy were those who did know of polygamy being practiced in Utah that there was not one who would admit to it, and even my own husband's lips were sealed to me. He did not deny it, but he would not talk about it, and did everything he could to banish the thought from my mind. At that conference the Apostle Snow spoke very strongly of the way in which I had been neglected, and it was arranged that Elder Stenhouse should return to Switzerland and that I should accompany him. My knowledge of French was expected to be very serviceable. We now made preparations for an early departure and prepared to leave our friends. To the reader it may seem strange for a man, his wife, and babe to be sent out in this way on a mission without any proper arrangement for their maintenance, but to my mind at the time it seemed to me not only perfectly proper, but altogether in accordance with God's word and commandment. My young friend, Mary Burton, came round to bid me good-bye, and the poor girl wept, and I wept with her, and we kissed one another tenderly as our tears mingled. We had become very dear to each other, and the thought of separation for years, or perhaps forever, was very painful to us. She hung about my neck at the last moment, kissing me and begging me not to forget to write her very, very often, and this I gladly promised her, asking the same in return. Then with a fond embrace we parted, and it was years before I saw her dear face again. Thus it was that we three, my husband, my babe, and myself, set forth on our pilgrimage to convert the Swiss. It was with no ordinary feelings that I entered the ancient city of Geneva. I was not ignorant of its history and the struggles of its inhabitants for civil and religious liberty. It had been the refuge for the English Protestants during the fiery days of Queen Mary, just as in the time of the French Revolution it was the refuge of infidel and papist, Royalist and Republican alike. Where Calvin lived in gloomy austerity, battling with Rome, there Servetus, the Unitarian, was condemned to be roasted alive as a heretic, and there we expected, in our own humble way, to be able to testify by our suffering and patience to what we firmly believed was the truth. In free countries like England and the United States, free from the surveillance of a military police, it is easy, if he wishes it, for the missionary to mount a chair at a street corner or hold forth under a tree, and such has often been done. But all over continental Europe there is hardly a place where this would be possible. In the various grand duchies, kingdoms, and empires, paternal governments look too closely after the morals and religion of their subjects, while under the ephemeral republics, as long as they happen to last, there is often to be found under the name of liberty a despotism more despotic than under the rule of royalty. It is the colporteur, the man of books and tracts, who makes the converts there, and in this slow way we soon found that we were destined to proceed. During my husband's former stay in Geneva, he had had neither Mormon books nor Mormon papers, with the exception of a paper published at Boulogne, containing a letter by the Apostle Taylor in French and English. This single copy he lent to a Genevese to read, and never saw it again. And yet in a short time, even before he could properly speak French, he converted and baptized 2 men in the Rhone, one of whom is today a devoted Mormon in southern Utah. His first attack was upon a shoemaker whom he visited for the purpose of repairs. While the shoemaker worked, Elder Stenhouse talked, and as the English are all reputed wealthy on the continent, the friendly overtures of the Mormon missionary were graciously received. As they grew intimate, Elder Stenhouse would sit down on the bench beside the man as he worked, and taking from his pocket a French Testament, which he always carried about with him, would try to read it aloud, the good-natured shoemaker undertaking to correct his pronunciation. In this way he kept his auditors' attention constantly fixed upon certain passages, more especially those which spoke of baptism for the remission of sins, and the laying on of hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost. So persistent was he that at last the shoemaker's curiosity was awakened, and finally he was baptized. But unfortunately, not long after, a small pamphlet upon the mission of Joseph Smith fell into his hands and made a shipwreck of his faith. With his second convert he was much more successful. This time it was his landlord who was to be the subject of attack. He was a tailor, and fortunately for the missionary, somewhat talkative. The same arrangement was made about reading and correction, and with a like result. The tailor was baptized. Just at this time came the Apostle Snow's letter telling my husband to return to England, and as he might not leave the country without a representative, he ordained the tailor a priest in the Mormon Church. When we arrived in Geneva, Monsieur le Tailleur was all that constituted the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Switzerland. Soon a few personal friends began to gather to hear the English missionary tell about the new religion, and my husband being very much in earnest, interest before long began to be excited. I remember well our first meetings. Among the Swiss, 6 people sitting round a table with open Bibles before them, passages from which Mr. Stenhouse was trying in very bad French to make them understand. I pitied him very much, but those who were present made as if they did not notice his embarrassment, and listened with marked attention. Among the Mormons it is a woman's duty to keep silence. I therefore remained a listener only. But at the close of the service, for such it was regarded, when I might speak, my missionary labors began. I was aroused to eloquence, and our parting was longer than our meeting. The warmth with which the few who were present responded to our efforts satisfied me that they had come under the same mysterious influence which I had observed in England. I was then convinced that Mormonism could awaken the Christian soul more to a realization of what it already possessed than impart to it any new moral or religious qualities. Mormonism of itself never made Christians, but Christianity built up Mormonism. It was an awakening to the teachings of Christ and his apostles that begat confidence in the mission of the Mormon prophet. Although we observed the very strictest economy, it did not take long for us to exhaust what little money we brought from England. This placed us in a very awkward position. It is inconvenient enough to be without money in one's own country, where one understands and is understood by everybody, but to be in a strange land, especially in a country like Switzerland, where every Englishman is supposed to be a milord and the bounteous dispenser of unlimited wealth, it is more than inconvenient. We left our first quarters, where we had had so many visitors, and rented a room from a widow woman who fortunately was not inquisitive. She had a family of children to support, and as we paid our rent monthly in advance, she had no occasion to know whether or not we kept a bank account, and we were thankful that it was so, for had it been so ordained, we could there have starved to death without attracting the notice of any one. A nice thing to be thankful for. We were not hopeless, though we were heavy-hearted, but we had expected trial and could not complain, for we knew from the beginning that thus it would probably be. One day my husband received a letter from an infidel gentleman who lived in Lausanne, a neighboring canton, requesting him to come and see him, that they might talk together over Mormonism, for he had heard of us and of our doctrine, and my husband resolved to visit him before our money was all gone. When Mr. Stenhouse reached Lausanne, he visited first a Protestant minister with whom he had some slight acquaintance, and who was also interested in Mormonism, and told him that he was going to call upon the Gouverneur de l'Hôpital. The minister was greatly opposed to my husband visiting such a man. He is a socialist, he said, a revolutionist. He fought at the barricades. He is a mauvais sujet, and anything but a fit person to be spoken to about religion. This only increased the interest which Mr. Stenhouse felt in the Governor, and made him more than ever determined to see him. And he did see him, although the good minister had represented him aussi noir que le diable. So they met, and my husband began the work for which he had come. They had long talks together, and my husband, as did the elders ever in such cases, spoke to the Governor of redemption through Christ, and baptism for the remission of sins. Faith is not an act of will. Like the unseen wind, it comes, and we see a power thereof, but know not whence it proceeds. The unbelieving Governor found it. He might find himself no match for the arguments of his opponent, but he could not force his heart to believe, and he was by no means a willing convert. My husband, however, remained with him, and before he left, the Governor had been baptized into the church. Our new convert proved to be a most excellent and worthy man, notwithstanding his former infidelity, and he was subsequently a great aid to us in our mission. We felt satisfied that the expenses of that journey had been well spent, although a few francs at that time could ill be spared. But our circumstances seemed to be getting worse and worse, and my health began to fail. For several months neither of us had had sufficient nourishment, and my anxieties increased my physical weakness. I was dispirited, yet I feared to complain or even to let my husband know what I felt. At length I was really ill, and could not leave my bed. I well remember the solemn silence that reigned in our home one day. I had risen from my bed weak and oh so faint-hearted that I had scarcely any desire to live, and I was sitting with my little daughter in my arms. She had cried herself to sleep, cold and hungry, and as much as I loved her, nay, idolized her, I confess that for an instant I harbored in my soul the impious and unnatural wish that rather than see my darling awake again to cold and hunger, she might sleep her sweet young life away. For me to yield to such a thought, to wish my child to wake no more, I who would have gladly given the last drop of my life blood to save her, for me to look upon her innocent little face with such a thought, I can hardly now believe that such a thing was possible, even for a moment. But I was desperate and bold and cowardly all at the same time, or my heart was humiliated by poverty, and my faith was rousing bitter thoughts in my mind. My husband was pacing the room. I knew too well all that was passing in his mind, although we had been long silent. At length I said to him, "Take courage, dear, for we are the servants of the great God, and surely He will find a means of escape for us. We were sent here. We came because the Lord wanted us to come, and surely He will provide for us." He turned to me in reply and said kindly, "We can at least have some water." And he went for some water, and then, with as reverential feeling in his soul as ever inspired a grace before dinner, he blessed it, and we drank. We had scarcely done so when the mail courier brought a letter to our door. Governor Studeman, with a feeling of delicacy, had hesitated when my husband visited him at Lausanne to offer him any assistance, but he said in his letter that he had been impressed to do so, and hoped that we should not be offended. As the letter was opened, a piece of gold fell upon the table. We could hardly believe that God had so soon answered our prayers and sent us relief, and our emotions of gratitude for this timely aid found expression in tears. All this time our landlady knew nothing of our distress. She was as ignorant of our situation as if she had never seen us. So long as I was able to walk about, I used at regular hours to go to the kitchen, get the cooking utensils, and go through the routine of cooking as if we had had a well-filled larder all the time. I set the table with punctilious care, and the good old widow never suspected but that we had plenty. Thus supposing that we wanted nothing, she and her children were more than ordinarily kind to us and to our little girl, who was now old enough to toddle round and go from room to room. Very often they would get her into their room at mealtime and give her little things to please her. And while they felt honored in being permitted to do so, we were silently thankful for our child's sake, for her sufferings were more than we could endure. The temporary aid from Lausanne was very welcome to us, though it only served to make us feel more keenly our dependent position. I might relate stories, alas too true, of cold and want, of days and even almost an entire week passed at one time without food, stories which for painful detail would eclipse romance. It was a weary waiting for Providence. Such things are better forgotten, and yet I feel that in after years my temper was more subdued, and my mind more patient under affliction than it would have been had I not experienced this preparatory discipline. People who have heard with a sneer of Mormon missionaries and their work would perhaps have realized that faith may be sincere although mistaken, if they could have seen us at that time. The first teachers of a doctrine, whether it be good or evil, if only it stems at the current opinions of the hour, have ever found that at the end of a rocky way there was waiting for them a crown of thorns. Many a time since then I have felt the weight of anxious care in providing for my family. The trial of our faith has not been light or seldom repeated. But those days of trouble in Switzerland were, I think, the darkest that I ever experienced. We realized literally the necessity of trusting to God's daily mercies for our daily bread, and the assurance that the Lord would provide was our only hope. To say that we practiced the strictest economy would be to give but a faint idea of the way in which we had to consider and contrive in order to exist at all. For years we kept the word of wisdom, a revelation of Joseph Smith, which enjoined abstinence from wine, coffee, tea, or in fact warm drinks of any kind. And trifling as such self-denial may at first appear, it was not really so when other privations were added thereto. For months at a time we existed, for I dare not say lived, without what are considered even by the poorest the most common necessaries. I can even recall to mind one trying week in Switzerland when for the whole 7 long days we had less than a pint of corn flour to live upon, and that was chiefly reserved for our poor child. As I look back to those dark, painful times, I feel that it was by little short of a miracle that our lives were spared. Our faith alone saved us. End of chapter 7. Our mission in Switzerland. Mutterings of the coming storm. Very soon after this we were notified that the Apostle Snow was on his way to Switzerland, and that we might shortly expect him. This to me was joyful news, for he had relieved me of my trouble once before, and I almost looked upon him as my good angel. He came and remained with us a few days, and before he left he instructed Mr. Stenhouse to repair to England to raise funds to aid the mission. He also gave me a few pounds to procure what I needed for an event which I expected shortly to take place. This kindness on his part brought to my mind such a sense of relief and renewed my energy so that I felt ready for my missionary labors again. When my second child was about 2 months old, I went to Lausanne to reside while my husband was absent in England. Apartments were engaged for me at the house of a gentleman who had recently been baptized. I was made very comfortable there, and for the first time since my husband was sent on a mission, I experienced a feeling of repose, so that I now had some hopes of regaining mental and physical strength. No provision had been made by the saints for my support, but even without that, I thought, living among those who were themselves happy and one with us in the faith, I should myself find more tranquility of mind. Madame and Monsieur Bailiff, in whose house I resided, were persons of good social position. The husband was one of nature's gentlemen, and as good a man as I ever knew. He received the Mormonism taught by Mr. Stenhouse with all his heart, and never seemed weary of showing his gratitude by his good deeds. Madame Bailiff did not at once join the church, and probably never would have done so but for the love she bore to her husband. She was not, however, hostile to the new faith, as some other wives were, and she did all that she could to render pleasant my stay with them, and tried to make me forget what I had suffered in Geneva. Madame Bailiff was a high-spirited, impulsive woman, and devotedly attached to her husband. I never saw a woman more so. She impressed me as being one of the happiest of wives, he one of the best of husbands. After I had lived in the house a few weeks, she was baptized, but she never was satisfied with Mormonism. Poor dear lady, how often I have bitterly regretted that I was instrumental in leading her into the Mormon church, in which, as years later in Utah she told me, she endured such cruel humiliation and martyrdom. I knew well indeed then what all that meant. While I lived with them, it was agreed that I should pay for my apartments monthly, but after I had paid for the first month, Monsieur Bailiff told me that I should do so no more, and knowing that he meant it as an expression of kindness and gratitude on his part, I felt relieved of all anxiety on that account. All that I had even then for the support of myself and my 2 little ones was about 5 francs or $1 a week. But my wants were few, for I had taught myself to require nothing but was absolutely necessary to keep me alive. During Mr. Stenhouse's absence, the meetings were held in my parlor, and as the brethren who had joined the church had not previously been religious men, though they were persons of the best moral character, they were very diffident about conducting the meetings, and for a time could not think of praying before others. It devolved upon me of sheer necessity, for I disliked prominence as much as they did, to lead the singing, to pray, to preach, in fact, to do everything. Had I not done so, they would have sat looking at each other, for they were all too timid to speak. I encouraged them in every way to try, and finally we got along very well. A good spirit prevailed, and we were like a little band of brothers and sisters. The only person now who gave me any anxiety was Madame Baliff, who was very weak in the faith. Her doubts and fears troubled me much, for I had conceived a very great regard for her. I feared that with a heart so proud and rebellious as hers, she would never get salvation, and I trembled for her happiness. How slight a hold the new faith had taken of her mind I was forcibly reminded by an incident which was at the time a great trial to me. My little daughter fell sick of intermittent fever, and I dared not call in a physician. It would not do for me, a missionary's wife, to show lack of faith. Such was our zeal in those days. But now, as I once before stated, even the most orthodox Mormons, including Brigham Young, do not think of relying upon God and the ordinances of the church as they used to in former years, but call in the best physician they can get. I was much troubled about my little girl, for she was evidently failing fast. She had been administered to by one of the native elders who had anointed her with oil and prayed over her, but yet she did not get better. Madame Baliff, in the midst of my affliction, taunted me about the child not recovering, and asked where was the power of God of which I had talked so much. Now, she said, if you could get that child healed, it would be some proof to my mind that the power you speak of is still in the church. I felt ashamed that I had not exercised more faith. I was certain that the gift of healing was in the church, and I believed it was my own fault that the child was not even now well. In my zeal, I replied rather warmly, "My child will be healed, and you shall see it." But I had no sooner uttered these words than I began to fear I had promised too much. I was determined, however, that nothing on my part should be left undone. I sent for Governor Studeman, our new convert, as he was the president of the branch and an elder. I told him that this child must be healed by the power of God. We had not witnessed any manifestation of the healing power among the saints in Switzerland up to that time, and I earnestly desired that now, for the first time, this gift might be proved among us, for the sake of the church as well as for my own. So I told the Governor that it was his duty as well as mine to fast and pray, that it might be a testimony that it was his work and that we were his servants. He became as enthusiastic as I was myself, and we fasted and prayed for nearly 2 days. At the end of that time he came to see me, and by the bedside we knelt and prayed, and he laid his hands upon the child and blessed her in the name of the Lord. That night the child was very low, and though I strove to show my faith, I dreaded that she would have her usual attack of fever about midnight. After the departure of the elder, Madame Baliff came into the room and said, "Your child is very ill. If your God cannot help her, why do you not send for a physician?" This appeared to me so profane and such an insult to my God and my faith that I replied indignantly, "Madame, she will and shall be healed this very night, for I know that power is in the church. The reason why the child was not healed before is because I have not been earnest enough in seeking the Lord." When I was left alone, I sat down by the bedside, trembling lest I had been too rash in declaring that the child would be healed that same night. Much and fondly as I loved my little treasure, I confess that I suffered more at the thought of God's name suffering reproach than I did from fear of my darling's death, and I tried earnestly to banish my doubts with the remembrance that all things are possible to them that believe. Kneeling there in the dark and lonesome midnight, I poured out my soul fervently to God, beseeching Him for His kingdom's sake and for the glory of His great name to answer, and not to suffer my unworthiness to stand in the way. I watched hour after hour beside my darling's bed, and the child slept on peacefully without any symptoms of returning fever. And oh, how anxiously I waited for her awakening. At last, worn out with fatigue and watching, I laid myself down on the bed beside her and soon fell asleep. And when I awoke it was daylight, and my little one was peacefully sleeping on still. The fever had left her. No tongue could tell the gratitude which filled my heart. I could only weep tears of joy and sing aloud my praise to God. Madame Baliff entered the room early in the morning to see what kind of a night we had passed. Then I drew her to the bedside and told her how tranquilly the child had slept all night, and showed her how much better she looked, and asked if she did not see in all this the providence of God. But she simply said, "Ah, well, I suppose the disease had run its course." This grieved me, for I had trusted that such a direct answer to my prayers would have helped to increase her faith in our religion. But Mormonism had not touched her heart, and I believe it is much more the devotion of the heart than it is the mental acquiescence in doctrine which gives us the power to hope and endure and believe. When by and by my little Clara awoke, she was evidently very much better, and not only free from the fever, but bright and cheerful like her former self, and she never relapsed. In the course of a week she was running about as well as ever, and the saints were greatly confirmed in their faith. One morning not long after this, Madame Baliff brought me a letter which, as it bore the English postmark, she supposed came from my husband. The writing, however, was strange to me, and dreading that some terrible thing might have happened, I tore it open. There, at the bottom of the last page, for the letter was very long, in neat, clear characters, was the signature of my fairy friend, as I called her, Mary Burton. I read the letter through with the deepest interest. It was addressed to darling Sister Stenhouse, and was overflowing with affection. Used as I was to all her endearing ways, I could almost fancy that while I read, I heard her speaking the words. After a great outpouring of love, she said: "Since you left Southampton, we have had many changes. We remained there until nearly all our old friends had left us and emigrated to Zion. And although my father could not possibly go at that time, and I was much too young to travel alone, the President actually scolded me for not being willing to emigrate with the others. When I told him that I was too young to act for myself, he said a good deal about Elder Shrewsbury. I do not know whether you will remember Elder Shrewsbury, but I will try to bring him to your mind. Do you not remember a gentleman who came several times to the meeting with me, and who was at the picnic just before you left England? He was very young, with dark hair and beautiful dark eyes to match. He came with Papa first to the meeting, and then he contrived to make friends with me. And I used to see him very often, and he paid me much attention. I suppose I ought to tell you all that I think about him, and how we have had such pleasant times together, and so I would too, if you were here, so that I might be kissed first as you used to do, but it seems so formal to write such things on paper. I'm afraid almost that he might see. No, I never told him yet that I cared for him a bit, and I am not sure myself whether I do. I think he's very nice, but I know he's a good Mormon, and if I thought there was any truth in those things which we used to talk about, I'd die before I'd marry him, or go to Salt Lake either. I remember you talked to him on the day of the picnic, and I thought you seemed to like him. In fact, you could not help doing so, for he is so clever and so intellectual. That was a happy time we had then. The brethren and sisters all seemed to have cast dull care to the winds, and to have given themselves up to full and free enjoyment, with the exception of one solitary pair of married lovers — you know who I mean. But now you are again united, I suppose, and of course happy. I told the President that I had not the spirit of gathering, and that if my father agreed I would perhaps go next season, but entre nous, I did not tell him that I had another reason besides. What would you think, dear, if I were to go out as a bride? But I am very naughty, I suppose, to think of such a thing. Since you went, I have grown quite an old woman. You used to call me Little Fairy, but, Sister Stenhouse, I am much bigger now. I am now a good deal over 15, and people say that I am getting to be quite a woman. I might tell you some other pretty things that are said about me, but I'm afraid you'd say it was all vanity of vanities. If you stay away much longer, you won't recognize me when we meet again. And now I want to tell you something that interests you as much as me. I have not been able to discover anything more with certainty about those hateful things of which I told you, although the word polygamy seems to become every day much more familiar in people's conversation. Elder Shrewsbury tells me that there is not a word of truth in it, and he has had a good deal of conversation upon that subject with the apostles who are here, and also with a man named Curtis E. Bolton, an elder from the Salt Lake, and they all positively declare that it is a foul slander upon the saints of the Most High. So you see that all our unhappiness was for naught. Our Saviour said we should be blessed when all men spoke evil of us falsely for his name's sake, and the wicked scandal which has been raised against our religion has had a tendency to strengthen my faith, which you know was rather wavering. And yet, do you know, Sister Stenhouse, that even while I am writing to you in this strain, I am weak enough to allow doubts and fears to creep into my heart when I think of the conduct of some of the American brethren. They appear to me, for married men, to act so very imprudently, and to call their conduct imprudent is really treating it with the greatest leniency, for I have often been quite shocked at the way in which some of the brethren and sisters acted. But I will tell you a little about it, and you shall judge for yourself. When I found out, as I had long suspected, that dear Papa was going to marry again, I at once resolved that I would no longer be a burden to him, but would find some employment and support myself. I was induced to do this partly because, as you know, stepmothers and daughters do not always love each other quite as much as they might. So I communicated my wishes to Papa, and told him that I had been introduced to a very nice lady who has a large dressmaking establishment at the West End of London. She is a member of the church, and has always been very highly spoken of. I told him that she employed a number of highly respectable young girls, and that 4 at least of them were members of the church, and that in consideration of my lonely situation, and at the earnest request of Elder Shrewsbury, she was willing to take me into her house to board and lodge me, and teach me the business thoroughly, if my father would pay her a premium of £50. This Papa readily agreed to do, as I expected he would, for he is so taken up with my stepmamma that is to be, and besides which he has, I know, been unfortunate lately in some railway speculations, and has lost a great deal of money, and therefore wishes to economize. In this way I went to London and became a member of Mrs. Ellsworth's family, and here I am still. Now you have been in London, Sister Stenhouse, and must remember the office in Jewin Street, the headquarters where all the elders congregate, and where the American elders board, and church business is managed. Well, the very first week I was at Mrs. Ellsworth's, I noticed that the 4 young sisters who were working there were constantly talking of Jewin Street and the dear American brethren who were stopping there. One of them in particular was always talking about dear Elder Snow, and another girl whispered to me that she went to Jewin Street every evening, and frequently remained there to tea with him, and afterwards to the theatre with him, or to a meeting, as the case might be. And the young lady added, "She does make such a fuss over him, toying with him and brushing and combing his hair. I know that she does it, for I have been there with her and have seen her do it, and he appears to enjoy it quite as much as she does, and I believe if polygamy was true, he would marry her." But I said, "It is not true, and therefore it is very wrong for her to act in that way, for he is a married man." "Oh, but you know," she answered, "that we are all brothers and sisters, and the brethren tell us that those little attentions make them feel that they are not so far from home, and they are thus enabled to perform their mission better. And if that is so, it is the duty of the young sisters to encourage them. These little attentions cost nothing, and I'm sure it's quite a pleasure to me." "Then you go to Jewin Street?" I asked. "Yes," she said, "sometimes, but not very often, for my elder calls here frequently, as he is acquainted with Mrs. Ellsworth, and then I take my work up into the parlor sometimes and have a long talk with him. Mrs. Ellsworth does not like it, I know, but she does not care to oppose the elders. In fact, her husband will not allow any such thing. He has dared her to do so. After all, she is very silly, for we ought to love each other and be free and friendly. My elder — I call him my elder, you know, simply because I like him better than the others — calls Mrs. Ellsworth Gentile-ish, and says she'll get over it when she goes to Zion. But she says she won't. She is awfully jealous of her husband and a certain Miss Caroline somebody, though she doesn't care for him." "But what difference can it make to him?" I asked her. "He has a wife and ought not to pay attention to other women." "Ah, you silly child," she said, "it is only brotherly love after all, and men often have wives who do not make them happy, and that makes them seek the society of the young sisters, for those who are far from home are lonely. My own elder's wife is here in London, but he isn't much with her. He spends nearly all his time in Jewin Street. He is a traveling elder, and when he is going anywhere to preach, he always calls for me, as he does not like going alone. He is such a genial soul. If polygamy were true, I'd promise to marry him when we reached the valley." Then I asked why his wife didn't go with him, and she said, "Oh, poor man, he has no pleasure in her society. She is always moping and unhappy. You know some women are naturally so. I do all I can to make him feel well, for it must be awful to be married to a woman who is always sad." I asked her why his wife should be so unhappy, and she said, "He tells me that she has got it into her head that somehow or other polygamy is practiced in Zion. And I'm sure I, for one, wish it was so, for then we could marry whoever we pleased." "Oh, for shame," I said. "I'm sure I'd never go there if I thought so." Then I asked her whether she did not think it was wrong for her to encourage the attentions of her elder. And she said, "He wishes it just as much as I do, and his wife had better behave herself, or I'll marry him whether polygamy exists or not in Zion. And he does not know, though we both suspect, that there is something in the rumors which we have heard." Then I told her that I thought it was very wicked to encourage the visits of that man, for I believed that if he paid a little more attention to his wife she would be less unhappy, for I supposed that she knew of his attentions to her. She said the wife knew nothing about it, that he was obliged to be out late at night, preaching, or at Jewin Street, which I knew meant flirting with the sisters and going to the theatre, and I fancy he does more of that than preaching. But she seemed to think it was all the wife's fault, and blamed her. I asked her if she would like to be treated so, if she were an elder's wife, and had to work as hard and endure as much as all the missionaries' wives do, but she said she could never be in such a position, and told me that I was not a good Mormon, or I would not set myself up as the accuser of the brethren. But I ask you, Sister Stenhouse, if that is the Mormonism which the elders used to teach to us? And now I have told you all our long talk together, and so you can judge for yourself what a change has taken place since you left. That same day after dinner, Brother Snow called, in company with 2 other elders, to see Mrs. Ellsworth and to ask her and the girls to a tea party the next day. Mrs. Ellsworth declined, but one young lady would go with Brother Snow, and Miss Caroline went with another elder, and my light-hearted friend waited till her elder came also to ask her. And after that came Elder Shrewsbury, and I, of course, was to go with him. With all my faith, I am very much troubled about these things. They are not right, I think. Why, scarcely a day passes but some of those elders who appear to have very little to do call here and send for 1 or 2 of these young sisters, and detain them from their work, much to the annoyance of poor Mrs. Ellsworth, who I believe will apostatize over it eventually. See what a long letter I have written you. I am afraid it will tire you. I often long to have you here, that I might come to you and tell you all my troubles. But perhaps after all I am wrong, and ought to see things in a different light. Have not the elders and apostles positively denied that polygamy or any other sin was practiced in Utah, or formed any part of the Mormon religion? And we know that these men of God would not lie to us. But be sure, dear, to write a nice long letter to me very soon, and with the fondest love, remember your own Mary Burton. I read this letter carefully through, and I sat down and thought of dear Mary Burton, and felt deeply sorry that she should be placed in a situation surrounded by so many temptations. To myself the letter brought a sad confirmation of all my fears. There was something painful in the thought. Had polygamy been openly avowed as a Mormon doctrine, I should never have joined the church. But now, what could I do? After 3 months' absence, Mr. Stenhouse was to return home, and I went to Geneva to meet him, feeling very happy when I saw him once again. Numbers of persons both in Geneva and Lausanne had been converted while he was away, and were waiting for him to baptize them. Among them was a retired Protestant minister, Monsieur Petitpierre, of whom I have something yet to mention. We began at last to rejoice in our success and be thankful that the Lord had answered our prayers. I was now more than ever anxious about polygamy. From much thinking on that subject, it had become a haunting spectre of my existence, and I dreaded what every day might bring forth. The news which my husband brought with him by no means reassured me. He told me that he had heard in England from the American elders that there was a general expectation among the saints in Utah that at the October conference in Salt Lake City, Brigham Young would publish to the world that polygamy was a doctrine of the Mormon Church. After all the prevarications and denials then of the apostles and elders, polygamy among the saints really was a fact. And as the truth became clearer to my mind, I thought I should lose my senses. The very foundations of my faith were shaken, and not only did I feel a personal repugnance to the unholy doctrine, but I began to realize that the men to whom I had listened with such profound respect and had regarded as the representatives of God had been guilty of the most deliberate and unblushing falsehood. And I began to ask myself whether, if they could do this in order to carry out their purpose in one particular, Might they not be guilty of deception upon other points? Who could I trust now? For 10 years the Mormon prophets and apostles had been living in a polygamy at home, while abroad they vehemently denied it and spoke of it as a deadly sin. This was a painful awakening to me. We had all of us been betrayed. I lost confidence in man, and even began to question within myself whether I could even trust in God. There was no argument between Mr. Stenhouse and myself. It would have been worse than useless, for it was not his doing, and he assured me that he had as great a repugnance to the doctrine as I had. He had at first only hinted that it might eventually be acknowledged by the leaders of the church, but it was a matter of too deeply a personal character for me to keep silence, and I did not rest until he had told me all. He had not seen the revelation, but the information which he had received was beyond a question. And singularly enough, Elder Margetts, the London elder of whose flirtation in Southampton I have already spoken, was at that time on a visit to Switzerland and confirmed all that my husband had said. Thus the very man who 2 years before first excited my suspicions now confirmed my fears, and openly stated as a fact that which he then was ashamed almost to suggest. Elder Margetts had been in Utah from the time I saw him in England, and was now on a mission to Italy. He knew therefore very well what was said and done among the saints in Zion. I, and those like me, whose faith was not too strong, were spoken of as babes to whom only milk must be given, and in this way any deception necessary to quiet our tender consciences was allowable. But Elder Margetts was one of the strong men to whom meat was necessary. In other words, they were initiated into all the mysteries of the faith. My husband enjoined me not to speak of what I had heard, and I had little inclination to do so. My heart was too full. The pleasant dreams and hopes of life were ended now to me. What could I look forward to? Henceforth, the stern realities of a lonely and weary existence were all the future that should be mine. Still, the revelation sanctioning a change in the doctrines and practice of the church was not yet published, and until polygamy was openly avowed, I felt that the doom of my happiness was not yet sealed, and like many another heartbroken woman, I hoped against hope. End of chapter 8. The revelation on celestial marriage. And time flew by, and at length the dreaded revelation came. One very pleasant morning, early in January 1853, 2 elders of the Italian mission, Jabez Woodward and Thomas Margetts, took breakfast with us, and with them also was Monsieur Petitpierre from Geneva, the Protestant minister of whom I have already spoken. While I was busy preparing the meal, Mr. Stenhouse and the 2 English elders went to the post office to get their letters, for at that time they were expecting important news. When they returned, breakfast was quite ready, and they took their seats at the table. I asked if there were any letters from England, and my husband said, "No, no letters, but there is a star, and it contains the revelation on polygamy." He handed me a copy of the Millennial Star, a Mormon paper published in Liverpool, and as I took it, I felt as if I were receiving my death warrant. It was indeed the death warrant to all my hopes of happiness. I rose from the table, asking them to excuse me, and overcome with agitation and conflicting emotions, I retired to my own chamber. There, for the first time, I read that document which has since brought such sorrow and misery to so many wronged and heartbroken women. The reader may perhaps like to see the only foundation and authority for the practice of polygamy ever produced by the Mormon leaders. So I copy exactly from the Millennial Star what I then read, leaving out only a few lines here and there, which had no special reference to the subject, but helped to swell the size of the revelation. Celestial Marriage, a revelation on the patriarchal order of matrimony, or the plurality of wives, given to Joseph Smith, the seer, in Nauvoo, July 12, 1843. 1. Verily thus saith the Lord unto you, my servant Joseph, that inasmuch as you have inquired of my hand, to know and understand wherein I, the Lord, justified my servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as also Moses, David, and Solomon, my servants, as touching the principle and doctrine of their having many wives and concubines. Behold, and lo, I am the Lord thy God, and will answer thee as touching this matter. Therefore prepare thy heart to receive and obey the instructions which I am about to give unto you, for all those who have this law revealed unto them must obey the same. For behold, I reveal unto you a new and everlasting covenant, and if ye abide not that covenant, then ye are damned. For no one can reject this covenant and be permitted to enter into my glory. For all who will have a blessing at my hands shall abide the law which was appointed for that blessing, and the conditions thereof, as was instituted from before the foundations of the world, and as pertaining to the new and everlasting covenant, it was instituted for the fullness of my glory, and he that receiveth the fullness thereof must and shall abide the law, or he shall be damned, saith the Lord God. 2. And verily I say unto you that the conditions of this law are these: all covenants, contracts, bonds, obligations, oaths, vows, performances, connections, associations, or expectations that are not made or entered into and sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise of him who is anointed both as well for time and for all eternity, and that too most holy, by revelation and commandment, through the medium of mine appointed, whom I have appointed on the earth to hold this power. And I have appointed unto my servant Joseph to hold this power in the last days, and there is never but one on the earth at a time on whom this power and the keys of the priesthood are conferred, are of no efficacy, virtue, or force in and after the resurrection from the dead. For all contracts that are not made unto this end have an end when men are dead. 4. Therefore, if a man marry him a wife in the world, and he marry her not by me, nor by my word, and he covenant with her so long as he is in the world, and she with him, their covenant and marriage is not of force when they are dead, and when they are out of the world. Therefore they are not bound by any law when they are out of the world, and therefore when they are out of the world they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are appointed in heaven, which angels are ministering servants to minister for those who are worthy of a far more and an exceeding and an eternal weight of glory. For these angels did not abide by my law, therefore they cannot be enlarged, but remain separately and singly, without exaltation, in their saved condition to all eternity, and from henceforth are not gods, but are angels of God for ever and ever. And again, verily I say unto you, if a man marry a wife, and make a covenant with her for time and for all eternity, if that covenant is not by me, or by my word, which is my law, and is not sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, through him whom I have anointed and appointed unto this power, then it is not valid, neither of force, when they are out of the world, because they are not joined by me, saith the Lord, neither by my word. When they are out of the world it cannot be received there, because the angels and the gods are appointed there, by whom they cannot pass. They cannot, therefore, inherit my glory, for my house is a house of order, saith the Lord God. And again, verily I say unto you, if a man marry a wife by my word, which is my law, and by the new and everlasting covenant, and it is sealed unto them by the Holy Spirit of promise, by him who is anointed, unto whom I have appointed this power and the keys of this priesthood, and it shall be said unto them, Ye shall come forth in the first resurrection, and if it be after the first resurrection, in the next resurrection, and shall inherit thrones, kingdoms, principalities, and powers, dominions, all heights and depths. Then shall it be written in the Lamb's book of life, that he shall commit no murder whereby to shed innocent blood, and if ye abide in my covenant, and commit no murder whereby to shed innocent blood, it shall be done unto them in all things whatsoever my servant hath put upon them, in time and through all eternity, and shall be of full force when they are out of the world. And they shall pass by the angels and the gods which are set there, to their exaltation and glory in all things, as hath been sealed upon their heads, which glory shall be a fullness and a continuation of the seeds for ever and ever. 7. Then shall they be gods, because they have no end. Therefore shall they be from everlasting to everlasting, because they continue. Then shall they be above all, because all things are subject unto them. Then shall they be gods, because they have all power, and the angels are subject unto them. 9. Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man marry a wife according to my word, and they are sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, according to mine appointment, and he or she shall commit any sin or transgression of the new and everlasting covenant whatever, and all manner of blasphemies, and if they commit no murder wherein they shed innocent blood, yet shall they come forth in the first resurrection, and enter into their exaltation. But they shall be destroyed in the flesh, and shall be delivered unto the buffetings of Satan unto the day of redemption, saith the Lord God. 10. The blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, which shall not be forgiven in this world nor out of the world, is in that ye commit murder, wherein ye shed innocent blood, and assent unto my death, after ye have received my new and everlasting covenant, saith the Lord God. And he that abideth not this law can in no wise enter into my glory, but shall be damned, saith the Lord. 13. God commanded Abraham, and Sarah gave Hagar to Abraham to wife. And why did she do it? Because this was the law, and from Hagar sprang many people. This, therefore, was fulfilling, among other things, the promises. Was Abraham therefore under condemnation? Verily I say unto you, nay, for I the Lord commanded it. Abraham was commanded to offer his son Isaac. Nevertheless it was written, Thou shalt not kill. Abraham, however, did not refuse, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. 14. Abraham received concubines, and they bare him children, and it was accounted unto him for righteousness, because they were given unto him, and he abode in my law, as Isaac also, and Jacob did none other things than that which they were commanded. They have entered into their exaltation, according to the promises, and sit upon thrones, and are not angels, but are gods. David also received many wives and concubines, as also Solomon, and Moses my servant, as also many others of my servants, from the beginning of creation until this time, and in nothing did they sin, save in those things which they received not of me. 15. David's wives and concubines were given unto him of me, by the hand of Nathan, my servant, and others of the prophets who had the keys of this power. And in none of these things did he sin against me, save in the case of Uriah and his wife. And therefore he hath fallen from his exaltation, and received his portion. And he shall not inherit them out of the world, for I gave them unto another, saith the Lord. 16. I am the Lord thy God, and I gave unto thee my servant Joseph an appointment, and restore all things. I have conferred upon you the keys and power of the priesthood, wherein I restore all things, and make known unto you all things in due time. 17. And verily, verily, I say unto you, that whatsoever you seal on earth shall be sealed in heaven, and whatsoever you bind on earth in my name and by my word, saith the Lord, it shall be eternally bound in the heavens. And whosoever's sins you remit on earth shall be remitted eternally in the heavens, and whosoever's sins you retain on earth shall be retained in heaven. 18. And verily I say, whomsoever you bless, I will bless, and whomsoever you curse, I will curse, saith the Lord, for I, the Lord, am thy God. 19. And again, verily I say unto you, my servant Joseph, that whatsoever you give on earth, and to whomsoever you give any one on earth, by my word, and according to my law, it shall be visited with blessings. 20. A commandment I give unto mine handmaid Emma Smith, your wife. Let mine handmaid Emma Smith receive all those that have been given unto my servant Joseph, and who are virtuous and pure before me. And those who are not pure, and have said they were pure, shall be destroyed, saith the Lord God. I give unto my servant Joseph, that he shall be made ruler over many things, for he hath been faithful over a few things, and from henceforth I will strengthen him. 21. And I command mine handmaid Emma Smith to abide and cleave unto my servant Joseph, and to none else. But if she will not abide this commandment, she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord, for I am the Lord thy God, and will destroy her if she abide not in my law. But if she will abide this commandment, then shall my servant Joseph do all things for her, even as he said, and I will bless him and multiply him, and give unto him 100-fold in this world of fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, houses and lands, wives and children, and crowns of eternal lives in the eternal worlds. And again, verily I say, let mine handmaid forgive my servant Joseph his trespasses, and then shall she be forgiven her trespasses, wherein she has trespassed against me. And I, the Lord thy God, will bless her, and multiply her, and make her heart to rejoice. 24. And again, as pertaining to the law of the priesthood, if any man espouse a virgin, and desire to espouse another, and the first give her consent, and if he espouse the second, and they are virgins, and have vowed to no other man, then is he justified. He cannot commit adultery, for they are given him. For he cannot commit adultery with them that belongeth unto him, and to none else. And if he have 10 virgins given unto him by this law, he cannot commit adultery, for they belong to him, and they are given unto him. Therefore is he justified. But if one or either of the 10 virgins, after she is espoused, shall be with another man, she has committed adultery, and shall be destroyed, for they are given unto him to multiply and replenish the earth, according to my commandment, and to fulfill the promise which was given by my Father before the foundation of the world, and for their exaltation in the eternal worlds, that they may bear the souls of men. For herein is the work of my Father continued, that he may be glorified. 25. And again, verily, verily, I say unto you, if any man have a wife who holds the keys of this power, and he teaches unto her the law of my priesthood, as pertaining to these things, then shall she believe, and administer unto him, or she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord your God, for I will destroy her, for I will magnify my name upon all those who receive and abide in my law. Therefore it shall be lawful in me, if she receive not this law, for him to receive all things whatsoever I, the Lord his God, will give unto him, because she did not believe, and administer unto him according to my word, and she then becomes the transgressor, and he is exempt from the law of Sarah, who administered unto Abraham according to the law, when I commanded Abraham to take Hagar to wife. And now, as pertaining to this law, verily, verily, I say unto you, I will reveal more unto you hereafter. Therefore, let this suffice for the present. Behold, I am Alpha and Omega. Amen. And this was the revelation, this mass of confusion, cunning absurdity, falsehood, and bad grammar. This was the celebrated document which was henceforth to be law to the confiding men and women who had embraced Mormonism. Looking at it now, noting its inconsistencies and its flagrant outrage upon common decency and morality, I can hardly credit that I should ever have been such a silly dupe as to give it a second thought. And yet what could I do? I was bound hand and foot, as it were, and my very vision itself was distorted. Unquestioning obedience, we had been taught, was the highest virtue. Rebellion was as the sin of witchcraft. I had been convinced of the truth of some of the tenets of the Mormon faith, and confident in them, I accepted without question all the rest. Never till the possibility that polygamy might some day be acknowledged by the Church began to be whispered among the saints, never did a solitary doubt respecting my religion intrude itself upon my mind. And after my apprehensions were fairly aroused by those rumors, whenever I felt the faintest shadow of unbelief or suspicion arising in my heart, I banished it as an unholy thing. The time had not yet come when I could judge dispassionately. The revelation aroused within me feelings of horror and dismay, but I did not dare to question its authenticity. It brought bitterness to my soul, but I believed it was from God, and that I must learn to bear the cross patiently. I did not at that time read the document through from beginning to end. No, my indignation was such that before I had read half of it, I threw it from me in anger. Perhaps if I had read it all and considered it carefully, my own judgment and my sense of right and wrong might have pointed out its absurdity and wickedness. But I was far from being tranquil enough to think calmly. I felt bitterly that this new doctrine was a degradation to woman, and I wondered why God should see fit to humiliate my sex in this way. I was willing to devote myself, my life, my all to His service, but wherefore should He doom me to everlasting sorrow? What now was to be a woman's lot among the Mormons? A life without hope. Who can express the terrible meaning of those words, without hope? Yet so it was. Hereafter our hearts were to be daily and hourly trampled upon. The most sacred feelings of our sex were to be outraged. Our affections were to be crushed. We were to be nothing by ourselves. Without a husband, we were told, we could not even enter heaven. But had our trials been limited to this life, we might have borne them, as many a weary soul has done, waiting for the relief of death. But death was to bring no hope to us. We were told that in the other world polygamy should be the only order of marriage, and that without it none could be exalted in glory. We were told these things by men who we believed were true and holy men of God, and we trusted in them. Rebellious I felt, indeed, as I paced the room after I had thrown the revelation on the ground. I almost felt as if I should lose my reason. A woman in the time of trouble always looks to someone in whom she can confide, but to whom could I turn for one kind or cheering word? Who would comfort me? I had neither relation or friend to whom I could speak of this trial. There was no one who could understand me. I could not turn to my husband in this sorrow, and I dared not even kneel to my God to implore His aid. It was He, they said, who had declared this revelation was His will. How then could I turn to Him? No, my heart sank within me. Henceforth there was to be no hope, no peace for me. There was a knock at my chamber door, and my husband came in. He knew how acutely I must feel, and he came to comfort me. I was almost choked with emotion and tears, but he threw his arms around me tenderly, and spoke to me as if I had been a child that needed consolation. He tried to persuade me that God, as a loving Father, could never have intended the pain or misery of his children, and that when we came to understand the doctrine better, we should find that all would be well. He spoke also of his own unchanging attachment, and appealed to me whether I thought he could ever love me less or place his affections on another. I tried to believe, and when I felt a little better I went with him to the breakfast room, where the others were waiting for us. We were not a very entertaining party that morning. The elders present, of course, knew what had kept me in my room, and their attempt at cheerfulness was not very successful. My husband was in sympathy with me, and I have no doubt that I looked sad enough. There was only one person present who did not appreciate the situation, Monsieur Petitpierre, the Protestant minister, and they handed the revelation to him. Mr. Stenhouse and the other elders had some misgivings as to how he would receive it, and they were afraid it might disgust him with Mormonism. But the old gentleman stood the test bravely, and I saw then, as I have since seen, that men can be easily satisfied that the revelation on polygamy, or any other revelation, is divine, if they desire it to be so. Here was old Monsieur Petitpierre, a man of more than 80 years, and childless. To him the example of Abraham and Solomon appeared most instructive, an example which might be followed with advantage. His wife, like Sarah of old, had never been called by a mother's name, and now, although thus far he had no idea who might act the part of a second Hagar, there seemed a fair chance that a little Ishmael might perpetrate the race of Petitpierres on the earth, if only the revelation was acted upon by the faithful. It ought to be prayerfully thought of, he said. Prayerfully thought of? Poor silly old man. Before then I had respect for his years and learning, but now what could I think of a man who talked such nonsense? Had the revelation told him that the wife of his youth, now tottering in step, and with hair silvered by age, was commanded to take 2 or a dozen young husbands, I wondered whether he would have added with such satisfaction, "It ought to be prayerfully thought of." From that day I learned to regard polygamy as an essential part of the Mormon faith, and such for many years the world has considered it. But when I first joined the church, such an innovation would have appeared to the European saints beyond the wildest fancies of a dream. End of chapter 9. Missionary work, teaching polygamy. I now entered upon a new phase of my missionary life. The elders assured me that it was my duty to teach polygamy to the women of Switzerland. Hitherto, although I had suffered much from poverty and privation, my work as a missionary had been very pleasant. I believed with my whole heart all that I taught, and my best wishes for the people around me were that they might become altogether such as I was, except for my sufferings. Now, however, all was changed. It was no longer salvation through faith in Christ, or repentance or baptism. It was no longer love and peace for this world and the promise of everlasting joy in the world to come that I was called upon to teach. My task hitherto had been a labor of love. Now it was to be a weary work of pain. How could I teach the sisters the affection of whose guileless hearts I had won to myself? How could I teach them that which my own heart abhorred, a doctrine which I hated with my whole soul? How I strove against my rebellious nature, how I battled with myself. That God had sent the revelation I never questioned, and all rebellion to his will I knew must be sinful. I had no thought of evading the responsibility. My heart must be subdued. It might be subdued, it might be crushed and broken, but I could never again, I felt, be truly happy. I tried to reason with myself and to persuade myself that it was I who was to blame and not the revelation. If the Lord required me to submit, it must be for some good purpose, and I must not refuse the cross that He called upon me to bear. Sometimes, for a few moments, something would attract my attention and divert my thoughts, but the terrible reality, polygamy, refused to be ignored, and I felt all the more bitterly afterwards. I never was happy, for life had lost its charm to me. Ere I slept at night, one dreadful thought was haunting my pillow. It disturbed my very dreams, and when I awoke in the morning, it was with a feverish apprehension of coming evil hanging over me. All through the long weary day it haunted my footsteps like a spectre, and like a fearful blight that had fallen upon me, it seemed to be withering my soul. One thought was ever present in my mind, that thought, polygamy. It can be no wonder that I lost all interest in life, and that I should almost wish to die rather than live a life of degradation which I dreaded would be mine. But death flies from those who woo her. The wretched, the weary, the hopeless, they find her not. I felt that there was no rest for me. My only comfort was in my children. No revelation, I felt, could change their relationship to me. But over my little daughter Clara I mourned, for I thought if this revelation were acted upon by the saints, as doubtless it would be, she would some day be called upon to suffer as I did. How little did I then, however, anticipate in what way my fears would be realized. My Clara is now the daughter-in-law of Brigham Young, having married his eldest son, Joseph A. Young. I am afraid at that time I was somewhat of a trial to my husband, for my heart was not yet quite subdued. I grew impatient at the wrong which I felt had been done to me, and I often said bitter things against the prophet of the Lord and all his sex, including my husband, who was then and for years after a devoted Mormon, and was quite horrified at what I said. He often told me that I was a great hindrance to him, and that it was impossible for anyone who lived with me to enjoy the Spirit of God, and I was afraid that he only spoke the truth. Then I repented and sought to chasten myself, and I fasted and prayed and asked forgiveness of God and my husband. But even when most subdued, I was as unhappy as ever, and someone was sure to say something which reminded me of my trouble, and whenever the elders came to the house, they were sure to discuss the one painful topic. Then my indignant feelings all came back again, and I felt the spirit of rebellion stirring within me. I could not help it, for I felt that woman's nature itself was insulted by the degrading doctrine, and any mention of it excited my anger. My husband and the elders had anticipated that I would not readily submit, and they bore with me as patiently as they could, losing no opportunity of strengthening me in the faith, ever keeping before me the obligation that rested upon me in particular to explain the doctrine to the Swiss sisters. They knew very well that nothing tends more to conform the faith of the wavering than setting them to teach others. Brigham Young has always acted upon this principle, and whenever any of the brethren have evinced signs of doubt or disaffection, they have been at once dispatched on mission. Their efforts to convert others established their own faith. Among the Swiss we had never spoken on polygamy or any kindred subject, and we were therefore spared the humiliation of which the British elders experienced in having to retract their own teachings. Nevertheless, Mr. Stenhouse and the other elders felt great anxiety as to how the new doctrine would be received. My husband did not at once openly tell them that such a revelation had been sent from Zion, but whenever an opportunity presented, he took them aside singly and spoke to them about the ancient patriarchs who practiced polygamy, and so great was his influence with the converts that he soon won them over to the new teaching, and made them feel that they would not be justified in rejecting the revelation. Many of the Swiss saints before their conversion had been more socialists than Christians, and they probably thought that this change in the marriage institution was a sign of advancing intellectual supremacy. But their wives were very far from sharing these opinions with them. After many days and nights of prayer and fasting, I prepared myself for my work. To a certain extent I had brought my own self under control, or thought I had, and I almost felt anxious to begin, so that I might get over the painful scenes which I fully anticipated. It was agreed that Madame Belief, of whom I had already spoken as being rather skeptical when my child recovered from her critical condition, should be the first to whom the intelligence should be imparted, for it was thought that if she accepted the revelation without much difficulty, the other sisters would be more easily won over. She was a well-educated and intelligent woman, and had seen a good deal of the world. She had met her husband while traveling in Russia, had married him, and they had returned to their native land. She was in every respect a lady, but she was a spoiled child and had her whims, and she possessed a great influence over the minds of the other sisters. On this account it was that she was selected as the victim to whom should first be imparted the mysteries of the Revelation, for it was thought that whatever reception she might give to polygamy, her views would greatly influence the conduct of the rest. As I before mentioned, Madame Belief and her husband were models of affection to one another, and it seemed to me quite a sin that I should introduce into such a household a doctrine which could only produce disunion and misery. I had, however, schooled my heart to what I thought was my duty, and I strove to smother the rebellion rising within me. But after all, it seemed to me hardly fair that I should be selected for this painful task. These husbands had not courage enough, or were ashamed, to tell their own wives about this wonderful revelation, and so I, a weak woman, hating in my heart the doctrine as much as a woman could hate, I was chosen to introduce this pleasant subject, and to persuade those I loved to their own ruin. I had had it all fully explained to me, and I thoroughly understood the beauties of the system in the sight of the elders, and what they considered the strong points in the Revelation. But it is miserable work to try to convince others of a thing that you yourself detest. One day, quite unexpectedly to her, they had told Madame Belief that a new revelation had been sent from Zion, and that I would explain it to her. Then Monsieur Belief left the house and remained absent until the wife whom he so devotedly loved should have heard this new thing. Madame Belief came downstairs singing in her usual gay spirits, little expecting what she was going to hear, and when she came to me I felt so unfitted for my task that I dared not look her straight in the face, although she was my dearest friend, and I had such an affection for her. I stood there, pale and trembling, and she thought that I was not well. I was not well indeed. I was sick at heart. Never before had the face of a friend been so unwelcome. She asked me what it was that I had to tell her, and when I hesitatingly denied having wanted to speak to her at all, she said she knew there must be something, as her husband had told her so. I hesitated still, but at last found courage and told her all. It was a cruel task to impose upon me. Day after day I had observed her and her husband. I had noticed their deep affection, had seen her watching at the window for his return, and he would come with a little offering of choice fruit or flowers. And I thought no woman could be happier than Madame Belief. And now for me to so cruelly awaken them from their dream of bliss. She sat and listened eagerly as I told my story, and when at length she began to understand what was meant by it, she thought that I must be playing some unseasonable joke upon her, and showed as much in her countenance. But when she saw that I really was in earnest, she sprang up and cried out, "Oh, my God, what a beastly religion!" How dared your husband and you come to us Swiss with such a religion as that?" My eyes sank before her as she turned on me with mingled rage and disgust, as she would wither me with her contemptuous looks. I felt as humbled as if I myself had been the author of the revelation. "And does my Sergei believe this?" she cried. I assured her that he did believe it, and she paced the room to and fro as if she would go crazy. My heart ached for her. She gave way to a perfect storm of rage, and then sobbed and cried like a child who had lost its mother. I was silent, for I knew how she must feel, and I felt that she would be relieved by tears. I had gone through the trial all alone, without one word from a woman's heart that could reach my own, and I tried to comfort her. I remembered how I had felt myself, and I believed that thus it was now with her. In an instant, when I first realized that polygamy had anything to do with me, just as I have heard it said of dying men, all my past life rushed to my remembrance, and every word or deed of love therein stood out in brightest reality. Thus I doubted not it was with my friend. Every tender word which her husband had ever uttered, every loving deed he had ever done, came to her recollection with a tenfold dearness as she realized the horrors which awaited in her future. How little did either of us imagine the story she would afterwards tell me in Utah. I tried to soothe her, and she threw her arms passionately round me, and pressed me to her throbbing heart, and wept again. She thought of her husband and her little girls. But with all her fears, she dreamed not how miserable was the life before her in poverty and polygamy. She was herself, handsome in form and fair in feature, and in the full enjoyment of all that could be desired in her sphere of life. She was as happy as a youthful wife could be. She pictured to herself a time, not now — her Sergei loved her too truly now — when her husband might cast his eyes upon some blooming damsel, younger than she was then, and might begin to take a nearer interest in polygamy. She pictured him bestowing on the youthful beauty the love and tenderness which he had always bestowed on her, how his affections would die out towards her, how her heart would be desolate and alone. I took her hand in mine and spoke very gently to her, and when she was calmer, I talked to her more freely. We found now, as we tried to look our common enemy in the face, how strong a hold Mormonism had taken hold of us, and it is in this that persons unacquainted with the Saints have so greatly misjudged the women of Utah. They know how small a hold such a religion would have upon them. Now they look upon Mormonism and polygamy as identical, and they forget how all-absorbing was our faith in Mormonism without polygamy. We confided not wisely, but too well. Had polygamy been an invention of our husbands, or a system which they capriciously adopted, we might have been grieved, but we should have known how to act, for we were in a Christian country where women had rights as well as men. It was our own hearts which were traitors to us. We had been taught to regard Abraham and Jacob and David and Solomon as types of holiness, as men who were fit objects for imitation. And now it was proved to us from Scripture that these men were polygamists, and yet were blessed by God, and we were called upon to follow their example. Thus we tried to crush out the remembrance of our own womanhood. Had we but followed the light of reason which God had given for our guide, we should have trampled in the dust that vile burlesque upon the holy religion of Jesus, called a revelation upon celestial marriage. As it was, the religious teachings which we had received, both before and after we embraced Mormonism, alike combined to blind us to the truth. In this state of mind, we knelt and prayed for the Lord to increase our faith in that very doctrine which in our hearts we cursed and hated, and on our knees we wept again, and natural feelings of repugnance mingled with an earnest struggle to submit to the will of God. Madame Baliff had not so much faith in Mormonism as I had, and she had consequently less to trouble her in that respect. But she loved her husband, and she knew that he was determined to go to Zion as soon as he could, and then not only would all the luxuries of a happy home be sacrificed, but all her anticipations of the future were overshadowed by a terrible apprehension. Thus we were equally troubled, though I had to endure most, as the task of teaching fell upon me. I did at last manage to persuade her not to offer any active opposition to the revelation, but I could not satisfy her that all was right. She even went so far as to promise to try to overcome her own feelings, for if it was really true, she did not wish to be found fighting against the Lord. She had, however, hardly ceased speaking when the thought of her little daughters crossed her mind, and once more she paced the room like an enraged tigress, declaring angrily that no vile polygamist should ever possess either of her sweet girls. I had felt like this for my own darling Clara. I now had a companion in misery, someone who could sympathize with me. Even had my husband detested the doctrine as I did, he could not have comforted me as a woman and a mother could. My poor dear friend could feel as I felt, and her sympathy was very dear to me. Misery loves companionship. We were sisters in affliction. Not only so, Madame Baliff declared that this painful task should not rest on me alone. She would help me in speaking to the sisters. Thus we helped each other in the time of our trouble. It must have been about this time that I received another letter from Mary Burton. The postmark is quite indistinct, but a week or two one way or the other does not signify much. In her usual quick and impulsive way she gave me her views of the beauties of polygamy, and perhaps the reader would like to hear what she said. I am very miserable, Sister Stenhouse, and furiously indignant. I little thought when I last wrote to you that I should have such news to tell, but I suppose you know it all without my saying a word. How we all felt when we first learned that polygamy was true, no words of mine can describe. We hardly dared look one another in the face. Let me tell you how it was. One night, quite late, Elder Shrewsbury came round in a hurry and asked to see me. I went down into the parlor to meet him, and Mrs. Ellsworth came down also and remained until he went away. Elder Shrewsbury looked very strange that night, just like a man who had been doing something very wrong and was ashamed of it, and well he might feel so. He began by talking to Mrs. Ellsworth about the weather, and when they had both said all they could think of on that interesting and original subject, we all three sat silent for some time. Elder Shrewsbury at last spoke. He excused himself for coming so late, but he said he had only just received some important news and could not rest until he had seen us. He had been round at the conference house and had there seen a good many of the elders. They were all talking earnestly upon the same subject, for that day they had received not only letters from the Apostle at Liverpool, but also copies of the Millennial Star, with the Revelation in it, which I suppose you have seen. Of course it was impossible for them to doubt any longer, but most of them felt it was a cruel blow. Elder Shrewsbury said they looked at one another, but did not dare to speak. Nearly all of them had been anxiously trying to get rid of the false scandal, as they supposed the accusation of polygamy to be, and in public, in their sermons, and in private to all the weak brethren, they had over and over again solemnly declared that polygamy was unheard of among the saints, that it was a Gentile lie, and they had proved from the Bible and from the Book of Mormon that a doctrine so sinful could never be believed or practiced by God's people. Now all this would be thrown in their teeth. Those who hated Mormonism would revile them for it, and worse still, the saints would despise and doubt them for the lies which many of them had innocently told. Who could tell where all this would end, when they were found to have been deceived in a matter like polygamy, about which it was so easy to arrive at facts and certainty? Who could trust them concerning other doctrines which depended on their veracity and testimony alone? Then, too, there was worse to be said about the American elders and apostles. Who could believe that Orson Pratt or Lorenzo Snow knew nothing of polygamy? And yet they denied it in the most solemn way. And oh, Sister Stenhouse, think of the Apostle Taylor calling God to witness his truth, when he proved from the Book of Covenants that there was no such thing as polygamy, and all the while he had himself 5 wives in Salt Lake City. Oh my, this is dreadful. Whether the doctrine is true or not, I can never believe that God would forgive all that abominable lying about it. But I was telling you of that evening. Elder Shrewsbury told us all this, but he spoke slowly and disjointedly, like a man whose mind is troubled. He said he hardly knew what he was doing. Then he gave Mrs. Ellsworth a copy of the Star, and he asked me, too, to read the Revelation carefully before I condemned it. "If the Revelation, as you call it, allows polygamy," I exclaimed, "it is a lie, and I hate and despise it, and you, and Mormonism, and all." I was in quite a fury, and I did feel as if I hated him then. He did not answer me. He seemed too cut up to utter a word, but I did not pity him. I felt that men who would write such a revelation as that for their own wicked purposes deserved all the hatred which the cruelest heart could muster up. They were loathsome to any pure-minded woman. Then we went downstairs, for I generally go to see him out. He took my hand in his to shake it, and he held it there although I tried to take it away, and he said mournfully, "Sister Mary, I know you have good cause for anger, but be just. I have been just as much deceived as you ever have been. It has unsettled all my faith. Even our best and most tried missionaries are shrinking from it. Do not blame me for what I have not done. I never deceived you about it." "How can I tell that?" I said. "If the apostles thought nothing of deceiving us and perjuring themselves, how can I trust any one? If they had only held their tongues, I should have thought it wrong for them to passively let us be deceived. But you yourself know how solemnly they affirmed that it was all false. I tell you fairly, I hate them." The apostles, he said, had told some who were strong enough in the faith to bear it, all the truth, but they gave us milk, as the Bible says, because we were babes and our faith was weak. "Nonsense," I said, "to tell me such stuff as that, as if the Bible called lies and perjury milk. Nice food for babes indeed. Why, it's blasphemy even to talk so." "I cannot help it, Sister Mary," he said. "I am more sorry than I can tell you, but what can I do?" I did not answer him, and after a few moments, during which he held still my hand in his, he said, "Mary, I want to speak to you alone about these things. I have much that I want to say, and I don't want Mrs. Ellsworth to be with us. Can I see you tomorrow evening if I call? Can I speak with you for half an hour by ourselves?" "I wish you would not call me Mary any more, Elder Shrewsbury," I said. "It is too familiar now. We have been far too friendly, but thank God I have found out in time and know how to act. I hardly think I ought to let you call me Sister Mary even. There can be no brotherhood or sisterhood with polygamy. But I don't want to be unkind to you." Then I told him that he might come as he said, and that I would ask Mrs. Ellsworth to let me see him. He went away looking most miserable, and Mrs. Ellsworth scolded me for being so long at the door. I suppose she thought we were love-making, but she was greatly mistaken. She did not seem much pleased or vexed about the revelation, and she told me that she knew quite well before that it would come some day, and as she said that, there was a peculiar look of determination about her mouth that I have never seen before. I felt sure at once that she had formed a plan of some kind that she would carry out if it cost her her life. Then I went to my own room and tried to think the matter out. If I were married as you are, Sister Stenhouse, and if my husband believed in the Revelation, I think I should go crazy. As it was, I felt terribly. You know, dear, I told you that I liked Elder Shrewsbury very well, but nothing more. Well, that was very true then, but now I know that that was not all the truth. I take care that he shall never know what I think of him, but entre nous, I know that he is not the same to me as other people. I do not think I love him, no. I'm sure I don't now, but I do feel a great deal of interest in him. That night, however, I felt very bad at him. That he had been deceived I knew, and also that he must have felt sorry for having deceived me, and if he cares for me, he must have felt uneasy for what I might say or do. Now the doctrine was proclaimed, but I thought that as a man he ought to have shown more courage, and not to have appeared so thoroughly frightened before a girl like me. Well, the more I thought of it, the more angry I became, and I couldn't sleep all night. The next morning I wrote a little note to Elder Shrewsbury saying that after all that had happened, I had fully resolved not to see him again. Many of my friends, I said, were married and could not help themselves, but I both could and would. The Mormon sisters I should ever pity and love, but as for the Mormon men, I would never have anything to do with one of them as long as I lived. I did not want to be unkind to him personally, but I really could not trust anyone now. I then showed this note to Mrs. Ellsworth and asked her to give it to Elder Shrewsbury that night when he came. He came, of course, and he came again and again, but I would not see him, and I did not even go to the meetings for fear of coming across him there. He had long talks with Mrs. Ellsworth and tried to get her to interfere, and at last he sent me a long letter entreating me not to refuse him. I was cooler now, and when Mrs. Ellsworth said I ought to at least see him even if I dismissed him then, I agreed to do so, and the next night he came. He was very humble that night. You know what torrents of eloquence he pours forth about anything that interests him, and how earnest he is. But then all his eloquence had fled. He hesitated and blundered until I really quite pitied him. He came and sat by me and would have taken my hand, but I would not let him. He did not tell me that he loved me, but he spoke as if I were conscious of the fact, and you know, of course, I couldn't help feeling that he cared for me, whether he spoke about it or not. He assured me over and over again that though he had often heard the scandal, as I had done, he did not for a moment believe it. He said that he should never himself act up to the Revelation, that if he loved, it should be an undivided and all-absorbing love, that he would rather have less glory in eternity with one whom he could idolize than obey the Revelation on polygamy and obtain a higher position. All this time he hardly looked once at me, but when I did see his eyes, they seemed very sorrowful and very earnest. I confess to you that what he said made me feel very differently for him. For a man of his ability and talents, who has such an influence and wins so much respect from everyone he meets, to be sitting there all bashful like a naughty child before a young girl like me, and all because he loved me, made me feel for him a pity which was very near to love. But it was not love quite, and I did not let him read my thoughts. I asked him to tell me all he knew, and to explain to me the meaning of different parts of the Revelation which were rather obscure to me, and he did so. Then he tried to shake my resolution, and so anxious and troubled did he seem, that I really do think that if I had asked him to give up Mormonism altogether, he would have done so for my sake. I told him that I had quite resolved, now that polygamy was acknowledged, never to see him again except as I might see the other elders at meeting. I said I believed I was still a good Mormon, as Mormons used to be, but I would never receive polygamy or be more than an ordinary friend to anyone who did believe it. We talked together a good deal, and we sat silently together a long while, and at last he rose to go. He kissed my hand sorrowfully, and I didn't like to be vexed with him for doing so. He looked so doleful. And he said he'd wait and wait ever so long if I wanted him to do so, but that he would hope on, trusting that some day I might change. I told him I thought, I knew, I should never change. After that I only saw him at meeting. And oh dear, you should see what meetings we have now. Half the people don't attend, and everything is so cold and lifeless, and it is said among the brethren that polygamy will produce the greatest apostasy which the church has ever seen. Everyone seems ashamed of it. And now, dear, I have written you a terrible long letter, but you must please forgive me, for I have no one to whom I can open my heart except to you. I wish I had some keepsake to remember you by. Well, I don't mean that, but I should like so to have your portrait. Did you not once tell me that Elder Stenhouse talked of learning photography? Does he practice it now? And if so, couldn't you get him to take a shadow of yourself? I should so like to have one. Mine I will send you as soon as it is taken. I mean to write again to you in the course of a day or two, and then I'll tell you what Elder Shrewsbury said about the revelation itself. Meanwhile, dear, kiss both the babies, please, for me, and write soon to your most affectionately loving Mary Burton. Poor girl, I said as I folded up her letter, but it is better for her to suffer a little now than for her to have been married first as I was, and then, when too late to go back, to have polygamy announced as an article of faith. End of chapter 10. Mormonism in England, preparing to emigrate. It was fortunate for the Swiss mission that the new converts in general could not read any language but their own, and were thus ignorant of the deceptions which the American elders had practiced upon the people. Monsieur Petitpierre, the Protestant minister, who thought that the revelation ought to be prayerfully considered, was the only one who understood English, and his knowledge was very limited. His wife did not at all coincide with him about the prayerful consideration of polygamy. She disposed of the subject without any prayer at all, and it is to be regretted that in this respect the whole body of the Mormon women did not follow her example. What arguments she used I do not know, but that they were very much to the point no one can doubt, for they banished forever all thoughts of polygamy from her husband's mind. It was said among the saints that she was very energetic in her private discussions with her husband. But however this might be, it is certain that Monsieur Petitpierre resisted as long as he could, for the revelation quite fascinated the childless old man, and it is possible that he might have held fast to the faith. But unfortunately just then certain documents and publications of the Apostles, and a very large amount of evidence respecting them and their doings, attracted his attention. He was in the main a good and truthful man, although of small mental caliber, and the deceptions and contradictions which he discovered quite disgusted him. His wife's strong personal arguments gave the finishing blow to his faith, and the spell was broken. The vision of a modern Hagar and a little Ishmael vanished from his mind. He apostatized, and Mr. Stenhouse lost the services of a very useful translator. When I heard that he had left the church, how I wished that I could have followed in his footsteps. But apostasy for Mormonism is only possible to two classes: the young disciple, who has embraced the faith more from enthusiasm than from conviction, whose experience is limited, and the old disciple, who has entirely outgrown it and has become disgusted with it all. I was neither of these. My faith was too firmly grounded to admit of my giving it up. Though I hated polygamy, I did not dare to question the divinity of its origin. I only pitied myself and my sex for the burden which God had seen fit to place upon us. I never for a moment supposed that any man would have been so wicked as to fabricate a revelation, or so blasphemous as to palm it off in the name of the Lord. Oh yes, I hated polygamy in my heart, and my efforts in teaching it only increased my hatred, for when I was gravely told by the elders that woman had been cursed in the Garden of Eden, and that polygamy was one of the results of that curse — her desire shall be unto her husband, and he shall rule over her — I must confess that my heart within me was rebellious. From my earliest childhood I had thought of God as a father and a friend, to whom I might go and tell all my griefs and cares, but now he was presented to me as a hard taskmaster, not as a father or a friend. I met with much kindness, but I did not meet with much sympathy from the brethren. They could not understand that opposition to polygamy was anything else than selfishness on the part of the sisters. They did not comprehend the feelings of a woman's heart, its craving for some object upon which to devote its whole wealth of love. They were taught that theirs was a nobler position than that of the sisters, and that women might consider themselves sufficiently honored in being allowed to become the mothers of their children. Subsequent to the introduction of polygamy, I will say but little except that it was too successful. The same sorrow and indignation which Madame Baliff had so forcibly expressed were shown by almost every new convert, and I had to bear the blame of teaching such a doctrine. The sisters had become unhappy, and had wished that they had died in ignorance of Mormonism, and I felt humbled to the dust to think that I should be the innocent cause of so much misery to others. I looked anxiously for a change, but the only change which seemed probable was that we might be permitted to emigrate to Utah, and there was no comfort for me in that prospect. We remained in Switzerland until the close of the year 1854, and through the unremitting efforts of my husband, Mormonism was introduced into 6 cantons of the Confederation. Monsieur Baliff became an indefatigable missionary, as was also Governor Studeman, and to their liberality and zeal Mr. Stenhouse was greatly indebted. With the aid of Monsieur Baliff, he established in Geneva a monthly periodical in the French language for the edification of the saints, beside a volume in reply to the attacks of the clergy and many minor effusions. At that time there was a great excitement among the saints in Utah. Brigham Young and his apostles were denouncing the Gentiles in the most unmeasured language. As I write, a volume of sermons delivered at that time is before me, and I really can hardly credit that so much ridiculous nonsense, bad grammar, and blasphemy could ever have been uttered in a public place of worship, yet it was so. The saints were told that in these last times all the vials of the wrath of God were about to be poured upon the earth. Wars and desolations, anarchy and persecution, fire, pestilence, and unheard of horrors were to desolate all the world until men should call upon the rocks to hide them, and in the bitterness of their souls curse the day in which they were born. Death was to be sought for, but not found. Believing as they did that all of this was true, it is no wonder that the saints in Europe were alarmed and became anxious to emigrate to Utah, where they were told they would be safe. A 7 years' famine was said to be at the door, when a sack of wheat should be sold for a sack of gold, and Gentile kings and princes were to come and crouch to the saints for a morsel of bread. The very women in Zion were counseled to sell the ribbons from their bonnets to buy flour with the proceeds, and to hide it away against the day of wrath. The brethren and sisters in Switzerland, who could dispose of their property, hastened to flee to Zion. Some did so at a ruinous sacrifice. One gentleman, a Monsieur Robella, I knew who was a part proprietor of a newspaper and printing establishment. In a very short time it would have been entirely in his own hands, but he sold out at a great loss, dreading that the storm might overtake him before he reached the chambers of the Lord in the mountains, as the elders called Salt Lake City. The journey from Europe to Utah at that time occupied 6 or 8 months. It was a very tedious pilgrimage. My Swiss friends had first to travel to Liverpool, thence by sailing vessel to New Orleans, by steamer up the Mississippi as far as St. Louis, up the Missouri to the frontiers, and then across the plains by ox teams. Much of this distance had to be traveled during the worst part of the year. They left their homes while the Jura Mountains were still draped in snow, and those who escaped the ravages of cholera and the perils of the way reached their destination just as the frosts of winter were beginning to whiten the hoary heads of the hills which stand above Zion. All the Swiss pilgrims traveled together until they arrived at St. Louis. There they separated, one party going up the river and the other making the journey overland. The cholera attacked the latter party and cut off the greater number of them, and their bones now whiten the prairie. The news of their death soon arrived in Switzerland, and the people at Lausanne were exasperated against the Mormon missionaries. And when my husband visited that place he found it prudent not to remain long. At the same time, those of the saints whose relations had perished in the emigration were pained to hear that it was because they had not obeyed counsel and had gone up the river with the other party that they fell by the way. And as if in mockery of this statement, the next news that we received was that a Missouri steamer, on board of which were many Mormon missionaries, all most obedient to counsel, had been blown to atoms. Many of the saints began to consider these things, and their love waxed cold. Through all this our position was anything but pleasant, and my husband applied for permission to be released from the presidency of the Swiss and Italian missions in order that he might gather to Zion. His request was granted, and in the autumn of 1854 we bade a final adieu to Switzerland. We might now be said to have begun our journey to Zion, although we tarried long by the way, and several years elapsed before we reached our destination. When we arrived in London, we obtained apartments in the house of the President of the London Conference, and there I had opportunities of observing the effects of the system upon the English saints. Elder Marsden, the President, was a thorough Mormon, and a man who was very highly thought of. He had been acquainted with all the apostles and high priests who had resided in Liverpool, the great rendezvous of the saints in England, had been president of the conference there, and now occupied the highest position of the European mission. He was a pleasant, intelligent man, who in his day had done much to build up the church, but like his two predecessors, John Banks and Thomas Margetts, he also apostatized from the Mormonism of later years. At the time, however, of which I speak, he was considered to be of good standing among the saints. Up to this time I had never seriously doubted my religion, and I probably never should have done so had it not been for the introduction of polygamy. But what I saw in London at that time sadly shook my faith, and the stories which I heard from Utah quite frightened me. Nothing, of course, was openly said, and at first I disbelieved every evil report, until at last it was impossible for me altogether to reject what was told me. The testimony of an apostate or of a Gentile would have been dismissed with contempt, but when we saw letters from mothers to their children and husbands to their wives, all people of unquestioned faith, setting forth the troubled state of men's minds in Utah, expressing fears for their own safety, and hinting at cutting off the transgressor, and the doings of avenging angels, we could not cast them aside with contempt. My views of the glories of Zion were changing. Henceforth I was never firm in the faith. I felt that there was something wrong. Perhaps the reader may think that now I might have left the Church, and thus have avoided all those troubles which awaited me in Utah. But let him remember that although my faith was shaken, it was not wholly destroyed. All that I clung to on earth, my husband whom I truly loved, and my darling children, were part and parcel of Mormonism. I could not tear myself from them and isolate my soul from all that made my life worth having. My unsettled state of mind, however, did not long remain a secret. It was spoken of among the saints, and I became an object of interest. The pastor over the London and adjoining conferences was the son of one of the chief apostles in Utah, a young man whose good nature was far better than his religion. He visited us very frequently, and used to bring with him the distinguished American elders who might be visiting the metropolis. I have no doubt that they were sincere in their desire to do me good, but it was not kind attentions that I then needed. It was the removal of the cause of my sorrows. They tried to persuade me that it was all the work of the Lord, but I could not see it in that light, and very often in reply to their consolations I said very hard things of polygamy and the leaders of the Church, whose conduct I considered sinful. And in this I did not stand alone, for I soon found that the president of the conference, Elder Marsden, had been in the same position for years, and his wife was quite through with Mormonism. In fact, so great had been the distrust occasioned by polygamy that in the report ending June 30th, 1853, it was stated that from the whole British Church, which then numbered very nearly 31,000 souls, 1,776 had been excommunicated for apostasy. Of those who remained faithful I cannot give a much more cheering account. The elders who visited President Marsden made as damaging reports of the conditions of the saints as their worst enemies could desire. All that my young friend, Mary Burton, had told me did not equal the truth of what I saw for myself. No one had any confidence now in what the elders said. How could they be trusted after so many years of deception? The elders who visited me and reasoned with me about my want of faith tried to persuade me to be baptized again. Among the Mormons, it is the privilege of the faithful to be baptized over and over again, as often as may be needed, for the remission of their sins, which are thus washed away, and the penitent is enabled to start afresh. At that time of fearful excitement in Utah called by the Mormons the Reformation, when people were being exhorted under terrible penalties to confess their sins, many were so frightened that they acknowledged themselves guilty of crimes of which they had never dreamed, while at the same time many horrible and detestable sins were brought to light. Brigham and the leaders found that they were confessing too much. The sinners were far more numerous than the godly. Brigham, with his usual craft, soon found a way of escape. The people were told to be baptized again, and then their sins being washed away, they could truly say they were not guilty of such crimes of which they might be accused. I was not convinced, and did not see that I had anything to repent of, but I was quite willing to be rebaptized if it was thought proper. At the same time, I stipulated that the president of the conference, Elder Marsden, should be baptized with me. I felt that if I required rebaptizing, how much more necessary was it for Elder Marsden to have his sins washed away also. I partly believed in the fearful stories that I had heard from Zion, but it was he who had shown them to me. The pastor of the conference gave no sign that he suspected my meaning in wishing Elder Marsden to be baptized at the same time as I was, though I believe he must have formed a pretty shrewd guess. And so we too went down into the water. But I am afraid that little of our sins was washed away. Not long after, President Marsden apostatized, and my heart remained as hard as ever. At least I was frequently told so. Poor Elder Marsden! He was branded with the most opprobrious titles which Mormon ingenuity or malice could fling against him, and yet I know of many men, not one or two, associated most intimately with Brigham Young to day, whose faith is not a whit stronger than that apostate's who serve the Prophet because it is in their interest to do so, but who in their hearts no more believe in his high pretensions than did James Marsden, the President of the London Conference. Meanwhile, the season for emigration had again arrived, and we were directed to hold ourselves in readiness to start. Although by no means unexpected, this counsel to emigrate came very painfully to me, for every step we took toward Utah seemed to bring me nearer to the realization of my worst apprehensions. I had lost my affection for Mormonism, and my enthusiasm had now quite melted away, but to refuse to go was altogether out of the question. 2 little ones had been added to our family in Geneva, and a 4th was born in London the Christmas day after our return from the Continent. The foggy atmosphere of the metropolis did not agree with them at all, accustomed as they had been to the pure and bracing air of Switzerland, and I soon had serious illness in my family. My 2nd little girl, Minnie, was so sick that we almost despaired of her life, and the others required constant attention, while the little baby boy, only a few weeks old, was seldom out of my arms. Just then it was, when so very awkwardly situated, that the notification came for us to set our faces Zionward. They chided us for our want of faith, because we did not take our poor little sick child from her bed at the risk of life. But I thank God now that nature was stronger than our fanaticism, and that our little girl was spared to grow up, a blessing of which we shall ever be proud. One day President Marsden came to me confidentially and told me that the brethren were determined that I should leave England, and had counted upon my yielding in a moment of despair. My husband was to be counseled to go without me to Utah if I persisted in my refusal. After he had left London, Elder Marsden was to give me notice to leave his house, and left destitute and entirely among strangers, it was thought that I should be only too glad to follow. I cannot tell how indignant I was. I could not find words sufficiently contemptuous to express what I felt, but I reproached Elder Marsden with cowardice for agreeing to such an inhuman proposition, and I declared that I would not risk the life of my child if an eternity of suffering awaited me. My husband was absent when this took place, but when he returned he approved of what I had done, and Elder Marsden was consequently counselled to send us away. The doctor warned us against the danger of exposing my little daughter to the cold in removing her, but we had no choice, for we were obliged to leave. Those were very painful times. Constant watching and anxiety had undermined my own health, and I fell ill. Even then, had we been left alone, we might have escaped much of our trouble, but the incessant meddling of counsel was a perpetual irritation, and we were completely worn out with annoyance. A pleasant apartment at the west end of the town was taken for me by the advice of the medical man, and I was removed thither with my baby. I was not equal even to the task of taking care of that little thing, and had to procure the assistance of a nurse. The other children were cared for by friends. All that I needed was rest and tranquility of mind, and I soon began to recover strength, though far from well. But this state of quietude was soon to be disturbed. Again we were notified that the last emigrant ship of the season was about to leave, and we must sail in her, and again we were obliged to refuse. My husband telegraphed to the Apostle at Liverpool that I was not well enough to travel, and he was told to bring me along and I should get better. The Apostle cared nothing for individual suffering, providing the ambitious plans of the priesthood in Salt Lake City were carried out. But my husband, anxious though he was to set out for Utah, and obedient as he ever was to counsel, was not such a slave as they thought him, and he positively refused to go. For this he was very much blamed, and it was said that his own faith must be wavering. Since my arrival in London I had several times seen my young friend Mary Burton, but someone was always present at the time. She had, as she told me in her letters, very greatly changed, for she had now become quite a young lady. Still she retained most of her winning ways, though her childish prettiness had given way to the more mature beauty of womanhood, and when I saw her I was not surprised that she should be an object of attention, or that Elder Shrewsbury should not have felt so deeply her rejection of him. She was as loving to me as ever, and when she found that we could not have one of our old quiet chats together on account of the people who were present, she promised to call on me some afternoon when we should be quite alone. Before she came, however, I had a visit from another person whom I little expected to see. This was no other than Elder Shrewsbury himself, who, I had been informed, had left London some months before. This, after the usual salutations, he told me was quite true. He had left London and gone to work as a missionary hundreds of miles away, trying to forget his disappointment, but to no purpose. His was one of those natures which, though kind and considerate to everyone, are not ready to form hasty attachments, but which, when once they do meet with an object upon which to lavish their affections, become devoted in friendship and unchanging in love. Their affections flow more deeply than those of most people. Such was Elder Shrewsbury, and such I thought he would always be. But what disposition, however good, can be relied upon when influenced by religious fanaticism? He stood before me then, manly and upright in his bearing, truthful and honest, a man who would have scorned evasion or deceit, and his every thought of Mary was replete with tenderness and love. And yet I lived to see that man again in Utah. Alas, how changed a man! Before we first left England I was acquainted with Elder Shrewsbury, but not very intimately. We had had one or two interesting conversations together, but I remembered him chiefly in connection with Mary Burton. It was about her that he now came to see me. He wanted me to talk to her and intercede with her on his behalf, but I was no matchmaker, and all my thoughts respecting love and marriage had recently been anything but pleasant. I told him plainly that I thought Mary had done quite right in refusing to see him, and in fact declining to receive the attentions of any Mormon man. I did not doubt his love for her at present, I said, but no one could any longer rely upon a Mormon elder's word. Years to come, when they had a little family growing up around them, and when it would be too late for Mary to repent of trusting him, he might suddenly be convinced of the necessity of obeying the revelation. And then what could she do? No, even supposing that she loved him, which I said was very questionable, it was better that she should suffer a disappointment now than have her heart wrung with cruelty and neglect in after years. "What?" he cried, his eyes flashing with indignation. "Do you take me for a dog, that I should treat her so?" "No, no," I said, and tried to pacify him. "I do not think anything bad of you, but I look upon you as a man who is in love and therefore blind. You think of nothing now but Mary, and are willing to sacrifice everything and to promise anything, providing you can win her. But when she has become your wife, if she ever does, and you have time to cool down, you'll begin to see things in another light. You'll find that she is a real, ordinary woman made of flesh and blood like all the other daughters of Eve, and with, I dare say, quite as many whims and fancies and perverse ways as any of them. And then, when she ceases to be an angel in your eyes and becomes merely a woman, you'll begin to assert your right to think and judge for yourself, and very probably all your former devotion to your religion will return." "Sister Stenhouse," he replied, You do not seem to have a very high opinion of my constancy, but I can assure you that I have given this matter my most earnest, prayerful thought. My love for Mary I need not mention, my devotion to my religion you only partly know. While we were told that polygamy was not true, no one could be more steadfast in the faith than I was, and when the revelation came, I looked upon it as a blight and a curse to the Church of God. And how well founded my fears were you can see from this terrible apostasy which has come upon us. I almost myself left the church. Then I went to the apostle and I told him how I was situated. I told him all about Mary and my devotion to her, that I wished to win her for my wife, but that I knew she would not marry me if she thought there was the shadow of a chance that I should live up to the revelation. I told him that I myself should be perfectly wretched in polygamy, and that it was impossible that I should love more than one. The apostle said that I was quite right in all this. We had no proof, he said, in the Bible that Isaac had more than one wife, and he was accepted by God. He counseled me to do all I could do to win Mary, and told me that I might truthfully promise her that I would never enter into polygamy. But Mary would not so much as listen to me. In fact, since then she would never see me alone. I am not sure, I answered, whether I'm doing right, but I don't mind saying to you that I think, from what I have seen of Mary, that she does not dislike you, but she is a sensible girl and does not choose to risk the happiness of her whole life. He was vexed with me for saying this. How could I suppose that he would wreck her happiness? Was he not willing to die if it would give her a moment's pleasure? And much more lover's nonsense he talked. He had met her at the meetings sometimes, but she had very coldly said good morning or evening, as the case might be. But whenever he had ventured a word more than that, she had made some excuse to leave him. What he wanted me to do was to invite Mary to meet him with me, and to use my influence with her in his favor. I answered him very kindly, and did my best to reassure him, but I told him that I would never try to influence the conduct or affections of anyone in a matter of the heart. Such things should take their own course, and if he waited patiently, no doubt all would be well. Patience, he said. Sister Stenhouse, do you think a man in love knows the meaning of that word? Patience, indeed. End of chapter 11. Emigrating to Zion, we arrive in New York. The afternoon following, Mary herself came to see me, her face all flushed with excitement and eager to tell me something. "Who do you think I've been talking to, Sister Stenhouse?" she exclaimed. "You'd never guess." "I don't think there's much need for guessing," I said. "Your face betrays the secret, Mary." "Well," she said, "perhaps it does, but you wouldn't wonder at it if you only knew how very anxious I have been. All this time I have kept my word, and I did not see him or speak to him once except at meetings, and not much then, and I have been very unhappy. This afternoon I came round about an hour ago to see you, and there on the step was Elder Shrewsbury. He said he was here yesterday and was just going to call on you again, and then he asked me to go a little way with him, as he had something very important to say to me. At first I refused to go, but he wouldn't listen to it for a moment. So I went with him, and we have been talking ever since, or rather he has been talking and I have been listening to him. I can't tell you, Sister Stenhouse, all he said. You can guess better than I can tell you. But I'm afraid I shall not be able to keep my resolution much longer, for when we came back to the door again, he said he wouldn't come in to see you now, and when he begged me to let him call at Mrs. Ellsworth's tomorrow night, I did not feel it in my heart to refuse him. Was it very wrong of me to do so?" Said I, "I'm afraid, Mary, my opinion would not matter much either way. Elder Shrewsbury's eloquence is the music which you like best to listen to." She blushed and came and sat down beside me, and we talked together until the sun went down and my little room was quite dark. I told her of my troubles in Switzerland and of the miserable effects of introducing polygamy there, and she in return told me all her love affairs with Elder Shrewsbury, and of her resolution not to listen to him unless he solemnly promised never to have anything to do with the hated Revelation. Her faith in Mormonism itself had, as I expected, been very severely shaken, and I think that had it not been for my efforts to reassure her, she would have left the church at that time. Would to God she had. After tea she said, "Have you a copy of the Revelation here, Sister Stenhouse? I want to show you some strong points in it which I think will astonish you. I learned all about it from Elder Shrewsbury that night when he came to see me, and it was that disgusted me with the whole affair." We searched through my trunk, but could not find the document, and I told her that I had not the patience to read it quite through when it was given to me, and that since then I was not sure that I had even seen it. "Never mind," she said, "I'll bring it with me when I come again." How often have I thought since how much depended on that trifling circumstance. Had we then together read over the Revelation and noticed the strong points of which she spoke, I believe my eyes would have been opened, and I never should have submitted to the misery which I afterwards endured in Utah. By and by she asked me whether I had heard anything of the terrible doings out in Zion, and I in return asked her what doings she alluded to. "Well," she said, "I hardly like to tell you if you have heard nothing about the matter, for I'm not quite sure whether it is all true. But we have had some strange reports floating about here, just like the reports of polygamy before it was acknowledged. It is said that in the time of Joseph Smith a band of men was organized who put to death anyone who was troublesome to the church or offended the elders. Some people say that it was one or perhaps more of this band who fired at Governor Boggs of Missouri and who killed many other Gentiles. Dr. Avard and Sidney Rigdon are said to have been mixed up in the matter, and that wretched man, John C. Bennett, tells a frightful story about it. But that is not the worst, for Elder Shrewsbury himself told me long ago that Thomas B. Marsh, the then President of the 12, when he apostatized, took oath that the saints had formed a destruction company, as he called it, for the purpose of avenging themselves, and Orson Hyde, in a solemn affidavit, swore that all that Marsh said was true. "Well, dear," I said, "I've heard all that before, but no doubt it is all scandal." "I'm afraid not," she replied, "for I have heard from people who ought to know that since the saints have been in Salt Lake Valley the same things have been done, only now they speak of those men as Danites and avenging angels. People say that those who are dissatisfied and want to leave Zion almost always are killed after they set out by the Indians, and they dare not say boldly who they believe those Indians are. Then, too, one lady told me that she had heard from her sister that not only were apostates killed in a mysterious way by Indians or someone else, but that many people were missing or else found murdered, who were only suspected of being very weak in the faith. These things are horrible, and sometimes I think I will never go out to Zion." I had heard these very same stories and told her so, and I tried to make her believe that they were without foundation, but I could see that what she had heard had made a great impression on her mind. So I turned the conversation to other topics, and we talked over our plans and prospects for the future. Neither of us were very hopeful, she because she was undecided what course to pursue. I because of the shadow of coming sorrow which already began to darken my way. We tried, however, to comfort each other, and when she left I certainly felt more assured and hopeful. At this time I was left much alone, for my husband, having no business in which to employ himself, was sent by the pastor of the London Conference to travel among the Saints. Domestic comfort or the claims of a wife were never for a moment thought worthy of consideration. Then it was that I felt how lonely one may be in the midst of that great city. Towards the end of the year 1855, it was determined that a company of Mormon emigrants, numbering several hundreds, should leave Liverpool en route for Salt Lake City, and for that purpose a vessel was chartered early in November. This was not the ordinary season for emigration, but there were then in England numbers of the Saints anxious to go to Zion, but too poor to pay their passage all the way. It was thought that when they arrived in New York they would have time to earn sufficient to carry them on, and it was then supposed they could join those who came over by the ordinary spring emigration. My husband and myself were counseled to join these emigrants in Liverpool and proceed at once to New York. I was now strong enough to travel, and though far from well, and the prospect of such a journey in the middle of winter was anything but cheering. My husband, however, who was anxious to go, smoothed away every difficulty, and it was resolved that this time we should obey counsel. The reader may perhaps think me somewhat unreasonable in regarding such a journey as more than an ordinary annoyance, but he should remember that I am speaking of 18 years ago. The passage across the Atlantic Ocean in mid-winter is anything but inviting, even under the best of circumstances, but in the old days of sailing vessels it was infinitely worse. The ocean steamers now make the passage in from 10 to 14 days, but then a month was considered a good quick passage for a sailing boat. Then, too, the modern accommodations, even for steerage passengers, bear no comparison with the frightful disorder and utter lack of comfort experienced in former times. All this ought to be taken into consideration when speaking of the early Mormon emigrants and the sacrifices which that people then made for their faith. There was the same difference between them and the snug little party which a year ago crossed the ocean under the guidance of the counselor Apostle G. A. Smith, and the childless versifier Eliza R. Snow, as there was between St. Paul braving the perils of shipwreck with the tempestuous Euroclydon, and the modern Orthodox missionary with well-filled purse and comfortable outfit on board the magnificent steamers of the Mediterranean. The Mormon immigration has always been a well-managed business, and forming a united body under the guidance of inspired leaders, the Mormons have never given so much trouble as ordinary passengers. At the time of which I speak, the immigration was on a much larger scale than at present, although even now several thousand converts arrive every summer in New York on their way to Utah. Now the journey from Liverpool to Salt Lake City is accomplished easily in less than a month. Then it required 9. Then the Saints used to speak of Zion as being 1,000 miles from everywhere, and when they went east they used to talk of going to the States as if they belonged to another nation. But now the great Pacific Railway has knit together the utmost limits of this vast country, and a journey to the far west is only a pleasant summer tour. Every presiding elder in Britain is a Mormon emigration agent, unpaid but no less effective. It is a part of his mission. The elder presiding over the office at Liverpool, generally some favored apostle, pockets all the profits of the transaction and has but little trouble in return. The Saints are notified through the star of the day when the vessel will sail, and are told to forward their emigration money, or at least a portion of it, as the church risks nothing. The apostle, being thus secured by the deposits, arranges with the shipping agent for the passage of a specified number of persons, and receives a very nice commission upon each emigrant, which commission is one of the chief perquisites of his office. The Mormons in London were very kind to us before we left, and did all they could to help us in preparing for our journey. A kinder people than the saints in Europe could nowhere be found. My husband had been directed to take charge of the emigrants in the transit from London to Liverpool, and consequently I received no assistance from him. It seemed to me a very cruel arrangement for the elders to take away from me and my helpless little ones the very person to whom we ought naturally to have turned for protection. But what were the feelings of a weak woman when they came in conflict with the counsel of inspired apostles? We arrived in Liverpool the same evening, and there my husband was relieved of the charge of the company, and some of the brethren were appointed to see that the baggage was safely transferred from the railway to the ship. Early the next morning we went on board, and it was not long before we began to experience the pleasures of an emigrant life. Before we set out for Liverpool, I had been told that on board ship I should be able to obtain all the help that I might desire, and anxious to provide for the comfort of the children, I engaged the services of 2 young girls to look after them and assist me generally. This was an imprudent step, as I afterwards found, to my cost, but at the time I thought that I had made a very sensible arrangement. Help being secured, my next thought was to get our berths fixed so that all might be ready before the rolling of the ship began. My first enquiries were for our bedding, but it was nowhere to be found. Now this was very annoying, for we were all tired, and the children, poor things, were fidgety, and anticipating a long and unpleasant voyage, I wanted to have everything in readiness. Besides which, I had made special preparations in the shape of many additional comforts, which I knew on board ship would be absolutely necessary, and had even sold my watch and jewelry for that purpose. I inquired of the proper authorities, but could obtain no information, and nothing remained but for me to wait until the apostle came on board to bid a final adieu to the emigrants. I felt this annoyance all the more as I considered that we had no right to expect such mismanagement. We would naturally have preferred to make our own arrangements and to go alone, had we been permitted to do so. But we had over and over again been instructed not to go by any other vessel but that chartered by the Apostle Richards, that so we might escape the perils which were sure to overtake the Gentiles. Imagine our disgust when we found that as there were not enough of the saints to occupy the whole ship, the lower deck was filled with Irish emigrants of the most barbarous type, and that their luggage and ours had been thrown together indiscriminately into the hold. Most of the Mormon emigrants recovered their property when they arrived at New York, but as for our own, personally, we never saw it again, and all the voyage through we were left utterly destitute. The Apostle Richards and Pastor Kimball came on board before the vessel sailed, and I told them all about it. We could not possibly put to sea in that condition, I said, and I wanted to leave the ship. He promised that the things should be looked after, and assured me that on no account should we be permitted to sail without being properly provided for. I not only trusted their word as gentlemen, but I believed in them as favored servants of God, and when subsequently I found that they had wilfully deceived me, I became conscious that there was as little of the true and truthful gentleman about some of the modern apostles as there was of the apostle about ordinary gentlemen. Thus, in the cold, foggy days of an English November, we set out, bereft of the commonest necessaries, and deceived by our own leaders, to begin a new life in a new world. I would not for my own sake mention these unpleasant reminiscences, were it not for so many mean and cruel deceptions, and were it not that I do not care to use harsh words I might call downright swindles, had come beneath my observation in connection with the Mormon emigration in past years. I will mention one alone, which ought not to be passed by unnoticed. In the year 1854, Brigham Young and the leading elders were most anxious to draw to Zion the converts from every part of the globe, and for this purpose the faithful were called upon to bring in freely their contributions to the Perpetual Emigration Fund. To set them an example, Brother Brigham himself stated that he would present as a free gift his own property, a valuable city house and lot, if any purchaser could be found wealthy enough to purchase it. An English gentleman named Tennant, a new convert, accepted the offer and advanced the money, $30,000, and set out for Salt Lake City, expecting there to be put in possession of the property. He was one of the unfortunate hand-cart emigrants, of whom I shall presently have occasion to speak more fully, and he died on the plains. His wife and children, when they arrived in the valley, were told that the transaction was not made with them, but with Mr. Tennant, and all their efforts to obtain the property, which in common justice was theirs, were unavailing. At the present moment, Mr. Tennant's wife lives in miserable poverty in Salt Lake City, while there is no one to bring the honest prophet to account. The vessel sailed, and we heard no more of our property. Whether it ever left London, or whether some obliging brother took charge of it on his own account, I cannot say, but I could form a pretty good guess. I frequently see that man in Salt Lake City, and I always think of my bedding when I see him. Nothing, however, remained but for me to put the best face I could upon matters. I took my wearing apparel and other articles out of the trunks, and put them into pillow slips, and extemporized as well as I could a rough substitute for beds. These served for the children, and I covered them with my cloaks and shawls, and for our own berths and bed covering I had only a few pieces of carpet which I had put aside for the cabin floor, together with a worn-out blanket which an old lady on board was good enough to lend me. We had not been long at sea when the young sisters whom I had engaged to help me fell sick, and some of the brethren were very anxious to nurse them. This appeared to be quite the established order of things, for I then found that it was very seldom that a Mormon emigrant ship crossed the ocean without one or more marriages on board. It was no doubt very interesting to them, but to me it was extremely inconvenient, especially considering that my husband had now taken to his berth, which he did not leave during the remainder of the voyage, and myself and the children were not much better off. Sick as I was, I had to prepare our food and manage everything, for in those times emigrants either took out their own provisions or were allowanced in raw material, and in either case had to do their own cooking. My chief difficulty was in getting what I had prepared to the fire galley, for I could not leave the children, and I was afraid to venture myself upon the deck. So I got any of the brethren who chanced to be passing to take it up, and of course they were willing to oblige me, but the galley was so crowded, everyone having his or her own interests to attend to, that I very rarely, if ever, had my provisions decently cooked, and on more than one occasion I never saw them again. This was an inconvenience which modern emigrants do not suffer at the present day. Unsuccessful with the young sisters, I thought I would try if I could not get one of the brethren to help me, and fortune at first appeared to favor me. There was on board a young man, Harry they called him, and he was so situated that I found it easy to open a negotiation with him. He had been a saddler's apprentice in a country town in England, and having listened to some itinerant preacher, had been converted, joined the church, and begun to think for himself. So hearing that terrible judgments were quickly coming upon the old world, he resolved to flee to the new, and in his hurry to get there, he forgot to inform his master that he was about to leave. This accounted for his being so badly provided for. Now Harry had those two great blessings, a splendid appetite and unimpeachable powers of digestion. I will not say that he enjoyed these two blessings, for that he did not, on account of lacking a third blessing, namely, the wherewithal to make the first two blessings a pleasure and not an inconvenience. The ship's allowance was altogether insufficient for him, and he therefore gladly engaged to do what few things I required, upon condition that I should add a little to his own private commissariat. Harry was a smart lad, and at first very useful, and he soon convinced me that he had told the truth when he said that he had not enough to eat ever since he came on board. It seemed to me very questionable whether he ever had before. He had, however, nothing to complain of in that respect while in our employment, for although the children were able to eat whenever we had anything fit for them, my husband and myself could seldom touch our rations, and as everything that was not used fell to Harry's share, he fared pretty well. Harry was not the lad to neglect his own interests, and as our interests appeared just then to be his also, matters worked very harmoniously. Our bread was never now brought back to us half raw or burnt to a cinder. It must be properly cooked for our eating, or it would not do for Harry's, and as for it being lost or delayed on its way to or from the galley, that was of course quite out of the question. But the strangest thing of all connected with Harry was that immediately after his coming we were incessantly annoyed by the rats. I had brought for the children's use a small supply of preserves and other delicacies, but these mysteriously disappeared with alarming rapidity, and whenever I saved any trifle for the children to eat between meals, that also was gone when it was wanted, and in every instance Harry suggested that it was the rats, although I could never find any traces of those interesting animals. I was sorry to part with Harry, for he used to tell funny stories to the children and amused them a great deal, but the rats and Harry were so closely associated in my mind that I thought if Harry left, the rats might perhaps also cease their visits. So Harry went, and I was once more left alone to do the best I could. The weather was very cold, and though we wore our clothing day and night, we felt its severity very much. The rigging of the ship was hung with icicles, and without fire or warmth of any sort, it is no wonder that we were all soon hardly able to move from cold and sickness. I have heard emigrants who came over in steam vessels and say that even in midwinter the heat in their berths was almost unendurable. But in a sailing vessel there were, of course, no engine fires to warm the ship, and the passengers suffered accordingly. In the midst of my trouble I was told of an ancient Scotch sister, a maiden lady sharp and shrewd, who, like the miser in Scott's Fortunes of Nigel, was willing to help us for a consideration. We talked the matter over, and it was agreed that she should give me her services for the remainder of the voyage, and the consideration was to be £2 English. Small as was our stock of money, and much as I knew we should need it upon our arrival, I felt that I could do no better than engage her. There was no saying upon whom she might chance to set her maiden fancy, but there was not the remotest chance of any of the brethren falling in love with her, so I considered her a safe investment, and besides, I must have somebody. There was no alternative. It was now Christmas time, a season which in England was always sacred to joyous memories and festivities. But to us exiles and wanderers, seeking a land of which we knew nothing, and which to us was a new and untried world, it was far from being a happy time. In the midst of the wild, dreary ocean there was nothing to recall the pleasant reminiscences of the past, or to inspire us with hope and courage as we thought of the future. The captain told us that we might prepare to eat our Christmas dinner in New York, but he was mistaken. I can form no opinion of the captain as a seaman, but as a man I detested him for his cruel treatment of two unfortunate men who were under him. These men, one a Spaniard and the other a Hungarian, had agreed to work out their passage to New York, but they were quite unfit for sea life. One of them, when he refused or was unable to go up into the shrouds, was dragged aloft by main force, and there they tied him, and there they kept him until he was nearly frozen to death. On another occasion they beat both of these men with spikes, and I feared they would kill them, and their cries and groans right above my head were most painful to listen to. In fact, so badly were they treated that on their arrival they had to be carried to the hospital. Such was the discipline on board that ship. The captain was mistaken in his calculations. We did not eat our Christmas dinner in New York as he had promised. A storm came on which compelled us to stand out to sea again, and then a dead calm followed, and it was not until New Year's Eve that we set foot upon the shore of the New World. We were now 3,000 miles nearer to Zion, but my heart misgave me as I thought of the future, and the first New Year's Day that I spent in the United States was anything but a day of pleasure to me. End of chapter 12. Life in New York, conducting a Mormon paper. Very cold and dark and dreary were the first days which we spent in the New World. That faith which once had led me to hope and believe and endure all things was now powerless to nerve me to any new course of action for my religion's sake, for the dark shadow of polygamy had come across my way, hope had fled, and my love, with the love of many other faithful saints, had waxed cold. To my husband and children I was, of course, devotedly attached, and was willing to combat any difficulty or endure any trial with them or for their sake, and it was not long before my constancy was put to the test. The Mormon emigrants have always a captain and 2 counselors to every company. The captain on board the Emerald Isle, the vessel in which we came, was a returning Utah elder. One of his counselors was also a returning elder, and my husband was the other. As soon as the Mormon captain had come on shore and had reported to the apostle in charge of the New York Saints, he left us to visit his friends. The Utah counselor had a young lady in the company to whom he had become very much attached, and who afterward became one of his wives. I was not therefore surprised that as soon as he could get his baggage he also should disappear, but my husband, the other counselor, being encumbered with a wife and family, was obliged to remain, and the whole charge of seeing to the company devolved upon him. We had therefore to remain in Castle Gardens until the whole company of emigrants was provided for, and during all the next week I, with my 4 children, remained in that public place, sick and weary, and as destitute of bedding and covering as we had been on board ship. The weather was intensely cold, and unaccustomed as we were to the severity of an American winter, we suffered not a little. The other unfortunate victims to faith were in the same condition, with the exception that they had something to sleep on at nights, while I had nothing but the bare boards for my bed since we left Liverpool. All that I could gather together had been reserved for my babes. How we lived through that journey I know not, but I am certain that could I have foreseen what we should have to endure, I would never have left England, whatever my refusal might have cost me. I could not refrain from contrasting my life before and since I knew Mormonism. Before, I scarcely knew what suffering was, so little had I been called upon to endure. I never knew what it was to be without money or to want for anything. But now I was in a strange land, in the depth of winter, without a home, without a pillow to rest my weary head upon, and with a future before me so dark that not a single ray of light gave to it the promise of hope. Could any slavery be more complete than mine? My fanaticism and zeal were all gone. I had nothing to sustain me. Certainly I was still held by the fear that Mormonism, after all, might be of God, and that all this suffering might be necessary for my salvation. But if at that time I had only had a friend whose mind was clear from all the nonsense of Mormonism, and who had felt sufficient interest in me to advise me for my good, I think even then I might have freed myself from the mental slavery in which I was bound. But I had no intercourse with any one but Mormons, and indeed a wish to form Gentile friendships I should then have considered a sin. A week after our arrival, my husband found time to seek for apartments for his family, and I was thankful to leave our miserable quarters at Castle Gardens. The Mormon authorities had meanwhile given instructions to the other emigrants how to act, and they did little more than this. Those who had not found work or places to go to were ordered to leave the Gardens, and received permission to occupy an old, dilapidated schoolroom in Williamsburg, which had been used for preaching. I went there almost daily to see them, and therefore state what I saw as an eyewitness, and neither exaggerate nor misrepresent. There they huddled together, about 150 men, women, and children. Most of the men had been respectable mechanics in their own country. Many of them I had known personally and had visited in their cozy English homes, and their wives and families had been decently brought up. What they must have suffered under this change of circumstances I leave to the reader to guess. In that miserable place they lived, day and night, the poor, dispirited mothers, many of them very sick, having to cook and wash and perform all the necessary domestic duties round two small sheet-iron stoves. It was not long before the place became like a pest house, from so many being confined in so small a place and breathing the same fetid and pestilential atmosphere, and many of the young children died of an epidemic which was raging among them. They had saved some of their ship's provisions, and that was all they had to eat, and it did not last long. To me it was most distressing to witness so much misery without being able to render any assistance, particularly to see the poor little children shivering and crying with hunger and cold, while many of their mothers were in such a miserable state of apathy that they paid little or no attention to them. I often tried to awaken in them feelings of human sympathy, but I was met with a murmur of discontent. The people, men and women alike, seemed to be utterly demoralized. Nor can this be a matter of wonder, for in England the men had been told that while at home they could only earn 4 or 5 shillings a day, and would never be able to put by enough to carry them all the way to Utah. In New York they would be able to earn $2.50 to $3 and even $4 a day, equal to from 10 to 16 shillings English, and that employers would even come on board ship anxious to engage them. Thus they had by false statements been allured from their homes and plunged into the most abject poverty. Day by day they went out seeking work, but finding none, willing to do anything to provide bread for their families, but returning nightly, unsuccessful, to their starving wives and children. My own resources were gone. I could do nothing. When we left Castle Garden I think we only had about $5 left, while the heavy snow which covered the ground and the intense cold promised many weeks of unusual severity. Needing so greatly pity myself, how I sympathized with those poor sufferers, how I pitied them. In the midst of all this, the Apostle John Taylor learned that some of these poor souls had been seen begging. So he came from his comfortable boarding house in Brooklyn, well wrapped up in a handsome overcoat, and scolded those poor starving creatures, and harangued them concerning the meanness of begging. With great swelling words he spoke of the dignity of the saints of the Most High, and told them that he despised a Mormon who could fall to the level of a common street beggar. Could he have heard the unspoken curses of the poor, wounded hearts of those who listened to him, as they thought of his brother Apostle in England, and of how he had deceived them and sent them into a strange country in the depth of winter, to beg, to starve, or to steal, he would have learned that though the victim of a delusive faith may mentally submit to man-made creeds and priesthoods, in his heart he will judge not so much the words he hears as the man who utters them. The wisdom of the Apostle found out a remedy. He counseled the men and boys to buy shovels and go forth into the streets and clean away the snow from the fronts of the doors and from the sidewalks, and told them that they would thus get plenty of money to keep them until winter was over. One elderly brother, who had a little money left, bought a stock of shovels, but the emigrants found that there were plenty of others who were as eager as they for work, and who were much better acquainted with the way of obtaining it. The shovel experiment was a failure, and the poor old brother lost his money in the investment. For whatever the Apostle Taylor may have contributed to these unfortunate persons, whether in counsel, money, or provisions, he will doubtless have his reward, and for aught I know he may have been unable to give anything more than counsel, but at the same time my opinion of the value of counsel remains unchanged. There has been no lack of counsel or counselors in the Mormon Church. Counsel has been given in abundance to all, and by no means always for the benefit of those who received it. It was not, however, because he failed to assist them practically that the people hated the Apostle Taylor, and have hated him ever since, but it was for his pride and arrogance, and the way in which he dared to talk to free-born Englishmen and English women about the dignity of the priesthood, and the contempt in which he held them in the hour of their humiliation and distress. For that they hated him. I do not, of course, wish to justify the people in begging. Such conduct would have been despicable if they could have found employment of any sort. But when I saw the starving condition of those men and their helpless families in that wretched schoolhouse, in my heart I almost honored them for having the courage to beg, and I thanked God that the mean Yankee Gentiles, as the elders taught the saints to call American citizens who did not believe in Mormonism, were able and willing to assist them. One of those emigrants very recently related to me some of the painful circumstances through which he passed at that time. He told me that he walked the streets of Williamsburg for 3 days and 3 nights without a mouthful of anything to eat or a place to lay his head. He could obtain no work, and at length in sheer desperation he was forced to beg. The church authorities knew well the misery of the people, but took no adequate steps to alleviate it. During the first weeks after our arrival in New York City, we had nothing to depend upon but the provisions which we had saved from the ship's rations. I had known what it was to be in a foreign country without money and without food, and on board ship I took care of our rations when they were not consumed by Harry or the rats, for I thought if I did not need them, which indeed I sincerely hoped might be the case, I could certainly find someone who would be thankful for them. These rations consisted chiefly of sugar that was almost black, very bad black tea, which when made looked like dye, the poorest kind of sea biscuit, and other things accordingly. The provisions for the Mormon emigrants were purchased in bulk by the church authorities, who made their own profits out of them, and the Apostle at Liverpool had the benefit of all that could be saved out of them during the voyage. It was commonly said among the people that the sight of them alone was quite sufficient for anyone who was not half starved, and yet they had paid the price of the best. We had been in New York several weeks when one day my husband called at the office of a paper called the Mormon, and there met with the Apostle Taylor, who conducted that paper. The Apostle expressed great regret that Mr. Stenhouse should be without occupation at that season of the year, and with a family of children upon his hands. This sympathy coming from a brother missionary was, I thought, very tardy, for my husband had then devoted over 10 years of his life to the cause, and his record in the church had been untarnished. The Apostle was living in an elegant house, surrounded by every comfort and luxury, while he knew that we had not so much as a chair or even a bed to lie upon. What had he done for the church more than my husband had done? Indeed, I firmly believed that he had not endured half as much, but he was an apostle. His unhelping sympathy appeared to me a little more than questionable. He told my husband that he might come into the office of the Mormon and write the addresses on the wrappers, and that he would give him a few dollars a week to help things along until something better presented itself. My husband thought this a disinterested action on the part of the Apostle John Taylor, but my experience in Mormonism led me to be distrustful and suspicious of everything that an elder or apostle said or did. This offer, however, came when we really had nothing to look to, and dared not refuse any assistance that was offered, however small it might be. But I must allow that my ideas of apostolic liberality were very much shocked when at the end of the week Mr. Stenhouse informed me that he had been allowed $4 for his services, and that out of that magnificent sum the Apostle John Taylor had deducted 25 cents, which sheer necessity had compelled him to borrow for the week's ferriage. The Apostle editor had 2 assistants from Utah with him in the Mormon office, the one a 70 and the other a high priest, terms and titles which I shall presently explain. A few weeks after my husband entered the office, the 70, who had charge of getting out the paper, was allowed to return to Zion. The high priest remained in the Eastern States, visiting alternately the various branches of the church and doing some very zealous courting with a young English girl who lived in Williamsburg, while his 2 unsuspecting wives at home in Salt Lake City were earnestly praying the Lord to bless him in his mission. Whatever the Apostle may have thought of his associate, he could not very well remonstrate with him, for he himself was, and had been for some time, doing a good deal in that line with an amiable Connecticut girl, and was only waiting for special permission from Brigham Young to add her to the half-dozen wives he already had in Utah. There was, moreover, another high priest attached to that office, but no one seemed to understand his exact position. To all appearance, his principal occupation was traveling from New York to Connecticut, and from Connecticut back again to New York. He was a very robust-looking man, but it was reported that he was troubled with heart disease, and that the purer air of Connecticut was a great relief to him. This I fully believed when, after some time, I discovered that the young lady engaged to the Apostle had a charming sister, for I thought it very probable that she rendered no small assistance to the Connecticut air in giving relief to his diseased heart. My husband, not being at that particular time under the influence of heart disease, soon became very useful on the editorial staff. In fact, pretty well everything was left to him, and not unfrequently for 2 or 3 days he saw nothing of the Apostle or either of his associates, and the whole responsibility of getting out the paper, at the magnificent salary of $4 a week, rested upon him. He was told that he must regard it as a mission and be prepared to act accordingly. In the course of time, however, the visits to Connecticut came to an end. The Apostle obtained Brother Brigham's permission to practice a little polygamy among the Gentiles, and Miss Young made him an excellent housekeeper in a handsomely furnished house in Brooklyn. The poor high priest and 70 did not fare so well. They were expected to wait until they reached Zion. The 2 young ladies to whom they were engaged were amiable and good girls, who would without doubt have met with excellent husbands, either in or out of the church. But the name of an apostle or high priest, when the men themselves were away from home, carried with it many charms, and won the hearts of the young ladies and their friends. The apostle was, of course, well used to the training of wives in the celestial order, and when he returned home with his youngest bride, he suffered no particular inconvenience. But the high priests realized the truth of the adage, the course of true love never did run smooth. The first wife of one of them refused to have anything to do with his new bride, and kept him at a respectful distance from herself then and ever afterwards, while the first wife of the other declined to acknowledge the claims of her youthful rival. The first high priest has gone to heaven, and the other in the course of time gave a bill of divorce to his young wife. What happiness either of these 3 girls found in polygamy they best know, but the young widow appears decidedly to be the happiest of the 3. I had heard so much while in London about men taking wives from principle, and that after the first wife they made no open display of their love, but I could not see that they differed in the slightest from their Gentile brethren in that respect. The Utah elders of whom I have spoken always seemed to me very human. In all polygamic courtships that I have since witnessed, the brethren have appeared to think that the Lord's revelation was a trifle too slow in arranging affairs of the heart, and they have very zealously prepared for its coming. In some instances the revelation has come too late, and in many others it would have been very disastrous if it had not come at all. In all cases it may be safely asserted that all that has been said about getting the consent of the first wife and obtaining a revelation from the Lord as to whether it is pleasing in His sight for a man to take another wife or not is purely folly and nonsense. Brigham Young is the only Lord who has ever been consulted on that question. If he acknowledged this to the people, and they chose to abide by it, they alone would be to blame. But it is the grossest of frauds for men claiming to be the representatives of Jesus Christ to play upon the credulity of an honest people, trifling with the most sacred subjects, and telling them that God answers by special revelation and declares whether or not it is His will that each of these plural marriages should take place. The apostles and elders themselves are not deceived. They know well enough that there is no truth in all this mockery. They know that the only source of all their revelations is the man Brigham Young. End of chapter 13. Saintly Pilgrims on the Way, the Divine Handcart Scheme. One Sunday morning in early spring I attended a meeting of the Saints in Williamsburg. My husband was there and took part in the service, and so did the Apostle Taylor and 1 or 2 other Utah elders. I went to that meeting in a very desponding state of mind, for our prospects since the day of our arrival had not brightened very much, and I felt the need of some comforting and cheering words. Whether it was the influence of the clear spring morning, or that the elders had noticed the depression of spirit among the Saints, I cannot tell, but I know that on that particular occasion their words seemed to me more earnest and encouraging than they had been for a long time past. As we came out from the meeting, Brother Benton, one of the elders, stepped up to my husband and said, "Brother Stenhouse, they are expecting to arrive tonight or tomorrow. I suppose you will be down at the Gardens to meet them." I knew well enough who they were who were expected to arrive, and so did Mr. Stenhouse. "Yes," he said, "of course I shall be there, but most likely we shall have to wait a few days before they come." Then he stopped and talked over the matter with Elder Benton. Now it chanced that at that time Brigham Young was trying an experiment. The prophet of the Lord sometimes finds it necessary, notwithstanding the revelations which he is supposed to receive, to try experiments, like other men, before he can feel sure that his plans are likely to succeed. The only difference between him and other men is that he, knowing himself that his plans are his own inventions, or the inventions of the leaders, gives out that they come direct from God, thereby deceiving the ignorant, innocent, and confiding people. And when his plans fail, as they often do, he never confesses that he is wrong or mistaken, but lays all the blame on some other person, or failing that, on the Lord or the devil. Other men as a rule say nothing about the Lord or devil, but when their experiments fail, they frankly confess that they themselves were not inspired, but were liable to err. That is all the difference. In the present instance, Brigham Young tried an experiment upon a rather large scale. Up to the year 1856, the Mormon immigrants made the journey from the frontiers across the plains by ox teams, as I have already described, and every season some of the wealthier Mormons formed themselves into an independent company, paid their own expenses, and traveled with more comfort. The expense to the poorer immigrants was very small, for they performed the greater part of the journey on foot, the ox teams being used for transporting provisions and baggage, 100 pounds of the latter being allowed to each immigrant. This plan was so far a success, and the settlements of the Saints increased thereby slowly but surely in population and wealth. There were, however, at that time thousands of Saints in Europe anxious to emigrate, but who were too poor to provide the small sum requisite for that purpose. During the winter of 1855, this difficulty was discussed in conference by Brigham and the leading men in Salt Lake, and someone suggested what was afterwards known as the handcart scheme. The idea of this scheme was to transfer the people from Liverpool to the frontiers in the cheapest possible way, and for them then to cross the plains with light-made handcarts, just strong enough to carry the fewest possible necessary articles, but sufficiently light for the men, women, and even young girls to draw them. This plan would not perhaps have been a bad one if it had been properly carried out, and if Brigham Young had seen, as he might have done, that suitable preparations were made beforehand. But the handcart emigration scheme began with a lie and ended in ruin. The confiding Saints were told that God had specially inspired his servant Brigham for this purpose, and the scheme was a revelation direct from on high. No proper measures were taken to provide for the emigrants. All was done upon faith on the part of the people in their, as they supposed, inspired leaders, deception on the part of those leaders towards the people, whose only fault was that they trusted them too well. The Millennial Star proclaimed the plan to the Saints in Europe, and so great was the response to this special summons that in that year, 1856, it was roughly estimated that no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 Mormon emigrants traveled from Liverpool to Salt Lake City. It was the first company of these emigrants that Brother Benton alluded to when he told Mr. Stenhouse that they were expected that night or the next. But in those days emigrant vessels were frequently delayed by adverse winds and other circumstances, and no one could calculate upon the exact time of their arrival in port. The following morning, my husband, when he returned from the Mormon office, brought with him a letter bearing the English postmark and addressed to me in the neat, unmistakable handwriting of Mary Burton. I had been waiting and watching for a letter from her ever since our arrival. I was anxious to hear from her, and I hastily tore it open, so impatient was I to know how she was getting on. What I read interested me deeply, though it did not surprise me. I had seen Mary many times after the interview which I have already related, and our conversations and discussions were to us of all-absorbing interest, but as they were mostly personal, I have not cared to record them in this narrative. To tell the truth, her love affairs with Elder Shrewsbury occupied more and more the most prominent place in all our discussions. His enthusiasm was perfectly infectious. As long as Mary absolutely refused to see him, her love for him and her faith in Mormonism were anything but overpowering. But Elder Shrewsbury was one of those peculiar persons who have a sort of magnetic charm about them, who, without our knowing it, or even in some instances contrary to our will and reason, enlist all our sympathies and leave behind them an impression that we vainly try to efface. He only wanted opportunity, and his success was sure. Opportunity he had had for pressing his suit with Mary and making an impression upon her heart, ever since the day when they had met at my door and had taken that walk together, as Mary said, for the purpose of discussing important matters. Now the letter which I received opened to me another chapter in Mary's life, which, without the gift of prophecy, I might have easily predicated. Elder Shrewsbury's patience and perseverance met with their due reward, and Mary at length promised to become his wife. But fascinated though she was, and herself almost as deeply in love as he was, she nevertheless made one condition which showed that she had not entirely lost that prudence and determination which she had shown in the early days of their courtship. When he spoke to me in that way, you know how, Sister Stenhouse, she said in her impulsive way, "How could I persist in saying no to him? It wasn't in my heart to do so. I didn't say yes in so many words, but I simply said nothing, and he took my silence for consent. Then — but no, I won't even tell you everything. I know he thought he was going to have it all his own way, but I didn't think so. I told him then that I had firmly resolved upon one thing, that I would never marry him unless he made a solemn vow and promise before God that he would never enter into polygamy. I could not hide from him that I loved him. He knew it and could see it. But I said I never would go to Utah alone, and I certainly never would marry at the risk of my husband taking another wife. No, I was willing to give him my heart, my all. It was only fair for him to do the same by me. He was very near me then, and my hand was in his, and he was looking up into my eyes. Then he whispered the promise I had asked of him, and, dear Sister Stenhouse, I know I can depend on his word. We shall be happier in this world by ourselves, and we feel quite sure that God will not ask us to do anything in heaven that would make us miserable. Perhaps I oughtn't say this, but I'm so happy that I cannot allow myself one single wretched doubt about the future of my husband, such as I used to have. We were married on the 27th of January, and now we are getting ready for Zion and are busy day and night. Of course you have heard of the divine plan, the handcart scheme. Oh, Sister Stenhouse, I am so very, very much ashamed of myself for all the wicked things that I used to say about the apostles and the elders. Since our marriage, Elder Shrewsbury has explained everything to me and set things in their right light. It is a glorious privilege for us to be permitted to gather to Zion, and now I know my dear husband will never even think of another besides myself. I glory in the thought of leaving the Gentile world and all its wickedness. We will go with the first company this season. I will tell you all the rest of the news when I meet you, dear." So Mary Burton was married, and coming with the handcart company. "Why," I said, turning to my husband, "they'll be here in a day or two now." "Perhaps today," he replied. They did not, however, arrive either that day or the next, but towards the end of the week we were told that their vessel was in the river, and I accompanied my husband to Castle Gardens to see them. A strange spectacle was presented to our view. More than 600 Mormon emigrants were gathered there, all on their way to Zion and burning with zeal and enthusiasm worthy of a better cause. There were aged men and women whose heads were hoary with the snows of many a winter, and whose tottering steps had borne them to the verge of 80 years and 10. There were stout-hearted fathers of families, and matrons with sons and daughters growing up around them. There were young men in the pride and strength of manhood, and maidens in the modest blush of womanly beauty, and little toddling children, and babes in their mothers' arms, all obedient to what they thought was the command of God himself. all with their faces set steadfastly and anxiously Zionward. Let not the reader smile at the blind infatuation of those poor emigrants. Would he or she have suffered so confidingly, so faithfully for his or her religion? They might be mistaken, but truly theirs was a faith which hoped all things, believed all things, endured all things. Surely in His sight, who judges the heart, the blind obedience of those men and women who were ready to suffer and to endure unto the bitter end, because in their childlike faith they thought it was His holy will, such practical devotion was more truly acceptable than the formal professions of an untested faith which orthodox professors are so ready to make. I met at Castle Gardens many whom I had known in the old country, but it was one particular face which I was anxious to see, a man wrapped in a thick greatcoat and with a fur cap upon his head brushed against me, and before I had time to raise my eyes, my hand was grasped in his, and I heard Mary's husband say, "Oh, Sister Stenhouse, I'm so glad to see you. I knew we should meet you in New York. Come and see Mary. She's my Mary now." I went with Elder Shrewsbury, and I saw Mary. But oh, how greatly was she changed. When I returned from our Swiss mission and saw her after an interval of several years, I was of course struck with the alteration which had then transformed her from a pretty little fairy-like girl into a decorous young lady contemplating matrimony. But although I had been absent from England only a few months, I observed a much more striking alteration in her than on the previous occasion. It was not now, I thought, so much an outward and personal change as a new development in her inner consciousness, her soul itself. Her form was as graceful and her eyes as bright as ever, but from those eyes there now shone forth another light than that which I thought so charming in bygone time. Her affection for me was as warm and demonstrative as when we first met. She recognized me in a moment, before her husband had time to say a word, and throwing both her arms round me, she kissed me again and again with all the effusion of her childish days. Taking my hand, she led me gently into a quiet corner and seated me beside her on a big trunk, and then she began to talk. It was the same soft, sweet voice again which used to be so dear to me when I was left all alone in Southampton, soon after my marriage, while my husband was on mission in Italy. She told me all the story of her courtship, all and much more than she had told me in her letter. But it was when she came to speak of her marriage, of her husband, and especially of their pilgrimage to Utah, that I observed more especially the change which had taken place in her. She was no longer the light-hearted girl, half doubting her strange religion and rejecting it altogether when it did not coincide with her own ideas and wishes. No, Elder Shrewsbury, had he been 10 times a Mormon elder, could not have wished for a more obedient, a more earnest, I might say a more fanatical believer than was now to be found in his young and beautiful wife. Her eyes really glowed with enthusiasm as she spoke of the work of the Lord and of gathering to Zion, and her voice, though soft and sweet as ever, had in it now and then a tinge of sternness which told of a determination and spirit which the casual observer would never have suspected. I expressed some surprise that she and her husband, not being without funds, should have gone with the handcart company when they might have waited and gone in so much more comfort with one of the independent companies. "Why, Sister Stenhouse," she said, "we have done it as a matter of faith. Certainly we could have afforded to go in any way we chose, but my husband said we ought to be an example to the poorer saints, so we gave away nearly all our money to help the emigration fund, and then we came, just as you see us, along with the rest." "But the danger and discomfort is so great," I suggested. "Surely the Lord does not want us to sacrifice ourselves when no one is benefited by it." "Not a bit," said she. "There's no danger, Sister Stenhouse, and if there were, it would only please me all the more. As for discomfort, why, we should have had that anyway, and we both glory in making sacrifices. Besides which, we have been told by the Apostle that this will be the most pleasant and successful journey across the plains that has ever been made." "I am a little doubtful of the promises of apostles and elders," I said, "and I remember, Mary, when you used to agree with me." "Oh, I know I did," she answered, "but Brother Shrewsbury has shown me how wrong I was. I never doubt now. But I think you have a wrong notion about this hand cart scheme. It is not an ordinary plan such as any man might have made. God Himself revealed this plan to Brigham, and in fact we call it the divine plan in our songs. Oh, you should hear our songs. They're a little rough, but the singing is so earnest, and the voices of the men and girls blend so well together that I know you'd like them. There's only one thing that I don't like about this plan, and that I dare say is all right if only I knew it." "I think, Mary," I said, "I could tell you a good deal that you wouldn't like if you knew it." "No, dear," she replied hastily, as if afraid to hear me. "Don't tell me unpleasant matters. I'll tell you all I meant. The prophet and Heber C. Kimball and Jedediah Grant counseled the richer emigrants to give up as much as they could, all their property, if they had faith enough, to help the poor brethren to emigrate. But the American elders had private instructions, so Brother Shrewsbury told me, to use the money to help out all the unmarried girls who are willing to go. I confess that this troubled me not a little, but my husband says that when we get to Zion we shall find all will be right, and of course I believe him." Mary's conversation puzzled me a good deal at the time. She had formerly been so clear-sighted and so unbiassed by prejudice, and now she seemed ready to believe anything. All her husband's enthusiasm was now her own. She saw with his eyes, and in the intensity of her love for him, she believed all that he accepted as true. Long after, when I thought of that short interview, I called to mind her impulsive earnestness, and I felt that a secret misgiving, unconsciously to herself, was partly the cause of it. Unknown to herself, her excess of zeal was the offspring of doubt. Life in the future was in anticipation to my poor friend one long day of hope and happiness. She could not see the shadow of a cloud. No coming sorrow darkened her way. Zion to her excited imagination was the abode of peace and sanctity and unchanging joy. I asked her whether the saints in England had heard any of those strange reports about Brigham Young defying the government, which had attracted so much attention in this country. "Certainly," she said, "it is because the day is so very near when all intercourse between God's people and the Gentile world shall be cut off forever that these great efforts are being made to gather the saints to Zion. Of course you know this, but I don't think you know all. Why, at the last General Conference in Liverpool, the President had instructions from Salt Lake to propose Brigham Young as prophet, seer, revelator, and king." "King?" I said. "How can President Young ever be king? Utah is part of the territory of the United States, and under their jurisdiction. It is not even a state itself yet, and Congress has refused to sanction the name of Deseret. This country will never suffer a kingdom to be set up in Utah. You must be misinformed, Sister Mary." "No, Sister Stenhouse," she exclaimed, "I am under no mistake. My husband assured me that the conference accepted the proposition and that it was received unanimously. The saints are gathering in from all parts of the world, and when war is declared, they will not be found unprepared. Why, here on board with us, the American elders are all provided with swords and revolvers of the very best make that could be got for love or money, and I myself have heard them say that Brigham Young intends shortly to declare his independence of the United States. We didn't know this before we left England, but we felt sure that he had some great purpose in view which had been revealed to him." "Before we left," I said, "the saints were all eager to emigrate." "Yes, dear," she answered, "but nothing like they are now. You have no idea how excited and anxious everybody is. Some of the people, in order to obey counsel, sold their watches and jewelry and even their best clothes, scarcely keeping enough for the journey, and every one who had any money gave it away. Brigham Young set a noble example in that. Even the Gentiles would admire him if they knew all. Why, we had on board ship with us Brother Tennant, the rich new convert who paid $30,000 for the property which Brigham Young so generously gave to help the emigration fund. He hardly had enough left to carry him and his family to Zion, and now he is going to cross the plains with us to settle in Salt Lake City. He is somewhere here among the emigrants, I believe at the present moment, and you could ask him all about it if you liked. The brethren assure him that Brother Brigham is so liberal that he will get vastly more than the value of his $30,000 when he reaches Zion, and I hope he will, for I like both him and his wife. All this was thus far true, but it was with some misgivings that I heard Mary talk about it. Still, I tried to persuade myself that it was a sin to doubt. How little did either of us imagine that after poor Mr. Tennant's miserable death upon the plains, we should live to see his wife destitute and defrauded of her property by generous-hearted Brigham, dragging out a miserable existence in Zion, and dependent even for a crust of bread upon the kindness of the brethren. And yet, as I previously stated in another place, this was how the prophet, under the mask of liberality, contrived, for his own purposes, to cheat this unfortunate and too confiding saint. Then we talked of what more nearly interested ourselves, and Mary asked me when Mr. Stenhouse and myself were coming out. I told her that it was quite uncertain, but that we expected to before long. "At any rate, you will come out before the season is over," she said. "Most likely so," I replied, "but you will be safely there and settled before we arrive." How little did she imagine the fearful scenes she was to witness, the terrible sufferings she was to endure before the season she spoke of had passed away. Could I at that time have known all, I would have prayed that sooner than set out on that fearful journey she might find refuge in the grave from the horrors which, unknown to her, were brooding over her way. We talked long, and then my husband joined us. Elder Shrewsbury was called away by some necessary duty, and when we parted it was with many promises to write frequently to each other of our common religious interests, as well as the welfare of ourselves and those we loved. Then I spoke with several other old friends, and we exchanged greetings with all sorts of people, for my husband, wherever he goes, is always sure to be upon speaking terms with almost everybody he meets. The handcart company left New York for Utah, a long and formidable journey at best, but in that instance, through mismanagement and neglect, one of the most fatal expeditions that imprudent man has ever undertaken, and it was not until months and months had passed away and another season had come round that we heard anything of their fate. And time went on, but my troubles did not lighten. My husband still continued to work at the Mormon office, and after a while his salary was slightly increased from time to time. But still his earnings were altogether inadequate for the support of a family, and I found it absolutely necessary to obtain some employment for myself. It cost me many a long and weary day of search and enquiry, and many a battle with my pride before I could get anything to do. But at last I was successful, and although my little ones required constant attention, I contrived to add a very decent quota to the scanty family purse. And thus matters continued until the following year, our life of uncertainty and care unchanged. Little in my life at that time is worth recording. To me it was one long, painful struggle, and any change which could come I felt must be for the better. My experience of Mormonism was of course enlarged as new facts presented themselves to my observation, and by nothing was my faith so much shaken as by the discrepancies between the written and spoken Mormonism which was presented with fair face to the European saints and the world at large, and the actual conduct of the elders. From the first moment when polygamy was announced, the leaders had strictly forbidden the missionaries to enter into any alliances with the sisters abroad, or to make any proposals of marriage to them, or to enter into any matrimonial covenants. In the language of Heber C. Kimball, Brigham's first counselor, they were not to pick out from the flock the young, fair, and tender lambs, but were to bring them all safely home to Zion. This counsel was all very well, for it tended to keep the elders out of mischief, and afforded an opportunity to the brethren at home to select more and more youthful wives from the fair converts who were gathered into Zion. But the missionaries found it very irksome to obey this counsel, and in point of fact, those who did so formed a very small minority. One of the missionaries who had just returned from Europe came one day to our house in New York and brought a youthful sister with him. He was by no means a handsome man or prepossessing in his appearance, but I saw at once that he had succeeded in obtaining considerable influence over the young sister's mind. He said she was not very happy, and he wanted her to stay with some respectable family for a week or two until they set out for Utah, and I agreed that she should stay with us. She began to play with the children, and took one of them in her arms in a way which attracted my attention, for I noticed that tears were in her eyes, and she excited my sympathy. I asked her as gently and as delicately as I could what was the matter with her, and what her sorrow was, and she told me that she herself had 2 little ones at home, and was wretched at being parted from them. She had obeyed counsel, and had left her husband and a happy home to go to Zion. She loved them all dearly, but deluded by false teachings and promises that she should soon have her children again, she had stolen away and left them all. I reasoned with her, tried to make her see how wrongly she had acted, and persuaded her to return to her husband and seek his forgiveness. No, it was all in vain. The salvation of her soul she thought was beyond all earthly considerations. She must stifle the suggestions of her heart within her. She must hasten to Zion. Thus she left me, and like many another victim, I never expected to see her again. One morning, a few months later, I was astonished to receive a visit from her. After expressing my pleasure at seeing her once more, she told me what I had said had so impressed her that when the emigrants had arrived at St. Louis, she had refused to proceed any further on the journey, had written to her husband, had made all right with him, and was now on her way back to her home in England. My story is so full of painful reminiscences that it is with pleasure that I record this incident, one of the rare cases in which folly was not succeeded by utter ruin and misery. Alas, how many instances I might mention which fell beneath my own personal observation, of wives and mothers led away by the delusive doctrines which they mistook for inspiration, and who sought vainly, through years of misery, for peace and rest, until at length they found it in the darkness of the tomb. Towards the end of the year 1857, the difficulties in Utah and a financial panic in New York resulted in the discontinuance of the Mormon. My husband was thus thrown out of employment, and to add to our difficulties, the people for whom I work suspended operations. This new trial of our faith, however, was not long. Out of apparent evil, good came. Released from his obligations to the Apostle and the Mormon paper, my husband now set earnestly to work to obtain a living without the crippling influences of counsel or the dictates of those whom his religion taught him to respect. I had always believed that if suffered to act for himself, his energy was such that he would certainly carve his way to a respectable position in the world. In this I was not deceived, either at the time of which I speak or at a later period, when in Salt Lake City he engaged in active business on his own account. In New York, where he had been by this time appointed president of the Eastern Mission, and was actively engaged in advocating the claims of the Mormon Church, he sought and found employment on the staff of the Herald, and in connection with other daily papers, and such was his success that from a condition of misery and poverty we were very soon raised to a position of comfort, and surrounded by every luxury suitable to our station in life. And this position we enjoyed until called upon to leave all and journey across the plains to Zion. Our own journey to Zion was postponed for a while, but not long before we set forth I received the long-expected letter which Mary Burton had promised me. And as it contains a vivid picture of a mode of transit, the only mode which could then be used, across the plains, and shows what people were forced to endure so recently as a few short years ago, I shall give extracts from it in the following chapter. For I feel sure that if the reader did not peruse the story in the exact words of my unfortunate friend, he would never believe that in this country and in our own times such a terrible tragedy could have been enacted. End of chapter 14. A terrible story. The handcart immigrants crossing the plains. I promised to write and tell you all about our journey across the plains, but I little expected to have such a terrible tale to tell. You have heard so much of the journey to Salt Lake Valley that you know pretty well how we must have traveled to Iowa City, where it was necessary that we would wait until the whole company was quite ready for the long journey which lay before us. Our life up to a certain point was much the same, and we met with the same difficulties as all other emigrants who had gone before us. But there the comparison ends. Privation and toil and weariness, and not infrequently sickness and death, wore out many of the companies that went before us, but they never suffered as we did. It is utterly impossible for me to tell you all that we went through. And when I finish this letter and lay down my pen, and even when you read the fearful story of my own experience during that journey, you will still have but the faintest idea of the horrors and sufferings which we endured. At Iowa City we found nothing prepared for us. When we left Liverpool we were told that handcarts, provisions, and all that we needed should be provided before we arrived. If this had been done, we should have had just fairly time enough to travel over the plains and reach Salt Lake before the terrible cold of winter set in. As it was, everything went wrong. The elders who had been sent out before us to buy tents and carts and all that we wanted had either been unfortunate or very careless, for as I said, when we arrived in Iowa City, not the slightest preparation had been made. You know how strong my faith was when we left New York, and how Brother Shrewsbury and myself were ready to sacrifice everything. I can assure you that we were fully tested, and I do think that but for our strong faith, not a single soul of all that company would have survived that journey. 3 companies had, after a long delay, been sent out before we reached Iowa City. As it was then early in the season, they completed their journey before the cold of the winter set in. I afterwards heard that Brigham Young and the elders, when they saw those companies arrive safely in Salt Lake City, spoke of the scheme as a successful experiment. We had been taught that the scheme came directly from heaven and was neither speculation nor experiment. And when I heard that, after all, the prophet himself spoke of it as a matter of doubtful issue, I asked myself, who then can we believe? We waited 3 weeks in Iowa camp while they were making the handcarts. They were very lightly made, and I think not at all suitable for such a long and wearisome journey. And being so hastily put together, and most of the wood unseasoned, they were utterly unfit for the rough work for which they were constructed. 20 of these carts, 1 to every 5, were allowed to every 100 persons, who were also allowed 5 good-sized tents and 1 Chicago wagon, with 3 yoke of oxen to transport the baggage and provisions. We were only allowed 17 pounds of bedding and clothing each, which, with cooking utensils and so forth, made up about 100 pounds to each cart, and that was quite as much as the cart, itself only 60 pounds in weight, could carry. You can see, Sister Stenhouse, how difficult it must have been out of every 100 persons, men, women, and children, to find 20 who were strong enough to pull even such frail things as those hand carts were. The married men and the young men and boys did the best they could, but they could do no more, and some of the carts were drawn by young girls alone. The girls and women who had no husbands used to occupy a tent by themselves at night, but in the other tents whole families without respect to age or sex, together with the young men who assisted them during the day, used to find shelter. This, you will see at once, was exceedingly inconvenient, but we had no choice, and we had been so long associated and had suffered so much together that we did not feel it as much as we otherwise must have done. What weary days we spent! Hour after hour went by, mile after mile we walked, and never seemed to be a step the further on our way. Sometimes I recalled to mind a hymn which we used to sing at Sunday school when I was a child, an evening hymn in which we returned thanks that we were a day's march nearer home. But day after day went by, wearily, hopelessly, and when each night came on, and tired and footsore we lay down to rest, we seemed no nearer to our home in Zion. Do not think, Sister Stenhouse, that we gave way to despondency. What we felt God alone knows, but our poor weary hearts were full of confiding faith in Him, and we placed undoubting confidence in the promises and prophecies which we had received through His chosen servants. The young folks were light-hearted and gay, and with all the enthusiasm of youth they pressed on, thinking not of the way, but only of the end, and their example was most encouraging. My husband was one of the bravest and truest of all that band. He drew the cart, which we shared with another elder and his wife and their grown-up daughter. They were old people, I mean the elder and his wife, and the daughter was an old maid, unpleasant, thin and sour, and too feeble to do anything. There were reasons why I was excused from taking any share in hard work, but I felt as zealous as the rest, and day after day walked beside my husband, thinking that, if nothing more, my companionship might cheer him. The old folks walked behind, and so did the children. But sometimes, when the little ones were very weary indeed, the parents would place them on top of the bedding in the hand cart and give them a lift. But some of the elderly people who were unused to walking far, and whom it was impossible to carry, suffered a great deal, and sometimes mothers with children at their breasts would trudge on mile after mile in all the heat and dust without a murmur or complaint until they almost dropped down with fatigue. What some of those poor creatures suffered, no words could tell. The sun shone down upon us with intense heat as we traveled through Iowa, and the people from the farmhouses and villages came out to see us and wondered at our rashness in undertaking such a journey. They were very kind to us, and came and visited us in our camps, and offered some of the men work and good wages if they would wait there instead of going on to Zion. A few of the people accepted these offers, but the elders, as you may suppose, watched carefully every company and every man, and in the evening, when meetings for prayer and preaching were held, we were earnestly exhorted to obedience, and the sin of acting upon our own judgments was set forth in the very plainest terms. The kindness of the Iowa people, however, encouraged us, and they freely gave to those who most needed whatever they could to help us on our way. And we needed help and sympathy. Of course, with only one wagon to carry all the provisions for 100 persons, besides 5 tents, our supply food was very limited. At that period of the journey, the grown-up people were allowed 10 ounces of flour a day, and a little, and but a very little, coffee, sugar, rice, and bacon. This was a very scanty allowance for people who all day long had to draw the hand carts, or to trudge mile after mile in all that burning heat and dust. But we never complained. Some of the men ate all their rations at breakfast and went without anything more until the next morning, unless they were able to beg a little of some friendly farmer by the way. The little children received just half as much as the others. With a very small amount of management, this inconvenience might certainly have been avoided, for provisions of all sorts were very cheap in the districts through which we passed. Some of the more thoughtful saints, I know, felt very bitterly the injustice of this, for, as you are aware, we had paid all our expenses in full, even to the uttermost farthing, and we had been promised in return a safe and sufficient outfit with plenty of provisions, and in fact all that was necessary. Had we been left to ourselves, we should of course have provided for every contingency, but we came in obedience to counsel, under the direction of the church, and after we had paid for everything, the church even took care of our money, so that we could therefore not procure necessaries by the way, as otherwise we might have done. Thus wearily and suffering not a little privation, we traveled all through Iowa until we came to the Missouri River and encamped at Florence, a place about 6 miles north of Omaha, and there we remained about a week preparing for our journey across the plains. It was the middle of August when we arrived at Florence, and we had been delayed so much on the way that it appeared to many of the more experienced that it would now be the height of imprudence for us to cross the plains at that season. With old people, delicate women, and little children, and without carriages of any sort, except the frail hand carts that carried our bedding, it would be a weary long time before we could reach Salt Lake. Every step must be trudged on foot, and it was quite impossible that we could walk many miles a day, while there was before us a journey of over 1,000. Some of the elders proposed that we should settle where we were, or somewhere nearby, until the following spring, and then go to Zion. But others who were more confident urged that we should proceed at once. The elders called a great meeting to settle the matter, at which we were all present. I should tell you that when we first started, our whole company was placed under the guidance of Elder James G. Willie as captain, and we were again subdivided into 5 parties of about 100 each, and over every 100 was placed an elder or sub-captain. The first 100 was headed by Elder Atwood, the second by Levi Savage, the third by William Woodward, the fourth by John Chislett, and the fifth by Elder Amundsen. About 200 of the people were Scotch and Scandinavians. Nearly all the rest were English. All were assembled at the meeting. You know, Sister Stenhouse, how meetings were held at home. Well, it was just the same there. We, of course, had nothing really to say. We had only to obey counsel and sanction the decision of the leading elders. I used to feel annoyed rather at that sort of thing in London, as you may remember, but now when life and death depended upon the wisdom of our decision, with all my faith I felt worse than annoyed, wicked as I had no doubt it was for me to feel so. My husband never uttered a word, but I know he felt much as I did, and in that he was not alone among the elders. We had neither vote nor influence. In all our company there were only 3 or 4 men who had been out to Salt Lake before, and of course they could not be overlooked, so they gave their opinion at the meeting. They must have fully known the dangers and difficulties of the way, and what hardships must overtake a company so scantily provided for as was ours, if we continued our journey. But for all that, they not only spoke slightingly of the danger which threatened us, but prophesied in the name of the Lord that we should pass through triumphantly, and suffer neither loss nor harm. One man alone, Levi Savage, dared to tell the truth. People well mounted, or even with good ox teams, could safely and easily make the journey, he said. But for a band of people like ourselves, with aged folks and women and little children, to attempt it so late was little short of madness. He strongly urged that we should take up our quarters there for the winter, when, he said, as soon as spring came on, we could safely and successfully perform the remainder of our journey. The other elders thought that he was weak in the faith, and plainly told him so. And one of them even said he'd eat all the snow that fell between Florence and Salt Lake City. The people, of course, believed without question what they were told to believe, for they had long ago made up their minds that the leaders were inspired, and therefore they dared not doubt them, and the prudent counsel of Brother Savage was rejected accordingly. I was not near enough to hear his words, but I was afterward told what he said. "What I have said I know is the truth, but as you are counseled to go forward, I will go with you. I will work and rest and suffer with you, and if God wills it so, I will also die with you." Never was a man more faithful to his word than was Brother Savage, and often after that, when sickness and weariness and cold and hunger and death overtook us, as he had foreseen, he never for one moment forgot the promise which he had so solemnly made. Then, the middle of August being past, we left Florence behind us, and began our weary journey across the plains, in much the same fashion as we had already traveled through Iowa. We had, however, taken in fresh provisions to last us until we reached Utah, and as the oxen could not draw so much extra weight, one sack weighing about 100 pounds was placed on each of the hand carts, in addition to the other baggage. This was a severe task upon the endurance of the people, but most of them bore it without a murmur. On the other hand, we fared a little better in the matter of provisions, for we were allowed a pound of flour a day each, and also, occasionally, a little fresh beef, and besides that, each 100 had 3 or 4 milk cows. As we continued our journey and the provisions were consumed, the burdens on the carts, of course, grew lighter. But this was only the beginning of our pilgrimage. The end we could not foresee. Every evening when we pitched our tents, we endeavored by songs and jests and interesting stories to beguile the tediousness of the way. The days were not quite so warm now, and the nights were more chilly, but altogether it was much more pleasant traveling than it was in the earlier part of the journey. And no one seemed to remember the almost prophetic remonstrance of Brother Savage. Still, we traveled very slowly, for the carts were always breaking down. The wheels came off, and we had nothing to grease them with. The boxes of the wheels were made of unseasoned wood, and the heavy pressure upon them, and the dust that got into them, soon wore them out. Some of the people cut off the tops of their boots and wrapped them round the axles, and others cut up their tin plates and kettles for the same purpose. And for grease they used soap and even their pitiful allowance of bacon. But as the days passed and the flour began to be used up, these accidents became less frequent. Upon an average, they said, we traveled about 15 miles a day, which I think was very good. Some of the days we even made a little over 20 miles, but they were balanced out by the shortcomings. We tried to feel happy and hopeful, and even the aged and infirm tried to make light of their toil and privations, for we did not yet see that heavy cloud which was looming across our way. I frequently talked with the old and weakly among the people, to whom both my husband and myself were able to offer little kindnesses, and they all spoke cheerfully of our prospects. Such faith had they in the promises of the elders. Just before we reached Wood River, Vast herds of buffaloes appeared in our vicinity, and one evening all our cattle stampeded, and the men had to go in search of them. About 30 were lost, and after hunting after them for 3 days, we gave them up. We had only 1 yoke of oxen now for each wagon, and as the wagons were loaded each with 3,000 pounds of flour, the teams could not move them. So they yoked up the beef cattle and cows and heifers, but they were unmanageable, and at last we were obliged again to place a sack of flour upon each handcart. This sorely tried us all. Some of the people even complained, but the greater part of us bore up bravely, believing that it was the will of the Lord. We still had faith that all would yet be well. This was, however, a hard blow. Our milk cows were useless to us, our beef rations were stopped, and the burdens which we drew were doubled. Every one did his best or her best, but many of us began to be disheartened and could hardly get along. One evening there was quite a commotion in the camp. We had pitched our tents for the night on the banks of the Platte River, I think, when suddenly quite a grand turnout of carriages and light wagons came up from the east and joined us. Each carriage was drawn by 4 horses, and the outfits were in first-class style. Nothing could be too good for apostles and other distinguished servants of the Lord. I was anxious to know who they were, but was not long in finding out. There was the Apostle Franklin Richards, and Elders Webb and Felt, and Joseph A. Young, the son of the prophet, and Elders Dunbar and Kimball and Grant, all returning missionaries. They stayed with us all night, and in the morning called a great meeting, and the Apostle Richards delivered a speech which troubled me not a little, and made me very sorrowful. He had heard of what Brother Savage had said, and then and there, before us all, he rebuked him. He then exhorted us to remember the hope set before us, and told us to pray and work on, and especially to be obedient to counsel. And he finished by solemnly prophesying in the name of the God of Israel that the Almighty would make a way for us to Zion, and that the snow might fall and the storm rage on the right hand and on the left, not a hair of our heads should perish. Some of the people wept with joy as they heard these words. My own heart was full. To me this was the voice of inspiration, the voice of God. How could I doubt again? Sister Stenhouse, before a month was over, I saw with my own eyes that prophecy, those promises, falsified to the very letter. And yet at the time they came to me and to all else as the word of the Lord from heaven. Tell me, if men can thus deceive themselves, for I do not doubt for a moment that the Apostle believed his own prophecy, and if we could be so sadly deluded as to believe that what was said was divine, what surety have we for our religion at all? I strive against these sinful doubts, but they will sometimes creep into my heart unbidden. The Apostle and the elders with him told Captain Willie that they wanted some fresh meat, and the elders killed and gave them of our very best. What could be denied to the servants of the Lord? We were then more than 400 in number, aged men and feeble women, with babes and poor little children too young to walk, many of them infirm and sick, all of them footsore and weary. We were far away from home, traveling slowly, hundreds and hundreds of miles, worn out and without sufficient provisions for the way or the remotest chance of obtaining any. And yet, O God, I shame to tell it, these servants of heaven, our leaders, our guides, our example, these chosen vessels who came to us riding comfortably and at ease in their well-appointed carriages, took of our poverty, took the very best we had. As they left the camp, I looked up into my husband's face and our eyes met. We said not a word, but in our hearts there was the same thought. Sister Stenhouse, there must have been that self-same thought in the mind of many another poor soul who watched those elders depart after they had lectured us on faith and patience and obedience. They crossed the river pleasantly enough and pointed out the best fording place, and then they watched us wade through, the water there being nearly a mile in width, and in some places 2 and even 3 feet in depth. And though many of the heavy laden carts were drawn by women and girls, they never so much as offered to lend us the aid of their handsome teams. One sister told me that they watched the poor people crossing through glasses as if it were an entertainment, but I did not see that, and can hardly believe it was true. All that they did, however, was to promise that when we reached Laramie we should find provisions and bedding and other necessaries ready for us, and that they would send help from Salt Lake Valley to meet us. End of chapter 15. Mary Burton's story continued. Terrible ending of the handcart scheme. It was early in September when we reached Laramie, but we found nothing awaiting us there. We were all very much discouraged at this, and Captain Willie called another meeting for consultation. We knew, of course, beforehand that our position was very bad, but figures when stated plainly become startling facts. We now learned that if we continued at the same rate as that which we had previously been traveling, and received each the same allowance daily, we should be left utterly destitute of provisions when we were yet 350 miles from the end of our journey. Nothing remained but to reduce our allowance. So instead of 1 pound, we were rationed at 3/4 pound a day, and at the same time were forced to make incredible exertions to travel faster. Not long after this, Captain Willie received a message from Apostle Richards. It is the custom, you know, for people who want to send messages to emigrants who come after them, to write a note on a scrap of paper and tie it to a stone or a piece of wood and leave it on the way. No one disturbs it, as no one but the emigrants travel along that road, and they are sure to find it. It was from a rough post office like this that Captain Willie got his letter. In it the Apostle told him that we should receive supplies from Salt Lake when we reached the South Pass, but that we knew would be too late. So our allowance was again reduced, and after that we were rationed at an average of 10 ounces for every person over 10 years of age. The men who drew the carts received 12 ounces, the women and aged men 9 ounces, and the children from 4 to 8 ounces according to age. Before this, the men with families had done better than the single men, as they had been able to save a little from the children's rations. And of course they did not like this new arrangement so well. Picture to yourself these men in the cool air of September, drawing after them each one a loaded cart, with 1 or more children most frequently superadded to its weight, trudging wearily every day 10, 15, or 20 miles over the rough desert, wading across streams with the women and children, setting up tents at night, and working as they never worked before in all their lives, and withal keeping soul and body together upon 12 ounces of flour a day. This is but one side of the picture, the physical toil and endurance of the working men. Think what the feeble and aged, the sick, the women and children must have endured. By this time many of those who had hitherto held out bravely began to fail, and the people in general were greatly discouraged. Captain Willie and the elders who assisted him did their best to keep up the spirits of the people and to get them over as much ground as they could each day. The captains over the hundreds had also no little work to perform in distributing provisions, helping the sick and infirm, and in fact superintending everything. For some time the nights had been getting colder and colder, and by the time we arrived at the Sweetwater River we suffered considerably from that cause. We felt that winter was fast approaching. In fact, it came on earlier and more severely last year than at any time before, since the Saints settled in Utah. Does it not seem strange that at the very time when they were offering up special prayers for us in Zion, that we might be defended from cold and storm, the terrors of a more than ordinary winter overtook us, and proved fatal to so many of our company? The mountains were covered with snow, and it was soon quite evident, even to those who had prophesied most loudly that the Lord would work a special miracle in our behalf, that the storm clouds of winter would soon burst upon us. You have never seen the Sweetwater River, so I may as well tell you that it is a very irregular stream, and we had to cross it again and again upon our way. As usual, we had to wade through the water each time, and though the men helped over the women and children as well as they could, many of us got very wet indeed and quite chilled, and we were all cold and miserable. Still, our faith never gave way. Some, I know, began to doubt a little, but they had not yet lost all faith, and discouraged and wretched, as indeed we were, the greater number bore up with heroic resolution. I noticed, however, on the faces of some poor souls, men and women, a peculiar expression which it is quite impossible for me to describe. Later on I was led to believe that at that time they were perhaps unconsciously felt the presentiment of that fearful death which so soon overtook them. We suffered much at night. You may remember that I told you we were only allowed 17 pounds of clothing and bedding, and that of course was of little use. Sleeping in a tent under any circumstances is not generally pleasant to those who are accustomed to the shelter of a house, but sleeping in a tent exposed to the keen night air of the wilderness, and with scarcely a rag of covering, was almost sufficient to prove fatal to the stoutest and strongest. During the summer time, although our fare was scanty and our labor incessant, we rose each morning refreshed and strengthened and ready for the toils of the day. But now we crept out of our tents cramped and miserable, half frozen, and with our eyes red and tearful with the cold. We seemed to have no life left in us. These things soon began to tell upon the health of every one of us, especially upon the aged and those who were sickly. Hope at last died out in their poor weary hearts. One by one they fell off, utterly worn out. Poor things, how they had longed to see the promised Zion, and now all expectation of peaceful rest on earth was over. The bitter end had come. We dug graves for them by the wayside in the desert, and there we laid them with many tears, scarcely daring to look one another in the face, for we felt that our own time might perhaps be nearer than we thought. One by one, at first, they fell off, but before long the deaths became so frequent that it was seldom that we left a campground without burying one or more. This was, however, only the beginning of evil. Soon it was no longer the aged and the sickly who were taken off, but the young and strong, who under other circumstances would have set disease and death at defiance. Cold, hunger, and excessive toil brought on by dysentery, and when once attacked by that, there was little hope for the sufferer, for we had no medicine, and it was quite out of our power to give them relief in any other way. I now began to fear for my husband, for I had noticed for some time an expression of extreme weariness on his face. Our trials had not hardened our hearts. On the contrary, I think as death seemed to be drawing near, our affection for each other grew more pure and devoted, and in my heart I often prayed that if it were His will, God would let us die together and rest in the same grave. We never spoke a word to each other on this subject, but we felt the more. I exerted all my strength, and day after day toiled along his side, helping him all I could, but although he never complained, I saw in his eyes a dull and heavy look, which more than any words told of failing strength. and the approach of disease, and my heart sank within me. But my own troubles did not alone engross my attention. There was too much wretchedness around us to allow anyone to be absorbed entirely in his own griefs. Acts of devotion on the part of both parents and children came before me daily, such as would have put to shame the stories of filial and parental piety which we used to be taught at school. I saw one poor man, whose health had evidently never been very strong, draw the cart with his 2 little ones in it, as well as the baggage, mile after mile, until he could hardly drag his weary limbs a step further. His wife carried a little 5-months-old baby in her bosom. This did they day after day, until disease attacked the husband, and it was evident that he could bear up no longer. The next morning I saw him, pale as a corpse, bowed down and shivering in every limb, but still stumbling on as best he could. Before the day was half over, the poor wife lagged behind with her babe, and the husband did not seem to notice her. This was not the result of heartlessness on his part. I believe that even then he had lost all consciousness. He did not know it, but he was dying. Still he stumbled on until the short wintry day came to a close, and we pitched our camp, and then I missed him. There was no time to inquire, and a chill came over my heart as I thought of what might be his fate. Presently my husband came to the tent and told me all. And when the company halted for the night, he had turned aside, and sitting down he bowed his head between his knees and never spoke again. Later still the poor wife reached the camp, and I saw her then. There was no tear in her eyes, and she uttered neither cry nor moan, but there was upon her features a terrible expression of fixed despair, which I dared not even look upon. A few days after this, one morning as we were almost ready to start, I saw that poor mother in her tent, just as they had found her. She was cold and still, frozen to death. Most of those who died, as far as I could tell, seemed to pass away quietly and with little pain, as if every feeling of the heart were numbed and dead. But my own sufferings and fears at that time were so great that I could not be a very close observer. Strange as it may seem, the fear of death did not so much appear to terrify these poor victims as the thought that their bodies would be buried by the wayside in the desert, instead of in the sacred ground of Zion. Poor souls, the absorbing passion of their life was strong in death. As death thinned our ranks, the labors of those who survived were increased, until at last there were hardly enough left with strength sufficient to pitch our tents at night. A great deal devolved upon the captain of our 100, Elder Chislett. He is a very good man and a devoted saint, and I am glad to say that both he and a lady to whom he was betrothed, and who was also with our company, escaped with their lives. I have often seen him, when we stopped for the night, carrying the sick and feeble on his back from the wagon to the fire, and then working harder than a slave should work in putting things straight for the night. He showed a great many kindnesses to my husband and myself, but individual efforts availed nothing against fatigue and hunger and the fearful cold. To the minds of all of us, the end was fast approaching. Nothing but our faith sustained us, and foolish as many people would think that faith, I am quite sure that but for it, no living soul of all our company would have ever reached Salt Lake. At last the storm came and the snow fell. I think it must have been at least 5 or 6 inches deep within half an hour. The wind was very keen and cutting, and it drifted the snow right into our faces. And thus blinded by the storm and scarcely able to stand, we stumbled on that day for fully 16 miles. What we suffered it would be useless to attempt to describe. The scenes we witnessed were too terrible to describe. There was a young girl with whom I was very well acquainted, and who I saw struggling in the snow, clinging to one of the hand carts, and vainly trying to help in pushing it on, but really doing just the contrary. She is now in Salt Lake City, and you can see her wandering about any day upon the stumps of her knees, her limbs downwards having been frozen during that storm, and subsequently amputated. A poor old woman, too, who I think you must have known in London, lingered behind later in the day. When night came on it was impossible for anyone to go back to search for her, but in the morning, not very far from the camp, some torn rags, the remains of her dress, were found, a few bones, a quantity of hair, and at a little distance a female skull, well gnawed, and with the marks of the wolf fangs still wet upon it. The snow all round was crimsoned with blood. We halted for a little while in the middle of that day, and to our surprise and joy, Joseph A. Young and Elder Stephen Taylor drove into the camp. We found that when the returning missionaries, of whom I have already told you, left us by the Platte River, they made their way as speedily as they could to Salt Lake City. Joseph A., who felt deeply for our sufferings, although he had been away from home for 2 whole years, hastened to his father and reported to him the condition in which we were. Brigham Young was of course anxious to undo the mischief which had resulted from the people following his inspired counsel, and at his son's earnest entreaty allowed him to return with provisions and clothing to meet us. Joseph A. lost no time, but pressed on to the rescue, and having told us that assistance was on the way, hastened eastward to meet the company that was following us. I cannot tell you what a relief this intelligence was to the minds of all, and how much the poor people felt encouraged by it. But as for me at that time, my heart was sad enough. For some time my husband's strength had evidently been failing, and for the last 2 days I had felt very serious apprehensions on his behalf. He had been overtasked, and like the rest of us, he was starving with cold and hunger, and I saw that he could not hold out much longer. My worst fears were speedily realized. We had not journeyed half a mile from the place where we rested at noon, when, blinded by the snow and completely broken down, he dropped the rail of the cart, and I saw that he could go no further. How I felt, you as a wife and mother can only guess. In a moment my own weakness was forgotten. My love for my husband made me strong again. To leave him there or to delay would have been death to one, if not all of us. So I called to those who shared the cart with us, and they helped me as well as they could to lift my husband up and put him under part of the bedding. It was the only chance of saving his life, for, as I before mentioned, some previous to this who had been overcome and had lingered by the way had been frozen to death or devoured by the wolves. I then took hold of the crossbar or handle of the cart, and, numbed with cold and trembling in every limb, it was as much as I could do to raise it from the ground. To move the cart was impossible, so I appealed to the old folks again, and they exerted all their strength to push it from behind, and our combined efforts at length succeeded. But the chief weight fell upon me. How gladly I bore it, how gladly I would have borne anything for the mere chance of saving my dear husband's life. Your own heart can tell. The snow drifted wildly around us and beat in our faces so blindingly that we could hardly proceed. The greater part of the train had passed on while we delayed on account of my husband, and now everyone was making the most desperate efforts to keep up with the rest. To be left behind was death. Had I been asked whether under any circumstances I could have dragged that heavy cart along in all that storm, I should certainly have replied that it would be utterly impossible. But until we tried, we do not know what we can bear. It was not until the night came on and we pitched our tents that I realized what I had passed through. They helped me to carry my husband to the tent, and there we laid him, and I tried to make him as easy as was possible under the circumstances, but comfort or rest was altogether out of the question. All that night I sat beside him, sometimes watching, sometimes falling into a fitful sleep. I do not believe that he would live through the night. In the morning he was by no means improved, and then I felt too truly the abject misery of our position. It is a painful thing to watch at the bedside of those whom we love when hope for their recovery is gone. But think what it must be to sit upon the cold earth in a tent, upon the open desert, with the piercing wind of winter penetrating to the very bones, and there before you the dear one, your life, your all on earth, dying, and you without a drop of medicine or even a morsel of the coarsest nourishment to give him. Oh, the bitterness of my soul at that moment! I tried to pray, but my heart was full of cursing. It seemed to me as if even God himself had forgotten us. The fearful misery of that dark hour has left on my soul itself a record as ineffaceable as the imprint of a burning iron upon the flesh. The morning broke at last, dark and dreary, and a thick, heavy mantle of snow covered all the camp. But we contrived to communicate with each other, and soon it was whispered that 5 poor creatures had been found dead in the tents. Want and weariness and the bitter cold had done their work, and we did not weep for them. They were at rest. But for ourselves we wept that we were left behind, and we looked at one another wistfully, wondering which of us would be taken next. We buried those 5 poor frozen corpses in one grave, wrapped in the clothing in which they died, and then we comforted each other as best we might, and left the dead who were now beyond our reach, that we might do what we could for those who were fast following them to the grave. A meeting of the elders was held, and it was resolved that we should remain where we were until the promised supplies reached us. We could not, in fact, do otherwise, for the snow was so deep that it was impossible for us to proceed, and the sick and dying demanded immediate attention. That morning, for the first time, no flour was distributed. There was none. All that remained besides our miserable cattle was a small quantity of hard biscuit which Captain Willie bought at Laramie, and a few pounds of rice and dried apples. Nearly all the biscuit was at once divided among the whole company, and the few pounds which remained, together with the rice and apples, were given to Elder Chislett for the use of the sick and the very little children. They also killed 2 of the cattle and divided the beef. Most of the people got through their miserable allowance that very morning, and then they had to fast. Captain Willie set out that morning with another elder to meet the coming supplies and hasten them on, and as we saw them disappear in the distant west, we almost felt as if our last hope departed with them. So many chances there were that we should never see them again. On the whole of that long, long day I sat beside my husband in the tent, and I might almost say I did no more. There was nothing I could do. The little bedding that was allowed for both of us I made up into a couch for him, but what a wretched makeshift it was! And I got from Elder Chislett a few of the dried apples which had been reserved for the sick. But it was not until nightfall that my husband was capable of swallowing anything. And then what nourishment to give a sick man? The day was freezingly cold, and I had hardly anything on me, and had eaten nothing since the day before, for my mind was so agitated that I do not think the most delicate food would have tempted me. God alone knows the bitterness of my heart as I sat there during all that weary day. I never expected to see my husband open his eyes again, and I thought that when evening came I would lie down beside him, and we would take our last long sleep on earth together. When night came on and all was dark, I still sat there. I dreaded to move lest I should learn the terrible truth — my husband dead. I looked towards the place where I knew he was lying, but I could see nothing. I listened, and I fancied that I heard a gentle breathing, but it was only a fancy. Then, louder than the incessant moaning of the wind, I could hear in the distance a fearful cry, a cry which had often chilled our hearts at midnight on the plains. It was wolves. The darkness grew darker still, so thick that one could almost feel it. The horror of death seemed stealing over all my senses. Oh, that there might be one long eternal night to blot out forever our miseries and our existence. I threw my hands wildly above me and cried bitterly, "Oh God, my God, let me die!" God was nearer to me than I thought. As my hand dropped lifelessly to the ground, it touched some moving thing. It was my husband's hand, the same hand which I had watched in the twilight stiffening, as I thought, in death. The long, thin fingers grasped my own, and though they were very, very cold, I felt that life was in them, and as I stooped down to kiss them, I heard my husband's voice, very weak and feeble, saying in a whisper, "Mary." I threw myself upon his bosom. In a moment the fear of death, the longing for death, the wild and terrible thoughts all had gone. The sound of that voice was life to me, and forgetful of his weakness, forgetful of everything but him, I threw myself upon his bosom and wept tears of joy. Very carefully and gently I raised him up, and in the darkness every whispered word conveyed more meaning to my mind than all his eloquence in bygone times. After some time I persuaded him to take a little nourishment — miserable stuff that it was — and presently he fell asleep again. I laid his dear head upon the best pillow that I could make of some of my own clothes, and then I slept a little myself. Not much, but it was more refreshing than any sleep that had visited my eyes for a long time past. Hope had come again. The next morning my husband was evidently better, and I knelt down beside him and thanked God for the miracle that he had wrought. For was it not a miracle thus to raise my dead to life again? How many stronger, stouter men than he had I seen fall sick and die, but to me God had shown mercy in my utmost need. We waited 3 long days for the return of Captain Willie. My heart was so full of thankfulness that my husband had been spared that I certainly did not feel so acutely the misery with which I was surrounded as I otherwise should have done. I was like the prisoner who feels happy in a reprieve from death, but whose situation is nevertheless such as would appear to any other person the most wretched in which he could be placed. The misery that was suffered in that camp was beyond the power of words to describe. On the second day they gave us some more beef rations, but they did us little good. The beef was, of course, of the poorest, and eaten alone it did not seem to satisfy hunger, and those who were prostrated by dysentery, although they ate it ravenously, suffered much in consequence afterwards. The number of the sick rapidly increased, and not a few died from exhaustion. And really those seemed happiest who were thus taken from the horrors which surrounded them. Had it not been for the intense frost, we should all probably have fallen victims to the intolerable atmosphere of the camp. I would not even allow my mind to recall some of the scenes which I witnessed at that time — scenes the disgusting and filthy horrors of which no decent words could describe. When you consider the frightful condition in which we were, the hunger and cold which we endured, you may perhaps be able in a small degree to conjecture, as far as a person can conjecture who has not himself suffered such things, what we then passed through. I saw poor, miserable creatures, utterly worn out, dying in the arms of other forlorn and hopeless creatures as wretched as themselves. I saw strong and honest, honorable men, or who had once been such, begging of the captain for the miserable scraps which had been saved for the sick and helpless children. I saw poor heartbroken mothers freezing to death, but clasping as they died, in an agony of loving woe, the torn and wretched remnants of clothing which they still retained, around the emaciated forms of their innocent babes, the mother instinct strong in death, and sometimes at night, when all unbidden, I see again in dreams the awful sufferings of those poor God-forsaken wretches, I start in horror and pray the Almighty rather to blot out from my mind the memory of all the past, than let me ever recollect, if but in fancy, that fearful time. The third day came, and still no relief. There are mysterious powers of endurance in human nature, weak as we often deem it, but there is a point beyond which the bow, however flexible, will not bend. It was evident that if no help arrived speedily, the end was not far off. The sun was sinking behind the distant western hills in all the glory of the clear, frosty atmosphere of the desert, and many who gazed upon its beauty did so with a mournful interest, believing that they would never again behold the light of day. But at that moment some who were anxiously watching with a last hope, watching for what they hardly dared expect to see, raised a shout of joy. We knew what it was. Men, women, and children rushed from their tents to welcome the approaching wagons and our friends in time of need. Captain Willie and the other elder had found the rescue from Salt Lake overtaken by the storm, just as we were, but he had told them of our terrible situation, and they had hastened on without a moment's delay. It was he and they, convoying good supplies, who now approached us. The poor creatures shouted wildly for joy, even the strong men shed tears, and the sisters, overcome with the sudden change from death to life, flung themselves into the arms of the brethren as they came into camp, and covered them with kisses. Such happiness you never saw, everyone shaking hands and speaking joyfully, everyone saying, "God bless you," with a meaning such as is seldom attached to those words. The supplies were more to us than food and clothing. They were life itself. Elder John Chislett was appointed to distribute the provisions and clothing, and everything was placed in his hands. He gave out to us all what was immediately necessary, but strongly cautioned us to be very moderate in what we ate, as it was dangerous to go from the extreme fasting to a full meal. After supper the clothing and bedding was fairly divided, and we felt more thankful for those little comforts than a person who had never endured as we had would have felt had he become suddenly the recipient of boundless luxury. Two of the elders who had held forth such delusive hopes to the company not long before, as I have already told you, were with the brethren who came to our relief. I have never ventured to ask how it was that they could hold out to us in God's name such promises, when they must have known, after a moment's reflection, that they were utterly baseless. But I think that probably they left their comfortable homes in Salt Lake City and came across the stormy desert with supplies to meet us, only to show practically how anxious they were to atone for having led us astray. Next morning Elder Grant went on east to meet the company following us, but Elder W. H. Kimball took command of our company for the rest of the way. We could now journey but very slowly, for the road was bad. The sick and weakly were, however, able to ride, and altogether we suffered less. To some this change for the better arrived too late. The mental and physical sufferings which they had endured were too much for them. Poor souls, they alone, and their Father in heaven, knew what they had passed through. They seemed to have lost all consciousness, as if their faculties had been numbed and stultified. We talked to them of the past, but they looked at us with unmeaning eyes, as if we spoke of something in which they had no interest. We tried to lead their thoughts to Zion and the promises of the Lord, but it was all in vain. They turned from us with a look of terrible apathy, and one or two, who partly seemed to understand, only replied with an indifference painful to witness, "Too late, too late." As we journeyed, the weather every day grew colder. Many of the unfortunate people lost their fingers and toes, others their ears. One poor woman lost her sight, and I was told of a poor sick man who held on to the wagon bars to save himself from jolting, and had all his fingers frozen off. Few, if any, of the people recovered from the effects of that frost. One morning they found a poor old man who had vainly tried the evening before to keep up with the rest. His corpse was not far from the camp, but it had been sadly mangled by the wolves. Then there came another snowstorm, only worse in proportion as the weather was colder, and it was with the utmost difficulty that we could be kept from freezing. We wrapped blankets and anything else we could get around us, but the cold wind penetrated to our very bones. I was told that some of the people, even women and children who lagged behind, were whipped so as to make them keep up and to keep life in them. I did not see this myself, but I believe, if the story was true, it was an act of mercy and not of cruelty, for to delay a moment was fatal. The captain of our 100 more than once stayed behind the company to bury some unfortunate person who had died on the road. How he ever got up with us again I cannot tell, but he seemed to be as indefatigable in his labors as he was wonderfully preserved. Sometimes the carts came to a dead standstill, and several had to be fastened together and drawn by a united effort, and in more than one instance the poor people gave up altogether. They were carried on while they lived as well as we could, but their carts were abandoned. The stragglers came in slowly to camp the night of the storm. The people from the valley even went back to fetch some in, and it was nearly 6 o'clock in the morning before the last arrived. The next day we remained in camp, for there were so many sick and dying that we could not proceed. Early in the morning, Elder Chislett and 3 other elders went round to see who was dead, that they might be buried. They found in the tents 15 corpses, all stiff and frozen. 2 more died during the day. A large square hole was dug, and they were buried in it 3 abreast, and then they were covered with leaves and dirt, every precaution being taken to keep them from the wolves. Few of the relatives of those who were dead came to the burial. They did not seem to care. Death had become familiar to them, and personal misery precluded sorrow for the dead. As we drew nearer to Salt Lake Valley, we met more of the brethren coming to our assistance. They supplied us with all we needed, and then hastened on to meet those who followed us. The atmosphere seemed to become sensibly warmer, and our sufferings were proportionately less as we approached Zion. What the feelings of others might have been when they first saw the goal of our hopes, Zion of our prayers and songs, I cannot tell. Weary, oh so weary I felt, but thankful, more than thankful, that my husband's life had been spared. He was pale and sick, but he was with me still. I have written too much already, Sister Stenhouse. I cannot tell you more now, but I may as well add that when we left Iowa City we were about 500 in all. Some left us on the way. When we left Florence and began the journey across the plains, we were over 420, of which number we buried 67, a sixth of the whole. The company which followed us, and to which I have frequently alluded, fared worse than we. They numbered 600 when they started, but they buried 150 on the journey, 1 in every 4. May God grant that I may never again see such a sight as was presented by the miserable remnant of that last company as they came on slowly through the canyon towards Salt Lake Valley. End of chapter 16. We forsake all and set out for Zion, our journey across the plains. It was with strange feelings of doubt and unrest that I read that painful story, but I folded up Mary Burton's letter and stored it away carefully in my desk, and then I began to think. Certainly I was still a Mormon, at least I was nothing else, but I was not now so firmly grounded in my faith as once I was, and those terrible stories completely unsettled my mind. Then, too, I was well aware that before long my husband and myself would be called upon to cross the plains to Zion, and I felt that if our experience were anything like that of Mary Burton, I and my children would never reach Salt Lake. The prospect was not very cheering. One morning we were surprised to receive a visit from the Apostle George Buchanan, who informed us that he had received letters from Utah, and had come to take the place of Mr. Stenhouse as president of the mission in the Eastern States, and that we might now prepare to travel with the next company of emigrants. To me this was most unpleasant intelligence. The knowledge that before long I should be brought personally within its degrading influence had now for years been the curse of my life, and I had welcomed every reprieve from immediate contact with it in Utah. But the time had come at last when I was to realize my worst apprehensions, and I think at that time, had I been permitted to choose, I would have preferred to die rather than journey to Zion. Besides this, ever since my husband had been engaged with the secular papers, we had been getting along very comfortably. We had now a pleasant home and many comforts and little luxuries which we had not enjoyed since we left Switzerland. And I was beginning to hope that we should be allowed to remain in New York for a few years at least. We had also by this time 6 children, the youngest only a few days old, and I leave it to any mother to determine whether I had not good cause for vexation. When I was told that we were expected to leave New York within 2 weeks with the emigrants who were then en route from England, my husband also was to take charge of the company, and therefore everything would depend upon me, all the preparations for our long and perilous journey, the disposal of our furniture, and, in fact, the 1,001 little necessary duties which must attend the packing up and departure of a family. In the course of a few days the emigrants arrived, and then my husband was compelled to devote all his time to them. When I told the elders that it was almost impossible for me, in the delicate state of health in which I was, and with a babe only 2 weeks old, to undertake such a journey, and they told me that I had no faith in the power of God, and that if I would arise and begin my preparations, the Lord would give me strength according to my day. Thinking that probably my husband believed as they did, I made the effort, but it cost me much. In the Mormon Church, the feelings or sufferings of women are never considered. If an order is given to any man to take a journey or perform any given task, his wife or wives are never thought of. They are his property just as much as his horses, mules, or oxen, and if one wife should die, it is of little consequence if he has others. And if he has not, he can easily get them. And if he is not young or fascinating enough to win his way with the young ladies, he has only to keep on good terms with Brigham Young or even with his bishop, and every difficulty will be smoothed away, and they will be counseled to marry him. It is never expected, nor would it be tolerated in any Mormon woman, that she should exercise her own judgment in opposition to her husband, no matter how much she might feel that he was in the wrong. I have frequently seen intelligent women subjected to the grossest tyranny on the part of ignorant and fanatical husbands, who were influenced by the absurd teachings of the Tabernacle. One of the greatest Mormon writers has said, "The wife should never follow her own judgment in preference to that of her husband, for if her husband desires to do right but errs in judgment, the Lord will bless her in endeavoring to carry out his counsels, for God has placed him at the head And though he may err in judgment, yet God will not justify the wife in disregarding his instructions and counsels. Far greater is the sin of rebellion than the errors which arise from the want of judgment. Therefore she would be condemned for suffering her will to arise against his. Be obedient, and God will cause all things to work for good. The trouble and annoyance occasioned by leaving a comfortable position in New York to travel to such an unknown region as Utah was then was not a trifle. But we hastened our preparations, sacrificing all that we possessed in the most reckless manner, and in due time set out. When we reached Florence, the starting point on the frontiers, we were detained on account of some mismanagement on the part of the church agents, and remained for 3 weeks in camp. Ours was what was called an independent company, by which I mean that we were able to defray our own expenses without borrowing from the church. The poorer immigrants were assisted from a fund provided for that purpose, the Perpetual Emigration Fund. More than 20 years ago, contributions were levied on the more wealthy saints for the purpose of providing the passage, outfit, and so forth, of those who could not otherwise have gathered to Zion. It was not, however, intended that a free passage should be provided. Thus who had a little money were assisted, and then, after all, they had to make good to the last farthing, with interest, what they had borrowed from the fund. I have known many people who contributed very largely, and it was represented constantly as the duty of all to do so. Men who contemplate entering into the patriarchal order of matrimony, if they are Americans, generally try to discover whether the emigration of their lady love has been settled for, and if their investigations end unfavorably, the result very frequently is that their devotion is turned into another channel, and some other maiden, whose expenses have been fully paid off, bears off the palm. Englishmen have not always been quite so prudent, and some have married according to their own sweet fancy without asking a question, and to their dismay, not long after the wedding, an account has been sent in for the emigration of Miss Blank. Others, again, have not been allowed to marry the lady of their choice until she was first paid for, and if the old man was very much in love, this was a quick way of getting the account settled. The Mormon Church never gives, it only lends to the poor. Many a man and woman has given enough to have emigrated himself or herself over and over again. This was because they were old people, and it was the young girls and young people generally who received the benefits of the fund. Many years ago, a poor old widow woman in England said to me, "I have nearly starved myself to contribute all that I could to the emigration fund in hopes that I should have the privilege of going to Zion and mingling with the chosen people of God. But every season the young girls are all picked out of our branch, and I am told to wait. I cannot think that this is right, but I don't wish to judge the actions of God's servants. I suppose I must wait." She did wait, and died waiting. Our company was in an infinitely better position than that of those emigrants of whose sad fate my friend Mary Burton had told me, for our journey was made at the proper season, and as far as was possible under the circumstances, convenience and comfort had been attended to. The incidents which befell us were few, and although, of course, every one of us felt weary and worn out, we were not called upon to pass through the miseries and sufferings endured by the hand-cart emigrants. Looking back to our primitive mode of traveling, it appears to me almost as if I must be making some mistake about my own age, and that it must have been several centuries instead of a few years ago since we crossed the plains. The ox team and wagon, the walk on foot in the day, and the camp life at night have been pleasantly exchanged for the swift travel of a few days in a Pullman palace car. What living contradictions we were as we crossed the plains, singing in a circle, night and morning, the songs of Zion, and listening to prayers and thanksgivings for having been permitted to gather out of Babylon. And then during the day, as we trudged along in twos and threes, expressing to each other all our misgivings and doubts and fears, and the bitterness of our thoughts against polygamy, while each wife, confiding in her husband's honor and faithfulness, solaced herself with the hope that all might yet be well. How little sometimes do the songs of gladness reflect the real sentiments of the heart. How often have I heard many a poor heartbroken woman singing the chorus, "I never knew what joy was till I became a Mormon." I never could sing that song, for my experience had been exactly the reverse. It was the month of September, the beginning of our beautiful Indian summer, when we emerged from the canyon and caught sight of Salt Lake City. Everything looked green and lovely, and in spite of all my sad forebodings while crossing the plains, I involuntarily exclaimed, "Ah, what a glorious spot!" It looked like a beautiful garden, another Eden in the midst of a desert valley. We had a glimpse of the great Salt Lake far away in the distance, stretching out like a placid sheet of molten silver, while everywhere around were the lonely-looking snow-capped mountains encircling us like mighty prison walls. It would be impossible for me to describe my feelings at that time. Even while I was enchanted with the glorious prospect before me, there arose again in my mind that haunting spectre of my existence, polygamy. I believed that this little earthly paradise would probably be to me, and my daughters after me, a prison house. And with a mother's instinct, I shuddered as I thought of what they might be destined to suffer there. Lovely as the scene was, there was a fatal shadow overhanging it all. Then, too, there was no escape. If the sad forebodings of my heart were realized, it would be utterly impossible for us ever to get away. The idea of a railway being constructed across those desert plains and rocky mountains never for a moment entered my mind. And even had I thought it possible, I should have supposed that it would take a lifetime to complete. No, there was no help for me, even if it came to the worst. I felt that my doom was sealed, and there were many women in our company who thought just the same as I did, and who were troubled at heart with fears as sad as mine. My first impressions of Salt Lake City when we began life there were anything but pleasant. We had to rough it. For nearly 2 weeks we were obliged to remain in our wagons, as it was quite impossible to obtain house room. At that time each family built their own little hut, and there were no vacant houses to let. The weather was now growing very cold and wintry, and it was absolutely necessary that we should have some better shelter than the wagons afforded. One day my husband told me when he came home that he had been offered a house which belonged to the church. It was in a very dilapidated condition, he said, but that if I would go and look at it with him, we could then decide about taking it. No time was to be lost, for companies of emigrants were coming in almost daily, and if we neglected this chance, we might not find another. When we arrived at the house, I was much discouraged at seeing the condition it was in. The window panes were all cracked or broken out. The floors and walls looked as if they had never known soap or paint, and the upper rooms had no ceilings. In fact, it was not fit for any civilized Christian to live in. In point of size, there was nothing to complain of, but of comfort or convenience there was none. The wind whistled through every door and every cracked window, and altogether it presented anything but a cheering prospect for winter. My husband had told me that Daniel H. Wells, who was superintendent of church property and also one of the first presidency of the church, had promised him that if we took the house it should be repaired and made fit for living in before winter fully set in, and under the circumstances we thought we could do no better than accept his offer. Thus we began housekeeping in Utah, and we unpacked our trunks and tried to give the place as homelike an appearance as we possibly could. I had known what it was to be in a strange country and destitute, and therefore benefiting by experience, when I left New York, regardless of the teachings of the elders and of my own husband's directions to the contrary, I had secretly stowed away many little necessaries towards housekeeping. Indeed, had I not done so, we should have been as badly off when we reached Zion as when we arrived in New York. Besides which, I have no doubt that our wagons would have been filled with the trunks of those very brethren who counseled us not to take more than was absolutely necessary. The brethren who gave this counsel were, I noticed, constantly purchasing while they advised every one else to sell, and I thought it wiser to follow their example than their precepts. Among my treasures was some carpet, and when that was laid down and the stove put up, we began to feel almost at home. The wind, however, soon drove away all thoughts of comfort, for it came whistling in through 1,000 undetected crevices, and the tallow candles which we were obliged to burn presented a woeful spectacle. Even the most wealthy then had no other light but candles, and every family had to make their own. I have often seen people burning a little melted grease with a bit of cotton rag stuck in the middle for a wick. How pleasant the smell and how brilliant the light thus produced cannot be imagined. Everything was upon the same scale, and to keep house in any fashion was really a formidable undertaking, especially to those who had been accustomed to the conveniences of large towns. I believe that many women consented to their husbands taking other wives for the sake of getting some assistance in their home duties. We spent nearly all the first evening in our new house in trying to discover some means of keeping out the storm, but to little purpose. Nearly a fortnight passed before anyone came to see about repairing the house, but as it belonged to the church, my husband seemed to think it must be all right. The Mormon men are always very lenient towards the church, very much more so than the Mormon women, for the latter have somehow got mixed up in their minds the idea that Brigham Young and the church are synonymous terms. I remember one day a good young sister, a daughter of one of the 12 apostles, saying to me, "I have just seen the church," and when I asked her what she meant, she said, "I have just met Brigham Young and Hiram Clawson, and are they not the church?" It was evident to me that others besides myself sometimes gave way to wicked thoughts. Nevertheless, I was still of the opinion that the church had plenty of money and ought to have repaired the house. One day a man whom I had never seen before called upon me and asked what repairs I should like done. I was not feeling very well and had been annoyed at the delay, and I answered rather ungraciously that I should like anything done, if it were only done at once, for I thought we had waited long enough. He answered me very politely and said that he would see to it immediately. When Mr. Stenhouse returned home in the evening, he said, "So you have had a visit from President Wells." "No," I said, "there has been no one here but a carpenter, an ugly man with a cast in his eye, and I told him that I wanted the house fixed right away." "Why, that was President Wells," he said, very much shocked, and I think I felt as bad as he did when I realized that I had treated one of the first presidency so unceremoniously. This Daniel H. Wells, besides being an apostle, a counselor of Brigham Young, and one of the 3 presidents who share with Brigham the first position in the church, and are associated with him in all his official acts, was the Lieutenant General of the Nauvoo Legion, and at the present time, and for some years past, Mayor of Salt Lake City. It was a shocking indiscretion, to say the least, to speak slightingly of such a high and mighty personage. The repairs, however, were seen to, and the house rendered a little more habitable. We had now to begin the struggle of life afresh, and could not afford to be too particular about trifles. To obtain shelter was something. For the rest, we must still continue to hope and trust. End of chapter 17. My first impressions of the City of the Saints. With the eager observation of a woman who has a great personal interest at stake, I took note of everything in Zion which was new to me, and especially all that related to the system of plural marriages, and all my worst fears were abundantly realized. Although I had looked at the dark side of Mormonism, and had pictured with horror the life of women in polygamy, there were nevertheless some truths which broke upon my mind with painful effect. In England we had heard so frequently from the lips of the apostles and elders that not only was polygamy contrary to the teachings of Joseph Smith, but that it was utterly unknown in Nauvoo during the prophet's lifetime. Directly when the revelation was published, we of course knew that if it really proceeded from Joseph, he could not have been so innocent of polygamy as we had been taught. But I was hardly prepared to meet several of his wives out in Utah, and yet almost the first thing that I heard was that there were living in Salt Lake City ladies well known and respected who had been sealed to the prophet. This I afterwards found was true. The Mormon colony in Salt Lake City had at first to contend with all those difficulties and submit to all those privations which beset the path of all new settlers in a strange country. Until very recently the greater number of the dwellings were small and low, like so many little huts, and not infrequently you might see a row of these huts with one window and a door to each, and inside a wife, a bedstead, 2 chairs, and a table, with poverty to crown the whole. But even then might be seen in the laying out of the streets and in the other arrangements the germs of a great city. The roadways were broad and the sidewalks convenient, and provision was made, more with an eye to the future than to present necessity, for a great depth in the measurement of the houses and blocks. Down the sides of the streets flowed a sparkling stream, the water of which was brought from the mountains for the purpose of irrigating the gardens in the city, and as far as they possibly could, the settlers marked out and planned a capital worthy of that name for the Mormon people. When I arrived in Salt Lake City, a great many improvements had been effected, and expecting as I did that this would be our future home for many years, perhaps for life, I was interested in everything that I saw. But even then, in merely taking a walk about the city, I met with evidences of the degrading teachings of polygamy, and I saw that little deference was paid to the women. They were rudely jostled at the crossings, and seemed to be generally uncared for. Since the completion of the railway and the constant influx of Gentiles, this, of course, has not been noticeable. The city is built on a slope formed by a bend in the mountain range. Brigham Young's house is on the northern side and has a commanding prospect. The tabernacle and tithing office are in the same street. The tabernacle is a plain-looking building entirely devoid of any architectural beauty. It stands in the block where the temple, which has been building for the last quarter of a century and is now only a few feet above ground, is waiting to be finished. Nearly 26 years ago, Brigham wrote to Orson Spencer, the president of the Mormon Church in England, urging him to gather up as much tithing as he possibly could for glass, nails, paint, and so forth, to assist in building up the temple of the Lord in the valley of the Great Salt Lake. A large sum of money was collected, and millions have been raised by tithing and by other means. But there has been no one hitherto with courage and authority sufficient to demand of the Prophet an account of those funds and the interest and compound interest which should be accruing thereunto. The first Sunday I went to the Tabernacle I was greatly amused at the way in which some of the sisters were dressed. Quite a number wore sunbonnets, but the majority wore curious and diverse specimens of the milliner's art, relics of former days. Some wore a little tuft of gauze and feathers on the top of the head, while others had helmets of extraordinary size. There were little bonnets, half-grown bonnets, and grandmother bonnets, with steeple crowns and fronts so large that it was difficult to get a peep at the faces which they concealed. As for the dresses, they were as diversified as the bonnets. Some of them presented a rather curious spectacle. I noticed 2 young women who sat near me. They were dressed alike in green calico sunbonnets, green calico skirts, and pink calico sacques. On inquiring who they were, I was told that they were the wives of one man, and had both been married to him on the same day, so that neither could claim precedence of the other. Outside of Utah such a thing would seem impossible, but so many of the young girls at that time came out to Zion without father or mother or anyone else to guide them, and left to their own inexperience and afraid to disobey counsel, it is no wonder that they soon yielded to the universal custom. The 2 young women whom I have mentioned did not appear to me to be overburdened with intelligence. They looked like girls who could be made to believe anything, but after that I met with 2 well-educated women who, like these foolish girls, thoughtlessly tried the experiment of 2 or more marrying the same man on the same day, agreeing with their Lord that that would be the best way to preserve peace in their household. But they were terribly mistaken, and even before the marriage day was over, the poor bewildered husband had to fly to Brother Brigham for counsel. The tabernacle services seemed to me as strange as the women. There was no regular order in conducting the proceedings, but the prominent brethren made prayers or sermons as they were properly called upon to do so. The sermons would be more properly called speeches. They were nothing but a rambling, disconnected glorification of the saints, interspersed with fearful denunciations of the Gentiles, and not infrequently a good sprinkling of words and expressions such as are never used in decent society. More unedifying discourses could hardly be imagined. As for the spirituality and devotional feeling which characterized our meetings in England, they were only conspicuous by their absence, and many devout saints have told me that when they first went there, before the erection of the great organ, the free and easy manners of the speakers, and the brass band which was then stationed in front of the platform, made them feel as if they had come to witness a puppet show rather than to attend a religious meeting. There was one lady at the tabernacle service whom I regarded with considerable interest. This was no other than Eliza R. Snow, one of the Prophet's wives. I was told that she was the first woman married in polygamy after Joseph Smith received the revelation, and I believe it was so. People who lived in Nauvoo, respectable people, and not 1 or 2 either, have assured me that for 4 years before Joseph is said to have received the revelation, he was practicing polygamy, or something worse, and that the revelation was given to justify what was already done. After it was given, or said to be given, Joseph and his brother Hyrum cut off from the church more than one person for preaching it, and 9 years more passed away, during which the Mormon elders everywhere most emphatically and solemnly denied it before it was publicly avowed. However this might be, it is generally understood that Eliza Snow was the first plural wife of the prophet, and I was told by a lady from Nauvoo that Joseph did not care much for her, but that she was getting to be quite a querulous old maid, and he married her to keep her tongue quiet. If that is true, she has entirely changed her tactics since she left Nauvoo, for her principal occupation at the present time is converting rebellious wives to obedience to their husbands, and convincing young girls that it is their duty to enter into polygamy. Unhappy husbands derive great consolation from her counsels. In matters of religion, she is a perfect fanatic, and in connection with the Female Relief Society, she reigns supreme. But otherwise there are many excellent traits in her character, and I could tell of many acts of loving kindness and self-denial which she has performed, and which will surely have their reward. She is said to have been tolerably good-looking when young, but in appearance there is nothing now to distinguish her. As the chief poet of the Mormon Church, and as the representative of Eve in the mysteries of the Endowment House, she enjoys a reputation such as would be impossible to any other woman among the saints. Another of the late Joseph's wives is a Mrs. Dr. Jacobs, who was actually married to the prophet while she was still living with her original husband, Jacobs. Under the same circumstances, she married Brigham Young after Joseph's death. For some time her husband knew nothing of the whole affair, but Brigham very soon gave him to understand that his company was not wanted. The sister of Mrs. Jacobs, a Mrs. Buell, was another of Joseph's wives, and she married the Apostle Heber C. Kimball, but does not appear to have made a very good bargain. Besides these, there is another lady, a Mrs. Shearer, or as she is familiarly called, Auntie Shearer. She is in every respect a unique specimen of womanhood, tall and angular, with cold yet eager gray eyes, a woman of great volubility, and altogether grim-looking and strong-minded. She was an early disciple, and is said to have sacrificed everything for Mormonism. She lived in Joseph Smith's family, and of course saw and heard a great deal about polygamy, and at first it was a great stumbling block to her. She was, however, instructed by the immaculate Joseph, and so far managed to overcome her feelings as to be married to him for eternity. Like the others, she is called Mrs., and I suppose there is a Mr. Shearer somewhere, but upon that point she is very reticent. Her little lonely hut is filled with innumerable curiosities and little knickknacks which some people are forever hoarding away, in the belief that they will come into use some day. She is a woman that one could not easily forget. She wears a muslin cap with a very wide border flapping in the wind under a comical-looking hood, and is easily recognized by her old yellow marten fur cape and enormous muff. Her dress, which is of her own spinning and weaving, is but just wide enough, and its length could never inconvenience her. Add to these personal ornaments a stout pair of brogues, and you will see before you Auntie Shearer, one of the prophet's spiritual wives. I may as well explain what is meant by spiritual wives and proxy wives. Marriages contracted by the Gentiles or by Mormons in accordance with Gentile institutions are not considered binding by the saints. That was partly the cause of my indignation, and the indignation of many another wife and mother. We were told that we had never been married at all, and that our husbands and our children were not lawfully ours. Surely that was enough to excite the indignation of any wife, whatever her faith might be. For a marriage to be valid, it must be solemnized in the Endowment House in Salt Lake City, or the persons contracting it can never expect to be husband and wife in eternity. Should the husband die before he reaches Zion, and if the wife loves him sufficiently well to wish to be his in eternity, when she arrives in Salt Lake City, if she receives an offer of marriage from one of the brethren and does not object to him as a second husband in this world, she will make an agreement with him, and she will be his wife for time, but that in eternity she and all her children shall be handed over to the first husband. A woman thus married is called a proxy wife. It can well be understood that if the lady had lost her youth and good looks, there would be very little chance of her husband seeing her again in eternity, as there would not be too many willing to stand proxy for him, and in that case he would have to depend upon the generosity of friends. Now, spiritual wives are of two classes. The one consists of old ladies who have plenty of money or property, which of course needs looking after, and generous elders marry them and accordingly look after that same property, and the owner of it becomes the elder's spiritual wife. She will only be his real wife in eternity when she is rejuvenated, the prospect of which rejuvenation is, I suppose, very fascinating to some men, for I have known quite youthful elders who displayed their self-sacrificing spirit by marrying spiritually very old but very wealthy ladies. The other kind of spiritual wife is one who is married already, but who does not think that her husband can exalt her to so high a position in the celestial world as she deserves. Perhaps some kind brother who takes a great interest in her welfare has told her so. She then is secretly sealed to one of the brethren who is better able to exalt her. Perhaps to this same brother, and in the resurrection she will pass from him who was her husband on earth to him who is to be her husband in heaven, if she has not done so before. This is what is meant by proxy and spiritual wives. I think it will be evident even to the dullest comprehension that under such a system, the world, the flesh, and the devil are far more likely to play a prominent part than anything heavenly or spiritual. All this is so repugnant to the instincts and feelings of a true woman that I feel quite ashamed to write about it, and yet the working out of this system has produced results which would be perfectly grotesque were it not that they outrage every ordinary sense of propriety. Let me give an example. One of the wives of Brigham Young, a Mrs. Augusta Cobb Young, a highly educated and intelligent Boston lady with whom I am intimately acquainted, requested of her prophet husband a favor of a most extraordinary description. She had forsaken her lawful husband and family and a happy and luxurious home to join the saints, under the impression that Brigham Young would make her his queen in heaven. She was a handsome woman, a woman of many gifts and graces, and Brigham thoroughly appreciated her. But she made a slight miscalculation in respect to the prophet. He cares little enough for his first wife, poor lady, and few people who know him doubt for a moment that he would unqueen her and cut her adrift for time and eternity too, if his avaricious soul saw the slightest prospect of gain by doing so. He did not care for her, but he would never allow himself to be dictated to by any woman. So when the lady of whom I speak asked him to place her at the head of his household, he refused. She begged hard, but he would not relent. Then, finding that she could not be Brigham's queen, and having been taught by the highest Mormon authorities that our Savior had and has many wives, she requested to be sealed to him. Brigham Young told her, for what reason I do not know, that it really was out of his power to do that, but that he would do the next best thing for her — he would seal her to Joseph Smith. So she was sealed to Joseph Smith, and though Brigham still supports her, and she is called by his name on earth, in the resurrection she will leave him and go over to the original prophet. The reader will certainly be shocked at this terrible burlesque of sacred things, but I felt it my duty to state the truth and place facts in their right light. It is not generally known that the Mormons are taught that the marriage at Cana of Galilee was Christ's own nuptial feast, that Mary and Martha were his plural wives, and that those women who in various parts of the New Testament are spoken of as ministering to him stood to him in the same relation. Malicious first wives, especially if they are rather elderly themselves, frequently call the proxy wives "fixins," and the tone in which some of them utter the word is in the last degree contemptuous. These poor fixins are seldom treated as real wives by the husband himself. He may think sufficiently well of the proxy wife to make her his for time, and to raise up children to his friend, as the elders say, but he never forgets that in eternity she will be handed over to the man for whom he has stood proxy, and he expects that she also will bear that in mind, and do all she can for her own support, and never complain of his want of attention to her. Some men, after having married a young proxy wife, have become so enamored that they grew jealous of the dead husband, and have tried to get the wife to break faith with him and be married to them for eternity as well as time. This was certainly rather mean. Very few Gentile husbands would fret themselves about possibilities in the world to come, if in this world they had the certainty of enjoying the undivided affections of their wives. Mormon husbands are so influenced by their religion that they neither act nor think like other men. I am thinking of one wretched family that I knew soon after I went to Utah. There was a man and his wife and 4 children, all living together in a miserable, poverty-stricken hut. I had heard that the man was paying attentions to a young girl with a view to making her his second wife, and I frequently watched the first wife as she went in and out, doing her chores, and wondered how she felt about it. The poverty of the man, of course, was of no consequence. Living in the primitive style in which necessity then compelled the saints to live, 1 or even half a dozen extra wives made very little difference, and Brigham and the leading elders have always represented it as a meritorious act, for the young especially, to build up the kingdom, without regard to consequences or the misery of bringing up a family in a destitute condition. I never can see children without loving them, and in this case it was not long before I contrived to make acquaintance with the little ones. One day, while I was talking to them, the mother came out. She seemed pleased to see me, for she had heard of me that I was not too strong in the faith, and she told me that her husband had said, in speaking of such women as myself, who did not like the celestial order of marriage, that their husbands ought to force them right into it, and that would show what they were made of. If they were true-hearted women seeking their husband's glory and exaltation in the world to come, they would bear it well enough, and if not, the sooner it killed them the better, for if they were dead their husbands could save them in the resurrection, but if they lived they would only be an encumbrance. This, I found, was the general opinion among the Mormon men. Even in England, the American elders taught us that the man was the head and savior of the woman, and that the woman was only responsible to her husband. It was necessary, we were told, that the woman should keep in favor with her Lord, otherwise he might withdraw his protection and refuse to take her into the celestial kingdom, in which case, when she got to heaven, she would only be an angel. To be an angel is not considered by the saints to be by any means the highest state of glory. Those who do not obey the celestial order of marriage will, like the angels, neither marry nor be given in marriage. They will be located, the men in one place and the women in another, and will serve as slaves, lackeys, and bootblacks to the saints. Brigham Young once publicly said of a certain President of the United States that he would clean the boots of the Mormon leaders in heaven. He did not say this as a figure of speech, but meant it literally. Those who have obeyed the gospel of the new dispensation, but who have failed to enter into polygamy, will be as upper servants, but the rebellious, the vile apostates, and the wicked Gentiles will join the angels and do all the drudgery for the men of many wives. Thus I learned in Zion that my youthful notions about the glory of the cherubim were quite a mistake, and that it was not such a fine thing to be an angel after all. But I have run away from my story, and had almost forgotten my poor acquaintance. She was a woman who was likely to preserve a painful place in the memory of anyone who saw her. Her face was as pale as death, and her jet-black eyes glistened with an unearthly luster. It was easy to perceive that she was very unhappy, although she tried hard to exhibit a cheerful disposition. And when our conversation turned to that subject which, to women here, is all-absorbing, the nervous twitching of her pale face showed how deeply painful such thoughts were to her. She told me that her husband was soon to be married to a young girl about 14 years of age. "Do you see," she said, "that he is building for her?" And sure enough he was, at odd hours, adding another hut to the miserable hovel in which they already lived, and thither, when it was finished, he intended to take his bride. As I looked at the poor wife, I felt little doubt that ere that time came, her troubles on earth would have ended, and her little ones would be motherless. The Mormon women, as well as the Mormon men, are noted for attending to their own business. They do not care to tell their sorrows and trials to strangers or to people who are not of their own faith. In this way, visitors to Salt Lake, who have gone there with the intention of writing up the saints in the newspapers or in a book, have generally been misled. My own experience as a Mormon woman leads me to form anything but a flattering opinion of the Mormon stories told by Gentile pens. The following instance will show that the sisters are not quite so free in giving their experience as some writers would suggest. One day, while passing through the city, I saw a young woman running across the road with a little child in her arms. The child was crying piteously, for the water was running from its clothing, and I saw in a moment that it had fallen into the stream which ran in front of the house. I followed to see if I could be of any assistance, but fortunately found that the little creature was not seriously hurt, but would soon recover from the fright and cold. I helped the mother to change its clothing, and while she was lulling her baby to sleep, we entered into conversation. At first she appeared to be very shy of me and avoided speaking of anything in the slightest degree personal. But growing more interested, she said at last, "Are you a Mormon?" "Certainly," I answered, "but why do you ask me?" "Because," she said, "we have had one or two Gentile women among us, and they go round among our people and question the women, and get them to tell their troubles, which God knows are heavy enough, and then they go and write about it, and Brigham Young finds it out and their husbands are called to account for allowing their wives to speak to the Gentiles. You are sure you are a Mormon," she added, "and you are not deceiving me." "I'm sorry you should think such a thing," I said, "but if you suppose I would deceive you, I will not trouble you with my company," and I rose up to leave. "Do not go yet," she said, "and pray forgive me if I have wounded your feelings. It is simply the fear I have of getting into trouble. Brigham Young and the elders have frequently told us to have nothing to do with the Gentiles, for they are enemies to the kingdom of God and are seeking our overthrow. And I suppose it is true." "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Over 2 years," she replied, "and it seems almost 20. Time has passed so slowly. I left father and mother, sisters and brother for the gospel's sake, and I do not regret it, because it is right. But it was a very great sacrifice to make. Yet I believe that God blesses us for the sacrifices we make, and I shall get my reward." "You have it already," I said, "in that pretty child on your knee, and your husband, I hope, is a good man and kind to you." "Yes," she answered, "my child is a very great source of happiness to me, and I love my husband very much, but," hesitatingly, "are you in polygamy?" "No, not yet, but I do not know how soon my husband may take it into his head to get another wife." "Are you first wife?" she asked. "Yes," I replied, "and I suppose you are also?" "No, I am third wife," she said. "I wish I were first wife." "But why," I suggested, "do you wish that? If polygamy is the true order of marriage, I do not see that it makes much difference whether one is the first or the 20th wife." "Oh dear, yes," she replied, "it does make a great deal of difference. For the first wife will be queen over all the others, and reign with her husband. If I had known that before I was married, I should have made my husband promise to place me first. Men can do that if they like." "But do you think you would be doing right in trying to gain the position of first wife in that way?" "Why not?" she said. "Didn't Jacob obtain his brother's birthright by deception, and was he ever punished for it? Do you think that Brother Brigham, notwithstanding that he is the inspired servant of God, could have obtained his position and all his money by simple, honest dealing? If you think so, I don't, and it is just as proper and right for us women to secure a position for ourselves by such means as it is for Brigham Young, and the end justifies the means." "If that is so," I said, "it is a wonder to me that any woman should consent to become second, third, or fourth wife, seeing they cannot be queens." "I can see that you have not yet had your endowments," she said, "or you would understand more about these things. But as you are a good Mormon, I can speak freely to you. You see, it is not always those who are first wives in this world who will be first in the celestial kingdom. It all depends upon the amount of sacrifice the wife is capable of making for her husband, her faithfulness to him, and the number of children she has borne him. If she pleases him in every particular, and is good, patient, and above all things obedient to all his wishes and commands, then she is almost certain to be made queen, unless the first wife is just as good, and then I don't know how they would fix that. And so you see it is safer to be first wife at once." "Well, but," I asked, "knowing all this, I am surprised that you consented to be third wife." "But I did not know it then," she continued. "My husband told me that all the wives were queens, all equal, and he says so still when I talk to him about it. But he can't deceive me. I have spoken to some of the old Nauvoo women who know all about it, and they tell me that all the polygamic wives will be subject to the first wife, but the first wife, having suffered the most, will be the one who has gone through the fire and been purified and found worthy." "But do you think that your husband would wish to deceive you about such an important matter?" I said. "Wait till you have lived a little longer here," she replied, "and you will be able to answer that question yourself, or else your experience will be very different from that of the rest of the people here." Just then the husband made his appearance and put an end to the conversation. He was a tall, dark-looking man with gray hair, old enough to be her father. He appeared to be well educated and to have seen better days, though everything about their home indicated poverty. The room in which we were sitting had no carpet on the floor. There was a plain white pine table in the middle, a small sheet-iron stove, 4 wooden chairs, a small looking-glass, and some cheap pictures. This was the sitting-room for the whole family, 3 wives, 11 children, 1 husband. He asked me if I had seen the rest of the family. I replied negatively, and he said he would see if any of them were about. Presently he returned, accompanied by an elderly woman whom he introduced as Mrs. Simpson. Then came another not quite as good-looking as the first, but a great deal younger, and he introduced her as my wife Ellen. "And this one," he said, turning to the one with whom I had been conversing, "is my wife Sarah. Don't you think I have got 3 fine-looking women?" Then, after a pause, he added, "And they are just as good as they are good-looking, good, obedient wives. I have no trouble with them. My wishes are law in this house. Here you have a family in which the Spirit of God reigns. We are not rich in worldly goods, as you see, but we are laying up treasure in heaven. We all live in this little home of 4 rooms. My wife Ellen here has given up her room for a parlor for us all to meet together in, and she sleeps in a wagon box. It is not the most comfortable, but she never grumbles. Then here is our Sarah. We are obliged to humor her a little and give her a room all to herself. She is young and inexperienced, and doesn't like to be put up with the inconveniences that the saints have to bear with, while old mother here has got to have half a dozen children in her room, but she never complains." "Why did you not wait," I said, "until you had a larger house?" "Then where would my kingdom be?" he answered. "Young men may wait, but old men must improve their time." There came in now a troop of children of all ages. They had been playing in the lot, were miserably clad, barefooted, and some looked gaunt and hungry. Manners to match. "These," he said with all a father's fondness, "these constitute my kingdom, and I am proud of them." I felt thankful that I was not destined to be queen over such a kingdom, wished them good-bye, and with a sad heart went home to my own darling little ones, not knowing what might be their fate. End of chapter 18. Brigham Young at home. We visit the prophet and his wives. Shortly after our arrival in Salt Lake City, we visited President Young, who received us very graciously and appointed an early day for us to dine with him. On that occasion, he invited some of the apostles and leading men to meet us at his table, and we passed an exceedingly pleasant evening. The prophet made himself very affable, talked with us about our missionary life and other subjects of personal and general interest, and expressed a high opinion of the energy and ability which my husband had displayed. His wives, too, who I found, as far as I could judge from such a casual acquaintance, to be amiable and kind-hearted ladies, made every effort to render our visit agreeable. I was much pleased with the manner and appearance of Brigham Young, and felt greatly reassured, for he did not seem to me like a man who would preach and practice such things as I had heard of him while I was in London. This I was glad to see, for it encouraged me to think that, perhaps, after all, matters might not be as bad as I had anticipated. We were, in fact, very kindly received in Salt Lake City by everyone with whom we came in contact, for having been missionaries for so many years, we were, of course, well known by name, and had a wide circle of acquaintances among the chief elders and emigrants. 15 years have, of course, worked a great change in the appearance of Brigham Young, but though he is nearly 73 years of age, he is still a portly, I might almost say, handsome man. His good looks are not of the poetic or romantic kind at all. He is very commonplace and practical in his appearance. But long and habitual exercise of despotic authority has stamped itself upon his features, and is seen even in the way he carries himself. He might, without any stretch of the imagination, be mistaken for a retired sea captain. When I first knew him in appearance, he was a little over 50 years of age, was of medium height, well built, and, as I just stated, with the air of one accustomed to being obeyed. His hair was light, sandy I suppose I ought to call it, with eyes to match, and the expression of his countenance was pleasant and manly. I, of course, regarded him from a woman's standpoint, but there were others who were accustomed to study physiognomy, and they detected, or thought they detected, in the cold expression of his eye and the stern, hard lines of his lips, evidences of cruelty, selfishness, and dogged determination, which, it is only fair to say, I myself never saw. The lines on his face have deepened of late years, as what little gentleness his heart ever knew has died out within him, but still he presents the appearance of a man who would afford a deep study to the observer of human nature. In early life he had to work hard for a living, and according to his own statement, he had a rough time of it. He was by trade a painter and a glazier, and has frequently said in public that in those times he was glad to work for 6 bits a day, and to keep his hands busy from morning to night, to get even that. Whether or not the privations of early years fostered in him that avaricious and grasping spirit which of late years has been so conspicuous in him, I cannot say, but it is certain that it cropped out very early in his career as a saint. An old Nauvoo missionary, a Mormon of the Mormons once, but alas, a vile apostate, as Brigham would politely call him, once told me that when the prophet Joseph Smith sent the Apostle Young on mission, a good deal of discontent was shown that the said apostle did not account properly for the collections and tithings which passed through his hands. Brother Joseph, who was then the church, suggested in a pleasant way, for the prophet Smith was a big, jovial fellow, 6'2" or 3 inches in height, and withal somewhat of a humorist, that the said Apostle Brigham would appear in his eyes a better saint if he displayed a little less love for filthy lucre. Thereupon the apostle, like somebody else who shall be nameless, quoted Scripture and reminded the prophet that Moses had said, "Thou shalt not muzzle the mouth of the ox that treadeth out the corn." "True, Brother Brigham," said Joseph, "but Moses did not say the ox was to eat up all the corn." Brother Brigham made no reply, but is said to have sulked for 2 or 3 days. I have not the slightest doubt that, but for Mormonism, the prophet would have remained all his life a journeyman painter, and his sweetness, as the poet says, would have been wasted on the desert air. But he was born just at the right time, and he fitted into the right groove, and thus, while the original prophet of the new faith, Joseph Smith, a man of 10 times the intellect of his successor, a man ignorant and deluded, it is true, but at the same time a man in whom was the material for one of those natural giants who, from age to age, have left the impress of their individuality upon the history of the world. while I say this man's name and doings have ceased to interest any but persons of studious mind. Brigham Young, whose narrow soul could never look beyond the little circle in which he lived, whose selfishness and heartlessness have been only equalled by his cruelty and degrading avarice, has by the force of circumstances alone obtained a place in the recognition of the world, to which by nature or by grace he had not the shadow of a claim. I have often heard intelligent Gentiles remark, "Well, Brigham Young may be a wicked man and an impostor, but there must be a great deal of talent in him to manage those people for so many years." From this opinion I altogether dissent, and those who know Brigham best think with me, though many of them would not dare to say so. I do not think Brigham Young a wicked man or an impostor in the sense in which those words are ordinarily used, and experience and a careful study of his life and doings have convinced me that he is certainly not a great man, or a man of genius in any sense of the word. There can be no doubt that he has been guilty of many and great crimes, but I believe that in the early part of his career he was so blinded by fanaticism that those crimes appeared to him actually virtues. The force of habit and the daily associations of his life have so completely taken from him all sense of right and wrong, while the devotion of his people has made the idea that he could possibly do the slightest wrong so utterly inconceivable to him and to them, that his perceptions of justice, truth, honor, honesty, and the upright dealing are as utterly stultified as they ever were in the mind of the wildest savage who prowled among the cliffs and canyons of the Rocky Mountains. People think that Brigham Young attained to his present position by the exercise of ability, such as has been displayed, only on a greater scale, by all those men who, not being born to power, nor having it thrust upon them, have by the force of their genius seized it and held it, unlawfully it might be, but nevertheless with talent and moral energy. Nothing could be more untrue. The fact that he was of a certain age at a certain time, and only that, was the cause of Brother Brigham's first step up the ladder of ambition. Joseph Smith endeavored, in organizing his newly invented religion, to make it resemble as much as was possible both the old and new dispensations of Christianity, and among other institutions he appointed 12 apostles who were to assist in governing the church. He associated with himself his elder brother Hyrum, and also Sidney Rigdon, who had so greatly assisted in every way to establish the new faith and define its principles. This Rigdon is the same who has always been suspected of the authorship of the Book of Mormon, though it must be admitted that nothing more than circumstantial evidence can be adduced in support of this statement. However that might be, the two Smiths, Joseph and Hyrum, and Sidney Rigdon, formed what was called the First Presidency. In other words, they were the Church. Next, in order to them came the 12 apostles, and after them the 70s, and the other grades of the priesthood, of which I shall say more presently. The 12 apostles were first appointed according to a plan of Joseph's own. Lyman Johnson was placed first. Brigham Young came next, and the others followed. Not long after, however, Joseph made a new arrangement, and placed the 12 according to their age, and this plan was always followed subsequently. Thomas B. Marsh now stood first, and next to him came David Patton, and then Brigham Young. I am obliged to give these little details in order that the reader may understand Brigham's position after the death of Joseph Smith. When Joseph was murdered in Carthage jail with his brother Hyrum, Sidney Rigdon alone remained of the First Presidency. At that time, Thomas B. Marsh, the first of the apostles, had apostatized. David Patten had been killed in a fight with the mob, and consequently Brigham Young was now president of the 12, he being the next in age. Thus it will be seen that even had he been, which he was not, the most stupid and least fitted of all the apostles to preside over the church, his years would nevertheless have given him the leadership. Up to this time there is no evidence that any idea of becoming head of the church had ever entered into Brigham's mind. Indeed, it is reported that Joseph on one occasion, reproving him, said ironically that if ever the church had the misfortune to be led by Brother Brigham, he would lead it to, well, a place which is understood to be uncomfortably warm. But Joseph was now dead, and Rigdon alone remained between the Apostle Young and the headship of the church. Then it was that his eyes appear for the first time to have been fully opened to the advantages of his position. Now, when the ancients took the fox as an emblem of craftiness, it was because they had never known Brigham. Brigham worked cautiously and prudently, for he probably is one of the greatest cowards in existence, both morally and physically, and like all cowards, he was perfectly au fait in working in the dark. In accomplishing the removal of Rigdon, Rigdon himself was Brigham's best assistant. A man of prudence, or even of common sense, might have safely held his position against all the Brighams in the world, but prudence and common sense were qualities utterly unknown to Rigdon. He began to have wonderful visions and revelations, announced the immediate ending of the world, and stated that he would forthwith lead out the armies of the Lord to the battle of Armageddon in Palestine, and then return in triumph, calling by the way, as he said, to pull the nose of Little Vic. Little Vic was the English queen, then a young woman, but how she incurred Rigdon's wrath I do not know. In addition to all this absurd nonsense, he ordained some of his particular friends to be prophets, priests, and kings, and otherwise showed that he intended to carry matters with a high hand. Brigham watched his chance, and when he considered that matters were ripe for a change, by dint of secret manoeuvring, he caused Rigdon to be tried before the High Council at Nauvoo. Rigdon sent word that he was sick and could not come, but the trial went on, and of course it could have but one ending. The result was, as the Mormon papers at the time reported, that Elder Young arose and delivered Sidney Rigdon over to the buffetings of Satan for 1,000 years in the name of the Lord, and all the people said, Amen. Poor Sidney! He tried to set up a church for himself, and a good many people followed him, but the attempt was a failure. He is now a very old man and cannot live long, but he still believes in the truth of Mormonism as established by Joseph Smith. Brigham's next step was to declare that the government of the church was now vested in the 12, of whom he was the head. Later still he contrived, by selecting a time when nearly all of the apostles would be promoted or in some way gratified by a change in the organization of the church, to get himself elected president of the church in the place of Joseph, with the 2 apostles next to him as his associates, under the name of counselors, and they together formed the first presidency. Thus Brigham became in name as well as in fact the head of the Mormon church. Every year Brother Brigham, in common with all the other officers of the church, is duly re-elected. I need hardly say that the re-election is a matter of course. An opposition candidate would stand but a poor chance of success. Brigham Young is an uneducated man. For that, of course, he is not deserving of blame, But his opposition to education in others, and to all that is intellectual and elevating, does him little credit. Only a very few years ago, he, with his two counselors, Heber C. Kimball and Jedediah M. Grant, who were both spoken of as model saints, held forth in the Tabernacle, in the most unmeasured language, against schools and scholastic acquirements of every description. They were all three untaught men, and, like all persons of small mind who have not themselves received any education, they hated and affected to despise those who had. Thoughtful men, although they may never have enjoyed the advantages of literary culture, never fail to see the great power that it is, either for good or evil, and in most cases they try to secure for their children the blessing of which they themselves have been denied. But the Mormon leaders, while they ridiculed and affected to despise men of education, were shrewd enough to see that if schools were established and the children of the saints permitted to attend them, the bonds of superstition would certainly be shaken and the fabric of Mormonism undermined. They, consequently, discouraged every attempt at self-improvement, and taught the people to aspire to nothing higher for their children than the rudiments of reading, writing, and arithmetic for the boys, and a knowledge of household, dairy, and farm work for the girls. Before the Reformation, a few young men anxious to improve their minds organized what they called the Literary and Musical Society. They gave pleasant social entertainments to their friends, at which they gave recitations, read essays, poems, and other literary productions, varying the program with selections of music. The authorities looked upon the whole proceeding with disfavor, and soon broke up the society. Not content with this, and in order to show their contempt, they humiliated the members in every possible way, even publicly pointing them out to ridicule, and appointing a good many of them to be doorkeepers in the Tabernacle. Brigham Young, who, it is said, never in his life read a book, could not understand that they could find any pleasure in intellectual amusements, and accused them of pride, conceit, and even wickedness. Among the church leaders, it is even now common to speak of anyone who has any literary acquirements as having the big head and being next door to apostasy. Recently, greater efforts to obtain a good education for their children have been made by the more intelligent among the saints, and the Gentiles in Utah have established some very excellent schools. A library and reading room have also been opened, and the latter has been well attended by the young men, both Mormons and Gentiles. Brigham himself has, with his usual inconsistency, even gone so far as to give his own children those advantages which he selfishly denied to his poorer brethren. Of the Prophet's moral character, the less said the better. He has been remorseless and cruel in his enmities, and he has connived at, and even suggested, if nothing more, some of the most atrocious crimes that have ever been perpetrated on the face of the earth. In business matters, in the payment of money, to use a popular phrase, his word is as good as his bond, but in the accumulation of wealth he has evinced an amount of dishonesty which can scarcely be credited. Brigham always meets his obligations and pays his debts and gets a lawful receipt, and the prophetic business could not otherwise be carried on, but the way in which he has obtained his wealth would put to the blush the most dishonest member of any ring in New York or elsewhere. When he attended his first conference, he says he had to borrow certain masculine garments and a pair of boots before he could put in an appearance. Now it would be difficult to estimate the value of his property. He has taken up large tracts of land all over the territory. He has the uncontrolled and unquestioned command of all the tithing and contributions of the saints, and from gifts and confiscations and innumerable other sources, his revenue pours in. It was once rumored that he had 18 or 20 million of dollars in the Bank of England, but Brigham said that the report was not true. The church, he added, had a little money invested abroad. The difference between the church and the individual Brigham Young has yet to be determined. In the year 1852, the prophet of the Lord found that he had borrowed an inconveniently large sum from the funds of the church. He is trustee in trust, and of course legally responsible, but he never renders an account of his stewardship, and no one ever asks him for it. His sense of honesty was, however, so strong that he resolved to have his account balanced, and he went down to the tithing office for that purpose. There he found that his indebtedness amounted to $200,000, and he proceeded to pay it after his own fashion. The clerk was instructed to place to his credit the same amount for services rendered. In 1867 he owed very nearly $1 million, which he had borrowed from the same fund, and he balanced his account in the same way. His contract for the Pacific Railroad is said to have yielded him $250,000, and his other contracts and mining speculations, purchases and thefts of lands, houses, and so forth, have been very profitable. The expenses of such a family as Brother Brigham's must be something enormous, but the contributions by which honest and dishonest means he has levied have been so large that he must still be one of the wealthiest men in the States. Brigham is not a generous man. He has given occasionally, as for instance at the time of the Chicago fire, when he presented $1,000 for the sufferers, but even then his motive was evident. The affairs of Deseret were under discussion in Congress. Without the certainty of a profitable return, Brigham never gave a cent. The story of his sordid avarice and his contemptible meanness in the accumulation of money would fill a volume. Morally and physically, the prophet is a great coward. When he and other church leaders were arrested a year or two ago, charged with the very gravest crimes, the effect upon the prophet was most distressing. He had solemnly sworn in the tabernacle that he would shoot the man who attempted to arrest him. But when Judge McKean opened court and placed him under arrest, he swallowed his threats and played the coward's part. Before this, the world has seen wretches who were notorious for their cruelty and tyranny, and who were also remarkable for their cowardice. For many years he has imitated royalty, and has had a strong bodyguard to keep watch and ward around his person every night. No man has less cause to apprehend personal violence than Brother Brigham, but the voice of conscience, which, as the poet says, makes cowards of us all, suggests his fears. No one probably ever possessed and lost greater opportunities of doing good and leaving behind him an enviable record than Brother Brigham. In him the saints, from the smallest to the greatest, placed implicit trust, and it was in his power to mold them at his will. The spiritual and temporal welfare of the people was in his hands. The ability to elevate them socially, mentally, and morally was his. A great trust was committed to his charge. But he has basely betrayed that sacred trust, and has not only left undone what he should have performed, but he has been guilty of the most grievous wrongdoing. He has set at naught all morality with his horrible and debasing teachings respecting a blood atonement, in other words, the duty of assassination. He has outraged decency and riven asunder the most sacred social and domestic ties by his shameless introduction of polygamy. He has sacrilegiously defiled the temple of God by teaching his followers to worship Adam as their divinity, and has robbed Christ of his birthright by proclaiming that men are the only saviors of their wives, and in that respect to women the sacrifice of our Lord was of no direct avail. In a word, both by his preaching and his practice, he has set an example so bad as to be utterly without parallel in this civilized age. Kings and emperors there are who hold in slavery the persons of men. Hierarchs there are who hold in bondage the souls of the deluded. But the despot meddles not with the eternal welfare of his subject, nor does he pollute the sacred precincts of the hearth and home. And the false priest is not permitted to meddle with temporal affairs. But the Mormon despot, Brigham Young, has played the tyrant in both spiritual and worldly matters, has meddled with the person, the property, and the lives and the liberty of his dupes, and has at the same time debased and enslaved their souls. But let it not be supposed that I write this hastily or without due consideration. People outside of Utah may be deceived, as indeed they frequently are, by representations made in ignorance of what Mormonism and the Prophet really are. But the Gentiles long resident in Utah, the apostates, and even the Mormon people themselves, if only they would tell the truth, could testify to the truthfulness of the picture which I have drawn of Brother Brigham. A better people, aside from their religion, than the believing Mormons when they emigrated to Utah, it would be difficult to find. Their fault was in their faith. They were honest, sober, industrious, and ready to sacrifice everything to what they considered religious duty. I cannot think of them and of the implicit confidence which they placed in Brigham without wondering at his folly in throwing away the noble opportunity which was once within his grasp of establishing a happy and contented people. Instead of this, he has gathered wealth to himself and family. Out of the poverty of his followers he has amassed enormous riches, and with the power to leave behind him a name as one of the benefactors of the human race, he has set the worst example which despot or false prophet ever presented to the world. End of chapter 19. The Wives of Brigham Young, Their History and Their Daily Life. The wives of Brigham Young have always been subjects of interest to Gentiles who visited Zion, and having spoken of their husband, I think it is only fair that I should say a few words about them. For many years I have known personally all the Prophet's wives who reside in Salt Lake City, and I wish to speak of them with kindness and respect. They are women whom anyone would esteem, conscientious, good, earnest women, faithful, true-hearted wives who have devoted their lives to the carrying out of what they believe is the revealed will of God. When I first knew Brother Brigham, poor man, he had only 16 living with him in Salt Lake City, and even now he has no more than 19. Perhaps I ought to say 18, since Eliza Ann has run away from him and left the poor old gentleman desolate and forlorn. The 3 whom he took after I came to Utah were Amelia Folsom, Mary Van Cott Cobb, and Eliza Ann. But the reader will perhaps be interested in hearing about them all, and so I will state the names and order of the ladies as they at present stand according to the date of their marriage, making mention of the proxy wives last of all for the sake of convenience and without reference to date. Of course, Brother Brigham has had many more than 19 wives, but the following are the living ladies. Others are dead or have strayed away, No one knew whither, and perhaps, as Brother Heber once said to me, nobody cared. Allow me to introduce the Mrs. Young. Number 1. First in order is Mrs. Mary Ann Angel Young, but she is not the first wife that Brother Brigham ever had. Once upon a time, Brother Brigham was a Methodist, but after listening to the preaching of the Mormon missionaries, he became a vile apostate, as he loves to call those who leave his present faith, and he forsook Methodism. In those days, before he apostatized, and long before he ever dreamed of polygamy, he had but one wife, one only. It must seem strange to the prophet to look back to that period of solitary existence. His second wife was Mrs. Angel Young, and I call her his first wife because she is the first of those living now. As she was married to him after the death of his first wife, she is, of course, his legal wife, and would be recognized as such in any civilized country. She is a very fine-looking old lady, and very much devoted to her unfaithful Lord and Master, firmly believing in his divine mission. She lives by herself, and is seldom troubled with a visit from her affectionate spouse. Once in a while, Brigham brings her out to a party, when he has invited any Gentiles, just for appearance' sake. Quite a number of persons in Utah believe that she is dead, so very little is seen and known of her. She lives in the White House, Brigham's first residence in Salt Lake City, and is much thought of by those who do know her. Her children are greatly attached to her, and show her a great deal of attention, making up in this way to a certain extent for her husband's neglect. Her 3 sons, Joseph A. Brigham, who it is expected will succeed his father as the president of the church, and John W., as well as her 2 daughters, Alice and Luna, are all in polygamy. Each of the sons has 3 wives, and each of the daughters has a half-sister as a partner in her husband's affections. Brigham has not the slightest objection to giving 2 of his daughters to the same husband. Lucy Decker Seeley Young, number 2. Lucy Decker Seeley Young was his first wife in polygamy. Her former husband was a Mr. Seeley. She is short and stout, a very excellent mother, and a devoted wife. Her son, Brigham Heber, is now one of the cadets at West Point. The sending of this young man to West Point to be educated, when it was noticed in the public papers, excited some little interest, and the faith of many good Mormons was very much shaken by it. They had believed that Brigham really meant what he taught when he told the people not to allow their children to associate with the Gentiles, as it would cause them to lose the Spirit. But they were still further shocked when they learned that several other sons of Brigham were to go to the Eastern States to be educated. They have yet to learn that the prophet does not intend them to do as he does, but rather as he tells them. My own opinion is that Brother Brigham has advocated one course of conduct for the people while he pursued another himself. Clara Decker Young is the 3rd wife. She is a sister of Lucy Seeley, and like her is short and stout, but otherwise good-looking. She is more than 20 years younger than her lord, with whom she was once quite a favorite, but like many others, she has had her day, to use Brigham's own expression, and is now, as a matter of course, neglected. Number 4. Harriet Cook Young is tall, with light hair and blue eyes, and is an intelligent but not at all a refined woman. She is said to have given a great deal of trouble to Brother Brigham, of whom she has frequently said very hard things. In times past she had the reputation of being a good deal more than a match for her husband when she had any cause of offense against him, but in her quiet moments she is a very sincere Mormon. She has only one son, Oscar Young, now about 25 years of age. When he was born, Brigham kindly announced to her that because she was not obedient she should have no more children, and during more than a quarter of a century he has kept his word. Why she has remained with him so long is a mystery, for she makes no secret of her feelings towards him. Number 5. Lucy Bigelow Young is quite a fine-looking woman, tall and fair and still quite young. She has 3 pretty daughters. Brigham has recently sent her to live in southern Utah. Mrs. Twiss Young. Mrs. Twiss Young has no children, but she is a very good housewife, and Brigham appreciates her accordingly, and has given her the position of housekeeper in the Lion House. Women have 2 great privileges in the Mormon Church. They may ask a man to marry them, if they chance to fancy him, and if they don't like him afterwards, they are able to obtain a divorce for the moderate sum of $10, which sum the husband is expected to pay. Mrs. Twiss exercised the first privilege in reference to Brother Brigham, but has not yet availed herself of the last. There are other ladies who thought it would be a great honor to be called the wives of the Prophet, and they have requested him to allow them to be called by his name. This he has done, but he has never troubled them with his society. Number 7. Martha Bowker Young is a quiet little body with piercing dark eyes and very retiring. Brother Brigham acts towards her as if he had quite forgotten that he had ever married her, and she lives in all the loneliness of married spinsterhood. Number 8. Harriet Barney Seegers Young, the 8th wife, is a tall, fine-looking woman. She was another man's wife when Brigham made love to her. It is not supposed to be the correct thing for a saint to court his neighbor's wife, but the Prophet did so in the case of Harriet Barney, and in several other cases too. Harriet was married to a respectable young Mormon gentleman, but after she had lived with him some time and had borne 3 children to him, the Prophet persuaded her to join his ranks, and she did so, believing that the word of the Prophet was the revelation of the Lord to her. But she has since had bitter cause to repent of her folly. To a Gentile mind, such an infatuation must appear very strange, but the Mormon people personally understand the powerful influence which their religion exercises over them, and to them there is nothing very singular in all this. Number 9. Eliza Burgess Young is the only English wife that Brigham has. She fell in love with the Prophet, wanted him to marry her, and even offered to wait, like Jacob, for 7 years if she might be his at last. So she served in the family of her Lord for the appointed time, and he finally took her to wife as a recompense for her faithfulness. She has added 1 son to the Prophet's kingdom. The 10th wife on my list is Susan Snively Young. She is a German woman, smart, active, and industrious. She has no children, but has been quite a helpmeet to her husband in making butter and cheese, in which she excels. Smart Mormons always had an eye to business, and while living up to their privileges, have not invariably sought for wives who were only fair and pleasant to look upon, but have frequently taken them for their own intrinsic worth, one as a good dairymaid, another as a good cook, a third as a good laundress, and a 4th as a lady to grace the parlor, perhaps even 2 or 3 of this last kind, if the saint were wealthy. There is a good deal of practical wisdom in this. Brother Brigham has gathered all sorts into his net, and has then sorted them out, placing each lady in the place where he considered she would be the most useful and profitable to himself. Number 11. Margaret Pierce Young is very ladylike, tall, and genteel. She has the appearance of being very unhappy, and it is certain that she has been very much neglected, but not more so than many of the other wives. She has 1 son. Emmeline Free Young, number 12. When I first went to Utah, Emmeline Free Young was the reigning favorite, and she was really the handsomest of Brigham's wives, tall and graceful with curling hair, beautiful eyes, and fair complexion. Brigham was as fond of her at the time as a man of his nature, with such a low estimate of woman, could be. But a younger, though not a handsomer, rival soon captivated his fickle heart, and he left poor Emmeline to mourn in sorrow. She has never been herself since then, and probably never will be. She is a broken-hearted woman. She is the mother of quite a numerous family. As she had been the favorite for so long a time, she had come to believe that her husband would never seek another love. But if this was so, she sadly miscalculated Brigham, for when his licentious fancy was attracted to another object of affection, he cast off Emmeline as ruthlessly as he would an old garment. What decent person could refrain from loathing such a man? How often has my heart gone out in sympathy towards that poor wrecked woman whom he has forsaken. What a pity I deemed it that so much love should be wasted upon a creature who could never understand or appreciate it. And yet Emmeline's fate has been no worse than that of the others. But I was more with her, and saw how keenly she suffered, and I sympathized with her when her sorrows brought her nearly to the point of death. Number 13. Amelia Folsom Young is now the favorite, and it is supposed